you know, the original move 12. Yeah, they put a little wooden cork in it. I think it only move 10. So usually the guys go tell you how to take the front. But they can't give it to you like that. I took that shit on myself. I just started fucking around with it. Inside the waistband holster. So you got out. You got outside the waist. Most, if I use a most of that shit inside, I don't know.
What up, Chef?
Corey, what's the deal?
I got one. I'm just so used to.
I'm waiting. We already live. Go ahead, kick it off. I'm waiting for Rabbi Lewis to come in here. I'm muting out.
All right, bet. Peace to everybody out there, and definitely out there in the listening land, man. Shit, let me get this shit together real quick. 1 second. Yeah. Just getting off and shit, really. Trying to kick the after work show off, you know what I mean? We've been going pretty consistent here lately. So, you know, we want to keep the same thing going, man. We want to be more consistent. More on the oh damn, I had the YouTube on in the back, my bad. More, yeah, we just definitely want to be more on the schedule, you know what I'm saying? So man, I see y'all jumping in here. Omar, what up, brother? The brothers UK piece. We got a 504 top level. What up, bro? Metro customer. What's going down? Yeah, y'all get on in here, man. Get on in here. Kick off this afternoon show with the pseudo killers. Yeah, but man, I wasn't on the panel at the end of the lunchtime show yesterday. But man, I'm just here to tell y'all, and Gozy, he went in. That nigga went in. I think he set the record straight, but he done set the record straight on a number of times. And the thing that's most disappointing to me about the whole situation is Unc is never on the panel when he go in like that. So he ain't, you know, I don't get to hear his response. And then when we talk about it, well, I didn't hear it. I didn't hear that part, you know. So I'm interested. Hopefully Gozy got that same energy. That's the energy I like. You know what I'm saying? Like, you know, he already know I like that energy. So come on with that. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. Say Metro said we found out we're not Egyptians. And I don't think Brother Reggie liked that. Like I was watching, Brother Reggie was like, "What? What you saying, Gozy?" That was hilarious. Man. But yeah. I just wanted to speak a little shit about that. That was very interesting, to say the least. Brother Reggie, what up, man? What up? Yeah. So what we talking about today, man? Let me see what we got. You know, we can talk about a number of things. I think we exhausted the Elijah. We exhausted the Elijah Muhammad thing. Like they got killed on that. Like Thunder. Don't ever do that again, bro. Don't ever do that again. Yep. You got a royal spanking last night. I tried to throw you some get back, right? Throw you some ammunition, but it wasn't work. It wasn't working. You know what I mean? So we got me and Sheffrin, or Sheffrin and Sosa, I think. They wanted to have a discussion with my brother Rabbi Lewis. I'm not familiar with this brother. I think they got a relationship through Facebook or something like that, if I'm not mistaken. So I'm not on Facebook, so I'm not familiar with the relationship or any of the discussions that's been had. So Brother Rabbi, you on the panel, man, if you want to say something, or if you want to wait to get in place or whatever. I don't know. Whenever you get your mic right and you're ready to say something, just jump on in, bro.
Certainly. Can you hear me?
Oh, okay. Yep, I hear you. What's going on, brother? How you doing?
Hey, what I end up being on Pseudo Killer is Rabbi Lewis.
Rabbi Lewis. Yep. So you Jewish then, right?
Yeah, but I'm a Muslim by faith.
Whoa, that's crazy. That's the first time I've heard that. I love hearing interesting things like that. So I've never met you. I've never had I don't know if we had a conversation before or not. You know what I'm saying? But that is a really interesting statement, and I like to learn more about that. Like, let's elaborate on that. Like you Jewish. I guess basically maybe it is, and I'm just guessing. You can correct me. Your parents are Jewish, but you've took on the Islamic faith. Am I correct in guessing on that one?
Yeah, correct.
Okay. Yeah. So how does that work out? Because I know I know Jewish people who are culturally Jewish, but they're atheists, right? So I can understand that, right? It's really understanding to me, that they could be culturally Jewish and then actually not believe it, but just still with the culture. You know what I mean? I know a lot of Muslims like that too, that they don't believe it anymore. But they still deal with the culture. So, but I've never seen someone be like culturally a Muslim, but be Jewish or Christian or some other religion. So that's pretty interesting, man. How do you work that out?
Yeah, definitely. My name is Rabbi Lewis. Mm-hmm. My academic background is in parasitology, being a student of late Dr. Heather Clark, also investment banking, social media marketing, and Arabic studies at Timbuktu University. Also, last but not least, I'm a published author over 35 books.
Right, but was that a plug for you? Got a book out?
Yeah, I'm here to discuss my new book. I wrote a new book.
Okay, all right. Sheffrin, he kind of got busy or whatever.
Yeah,
so, like I said, I'm not familiar. You got to fill me in. You know what I mean? So what's the title of your book? Go ahead and shoot the title out.
Yeah, it's called The Egyptian Origins of Jesus and the Jewish People, 12 Tribes of Israel or Myth.
Wow, that's interesting too. I tend. It seems like I might be in agreement with you here just by the title. You know what I'm saying? I like that. But what's I don't want you to give away all the information in your book. But can you give us
Corey. Reggie on the panel. Reggie could probably interview him by knowing some of the information. So Reggie here.
Good. So jump in, Reggie, whenever you see fit to jump in. But I wanted to ask the brother Rabbi Lewis, without spoiling the book, right? Can you give us a summation of kind of what's going on in the book? Like, what should I look for in this work of yours?
Certainly, inshallah. So this new book is showing how the historical Jesus was King Tut historically. You're going to find out King David of the biblical lore was actually Tutmosis III, and Solomon, his son, was Amenhotep historically.
Okay. That's where you're going. Okay, I thought you was going somewhere else with it. So I may not be in agreement with you on that one. So and Brother Reggie, so you familiar with this brother, Brother Reggie? So have you read his works, Brother Reggie, or have you had any discussions with him? Go ahead, Reggie, elaborate on that.
No, peace, shalom, hotep to you, Rabbi. I haven't met you personally or reviewed your work yet, and so I'm finding out information about your work as you speak. Can you say your statement again that the historical Jesus is really Tut Ankh-Amun? Can you say the whole statement again so I can listen?
So Reggie, what honor, brother. Big fan of your work.
Thank you. So I would like you to restate for the audience your theses. Can you hear me?
Certainly. Yeah, sure. Yeah, certainly. So the gist of the book is agendaed around the fact that the historical Jesus was King Tut, or Jesus of Nazareth, and how King David was historically Tutmosis III and Solomon was Amenhotep historically.
Okay. And
wow, that's I'm sorry, Reggie. Go ahead.
No.
That's a hell of a statement there. Now what evidence, like I said, without spoiling your book, because I don't want you to spoil your book or nothing like that, right? So is this like some type of archaeological evidence, or is this some type of literary evidence that you're going with, or combination? You know what I mean? Like, fill me in on that. Like, you know what I mean? Like, how are we getting to these conclusions? You know what I'm saying?
Yes, certainly. King David's military campaigns are identical to Tutmosis III's. As I elaborate on the book, they both conquered Zoba. Historically, Zoba, the king of Zoba, had a Dasa. However, there's no traces of Zoba at the time of King David. So obviously, these stories were plagiarized from Tutmosis III's campaigns of conquering Zoba. Also, it was co-regent with Tutmosis III, right?
What about Tutmosis III?
The co-regent, who was co-regent with Tutmosis III.
Did you understand that, Reggie? What did he say?
He's asking who is the co-regent of Tutmosis III?
That I wouldn't have a clue on that. Reggie, you might be able to elaborate on something like that.
So you're making your base. I'm listening. So you're a guest to the show, right? And I'm a different type of person. So I'm not a Sula King killer. I'm not. Bobby,
but you ain't a guest either, though. You ain't a guest either.
Okay, so
this your home. You are home. This your home over here, Reggie.
Okay, so for people who do not know, right? Hatshepsut became a ruler, right? And when she became a ruler, you have to understand how she actually became ruler for the audience, right? She became ruler because she was the heir. She had what they call the sacred or the heir blood. She was connected to Amos, right? Who founded a dynasty. So the dynasties are usually founded by particular regions, and then it becomes a family line. So Hatshepsut now she becomes she has the bloodline, and so her husband he needed to marry her to be a legitimate king. So Tutmosis the third, now he becomes, how can I say, he is a son of the king from another marriage, because now the king is a king, so he doesn't have the royal blood, but now he is the regent. And so so Hatshepsut spent too much time on the throne. Tutmosis the third now, basically she dies for whatever reason or however she dies, he becomes the regent. And then he becomes one of the greatest conquering kings of that period. His military campaigns are enormous. So you could continue, Rabbi.
Yes, certainly. So 2 Samuel 8:3, David restores the kingdom to the river Euphrates. But there's no records of that biblically. Ironically enough, Tutmosis III does the same thing. When Hatshepsut and him were co-regent, his great-grandfather Tutmosis I had a jurisdiction to the Euphrates, but they lost it, and Tutmosis III reconquered that area. See what I'm saying? Under with Hatshepsut in the 18th dynasty, you know. So the stories are ironically the same.
Okay. So my question.
Okay, go ahead. Go ahead. Ask your question, Reggie.
Okay. So I could ask you a question about your methodology, right? How do you?
That was going to be my question. Like, what I was going to ask is basically, is you just drawing like parallels? Are you seeing similarities in these different mythologies, and then you draw a parallel to say that, okay, this mythological character in the Bible sounds more like this real person over here in Egypt? Is that kind of the methodology that you're using there?
Well, I would ask.
Go ahead.
Okay, so he's made the he's made the statement, and he's obviously directly admitted that there is a parallel. We can't find really any data on the mythological side, but we can find data on the side of an attested king and his battles. And so the issue would be is he's made the parallel, which is important. It's now it comes to be the prima facie evidence. We know Tutmosis. We don't know the other mythological or religious figures. We can't prove it beyond the book, right? So my question on methodology is, what sources, what is your literature review on making these points? Because this is innovative scholarship. It's innovative scholarship. Innovation means that that you are probably the only person that's making these comments, the theses. So I need to know from the Hebrew record, right? From the Hebrew, how did they, if this is becoming, if this becomes Hebrew, right? These mythological or these autonomous ancestors or these groups of people, how do they in fact know about these kings? Because the Tutankhamun, because he was very, very an obscure king. We didn't know about him until actually his tomb was found. So outside of his tomb being found, the people, of course, knew when he ruled, why he ruled, and then certainly some of the Canaanites or the Canaanites who would become Hebrew would know, would know about the story. What evidence do we have in your methodology that says that they knew beyond the Greeks? How do we know, Rabbi, that they knew about King Tut and Tutmosis III? How do we know that? What other evidence do we have to say that they knew about it?
Certainly, 1 Kings 4:30. The Bible says that Solomon was the wisest man, wiser than all the Egyptians, right? Now, being an economist myself, if you know Forbes treats Solomon as an historical figure. Forbes is an economic magazine having the background in investment banking. But anyway, we have the Armada letters. You're familiar with the Armada letters, right?
Which monolith? Help the audience out.
The Armada letters.
The Amana letters. Okay, so the Amana letters are in cuneiform, right? And they are complaining to Akhenaten's father. They begin to complain to Akhenaten's father about that you are our Lord, you are our king, and basically these are your lands. And then it goes to Akhenaten. Akhenaten gets the letters, continued letters about encroachment, and he does nothing really. He does not send a contingent or a strong contingent into those lands. And then King Tut, or Tutankhamun, or he doesn't live that long, and he's a young boy. So we have some textual stuff in the Bible. I'm trying to bridge the gap between who is it Josephus? Who knows outside? Is it in the Dead Sea Scrolls? Who knows about Tutankhamun that we can verify that they knew about Tutankhamun? How do we verify?
Sure.
Yeah.
Before I put the cart before the horse, his name was not Tutankhamun. It was actually Tutankhaten. His birth name was Tutankhaten, but his name was renamed to Tutankhamun. So you have to understand the holy war that was being raised in Kemet at this time historically. There was the worshippers of Aten under Akhenaten, who's the historical Moses, and then there was the worshiping Amun-Ra. So they had two competing factors of Amun-Ra worshippers and Aten. You're familiar with that, I'm sure, right?
Say that again.
I said Tutankhamun's birth name was Tutankhaten originally. His name was changed to Tutankhamun.
That's correct, but I tried to allude that Tutankhamun, right? That prior to that he was a son of Akhenaten from another marriage, right? That's what historians can put together. But I'm trying to get what evidence that we have that says that it was preserved in Hebrew tradition, not the Solomon or none of that, but the fact that they knew about the boy King Tut. And why is he so extraordinary? Why would Tut be so extraordinary in this period when his reign was so small and limited, and he's really obscure? No one talks about, no other pharaoh really or Nasut talks about him. He's pretty much relegated to the Ascan of history after his predecessor I, and then Horemheb, right? He's relegated to obscurity. We know more about Horemheb. So how is it preserved? Why would the Hebrew people know about him, or the Canaanites know about him to make him extraordinary? What did he do that was so extraordinary?
Certainly.
Yes.
Certainly. Like I was saying, though, the caveat, his name was Tu'ak Amun. It was Tu'ak Aten. His birth name was, he worshipped Aten. Do you know what Akhenaten's original name was?
I can look it up. I mean,
His original name was Amenhotep IV. Akhenaten's original name was Amenhotep IV, actually. His name was changed because you have to understand what was going on in Kemet during this holy war between Aten worshippers and Amun-Ra worshippers, which inspired the biblical narrative. This whole war between Aten and Amun inspired the entire biblical motif. But I'll let you go.
Well, okay. So there's some other dynamics. So Akhenaten's father, right? His wife was who?
They call her the younger lady. The archaeologist, the younger lady.
So
they just call her young. That's what they call her. The historians call her the younger lady, if I'm not mistaken. Correct?
No, she there's another wife.
The other one. Okay.
So
I believe her name was the younger lady.
So his wife, and he has about 3 or 4 wives, but one of his wives was Queen Tai.
Yes, correct.
And so he had other wives. They were competing against the Amun cult, not the Amun-Ra cult, the Amun cult at this time, because the Amun priesthood was, and I'm sorry, Corey, and I'm sorry, Sheffrin, about all this Egypt stuff that y'all don't care about. And
no, go ahead. This is an interview.
I don't really care about, my Egypt stuff is pushed to the side lately, so I haven't come to the bear with it, because I've kind of left it for a year or so or more, and moved on to the Green Sahara and some other places. And so I'm older. I only have so much memory brains, but I think I could keep up with the rabbi. My point is, yes, there is some problems within this civilization of Egypt with the priesthood of the Amun worshipers, who were trying to control the land. And they not only control the land, they control the lives of the pharaoh of the Norsut. When they decide in their council that the king must die, they select a new heir, and the king goes to the afterlife. Most kings don't die a natural death. They die early. They die immediately after their reign. No king survives. How can I say? No king survives except for if he's a co-regent or something, and only for a certain time. But then they die. They die, and I have my speculations as to why they die. But yes, there was a not only what you might say a religious war, it was a political and economic war in Egypt going on at this time period. I'm getting to, so yes, and so Queen Tai, she seemed to be the Aten worshiper before any of this, because the king Tutmosis III, Amenhotep III builds a lake, an Aten lake, for his wife, a false lake and stuff like that. But they themselves are competing with the Amun worshipers. So I'm trying to get to why Tut becomes a biblical figure and not his father Akhenaten, and why not his grandfather? Based on, and what I'm trying to get from you is I'm trying to get plausible evidence that the Canaanites thought that Tut was important. That's what I'm trying to get from you.
Certainly. Well, the whole Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob timeline is mythological. Abraham had a son named Isaac, who had a son named Jacob, who had 12 sons, became the 12 tribes. It's totally mythical. David was not a descendant of Isaac, but actually was his father historically. So in the biblical narrative, Abraham has a son named Isaac, has a son named Jacob, who has 12 sons, which I dismissed in my book. So to answer your question, though, inshallah.
Well, you keep saying inshallah. Are you Muslim?
Yeah, yes.
Oh, so you're Muslim, not and you're a rabbi?
Correct, yeah.
Wait. You are a Muslim, but you are a rabbi.
Yeah, so before I took my Shahada 2 years ago.
So let's stop the whole conversation
now.
Because I heard you say inshallah in the beginning, and I ignored it because I just thought maybe you thought I was a Muslim or something like that. And
actually, Reg, that's a Hebrew term. Inshallah comes from actually Hebrew before it gets to Arabic.
Oh, Morpheus is on the chat, right? But when he says that, he may know that, he may not know that. So let's get to that. Oh shoot, I got my Grandmaster Morpheus on the panel.
But inshallah, I was just saying, its original term comes out of Hebrew before it gets to Arabic. But yeah.
Does it come out of Hebrew or does it come out of Aramaic?
Oh, you can say Aramaic, yeah.
Okay, so well, we'll have to look it up to see it, but can I call you Imam? Now, how do you get to be a rabbi?
Imam, Rabbi Imam.
Yeah, how do you get to be a Muslim, but you calling yourself a rabbi? Is that not shirk?
No, certainly. The story's not so glamorous, but I'll tell the story. Before I took my Shahada, I underwent rabbinical trainings at Jerusalem Ministry. So I'm a trained rabbi, but then I became a Muslim about 2 years ago. I took my Shahada. It was the beauty of the Arabic language, the eloquence of Arabic that converted me actually to becoming a Quran-toting Muslim.
Now you know that Morpheus is on the chat, and he has a huge he was a Muslim for 30 to 40 years, right? So why don't the two of you just talk in the beautiful Arabic?
Before we do that, I want to say one more about the book anyway, if I could.
No, you're gonna get to your book, but Morpheus, are you on the chat?
Yeah. I'm on and off, but I'm listening. Good. I'm doing something else.
He's a Muslim. So why don't you greet him in the holy language of Arabic? Talk to him.
All I would say to that, if I was to greet him, I'd say that Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi ta'ala wa barakatuh.
Wa alaikum salam.
Do you speak Arabic?
Not fluent, but I did complete a conversational course. So I guess my Arabic will be intermediate. I'm not fluent, but I'm intermediate. I took Arabic classes at Timbuktu Seminary School. So I did complete a what do you call that? Conversational course. Excuse me.
Okay. So So هل تكلمك العربية؟ هل تكلم؟
عادي أتكلم العربية.
نعم. Okay. So what was the question that you wanted?
Oh yeah,
I'm sorry about
it. Just an interview on my book. Showing how King Tut was historically Jesus, how how the biblical story, like for example, the split, the story about the split between under King Solomon. Remember David dies, and King Solomon, and there was a split between the southern and the northern kingdom. You remember that story, right, Reggie?
I wasn't listening. Say it again. I was writing something down.
Oh yeah, the split, the mythical split under Solomon
Uh-huh.
of the northern and southern kingdom, the 12 tribes out of 10 tribes. You remember?
Yeah. I don't believe in none of that stuff, but go ahead.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, it's mythical. I mean, in the book, I show how that story is mythical. But
I got an interesting question that I heard you say something that's what sparked my attention. You said that Akhenaten, excuse me, was Moses.
Yeah, the historical Akhenaten was Moses. But I was saying before we go forward, and the Shilonite priest came to Solomon.
Wait, hold up. Tut. So Akhenaten is Moses. Tut is Jesus, and Tutmosis the third
is David. And then Amenhotep was Solomon. So okay, go ahead. I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
Okay, great. So Ahijah, the story. Ahijah, the Shilonite priest, comes to Solomon and tells him, Yod-Heh-Wav-Heh told him, the master told him, I'm going to take 10 tribes away from you and give it to your son. And so that was the split between the northern and southern kingdom. The 12 tribes were split at this point under Solomon because, Solomon went into idolatry. That story is mythical. It's a direct plagiarization from an Egyptian tale of the split between under King Tut. The story is totally plagiarized and reheated.
What is the tale?
I'm sorry.
Tale? I'm trying to get I'm just trying to get some of the primary stuff out. What is the tale?
So the minor letters, it says, the Bible says, the Torah says, Tanakh says what? Solomon had an Egyptian wife, correct? Is that correct?
Right. So your evidence for this is, okay, so I'm just checking just some small things. So your tale, so you get the tale from the minor letters, right?
No, incorrect. The minor letters. The Bible says Solomon married an Egyptian wife, correct? The wife of the daughter of Pharaoh, right?
Okay.
Is that correct?
I don't always follow the lore of the Bible. When I research something, I then it's present. But go ahead.
Sure. So sure thing. So the Bible says King Solomon had 300 wives, 700 wives, 300 concubines. One of his wives was the daughter of Pharaoh, right? So where's the issue there, Lewis? Well, if you read the minor letters, it tells you that the Egyptians didn't give their daughters to foreign kings. Yeah. So how could that prove Solomon was an Egyptian pharaoh? Because according to the minor letters, the Egyptian pharaohs would never give their daughters to a foreign king. So David was a Jewish. He would have never been able to marry the daughter of Pharaoh because according to the minor letters, Pharaoh never married their daughters outside of Egyptian royalty. Does that make sense?
Well, I know that Akhenaten's foreign wife, she was trying to marry a foreigner, right? And she was for a short time, she would have been the king herself, and she was trying to marry a foreigner, and he was executed. So maybe there were lots of diplomatic marriages throughout Egypt. So I don't know if that's a hard law because the kings had many wives. I mean, and the king had many sometimes many children. But I will for the purposes of us understanding some of the contexts of your book, I'm going to accept, it's like in law, I'm going to accept the things that you say until I can, and I'm not here to impeach you. I'm really interested. But I asked you, the Amarna letters, you said is not the primary, but is the primary. The Amarna, I'm just trying to figure out the tale from the Hebrew is you are substantiating it with the Amarna letters. So the Amarna letters would be the primary. Or
I said,
yeah.
the Bible says King Solomon married the daughter of Pharaoh, correct?
I don't accept the Bible.
Right. No, I'm making the point. I'm saying this. The story doesn't make any sense because
Okay.
Pharaoh, according to our minor letters, Pharaoh would have never married his daughter off to a foreigner. In our minor letters, it tells you that they didn't do that. So I'm saying, so when the Bible says he married Pharaoh's daughter and he was Jewish, that would have never been historical because Pharaoh would never marry his daughter to a foreigner.
Well,
And the
nobody
minor
was
letters
Jewish
tells
at
you that.
this. So now you have to establish. You now have to establish who's Jewish. You now have to establish this Jewish and Hebrews. Are you saying that the Hebrews existed at this particular time?
Well, I'm saying
because the Hebrews can't exist. The Hebrews can exist in their Lord through Abraham, but in history, you're going to have to help me because first of all, Hebrew is a Greek word, so let's just throw that shit out. Let's just throw that shit out, right? It's a Greek word, and it just means to cross, right? It comes from the Aramaic word abre that becomes into that. But at this particular time, those people in Canaan, are you saying those people, those writers who are writing the Armada letters are Hebrew? Or,
3 things to that. If I could respond to that.
Yes, I'm just trying
to. Abraham, who from Ur Chaldea, is coming to Canaan. But the only issue with that is there's a desert called the Syrian desert, what separates Canaan from Ur Chaldea. So there were no camels back then that domesticated. So the story doesn't make sense because if you want to get from Ur to Canaan, you had to cross the desert. And there were no camels domesticated that far back. So how did he get across the desert? Did he walk, etc.? Right? You with me?
Well, I agree. I agree. It makes no sense. And then there's other scholarship that says it wasn't Ur of Chaldea.
Yeah, correct. Yeah, I want to get to that next. I'm segueing into that if I could.
Okay, but so I'm just trying to. Okay, go ahead.
Yeah. So Ur, when Abraham lived, there was no Ur Chaldea. Ur didn't exist. The original Ur was in Kemet. The Ur
where?
In Kemet. The historical Ur was in Kemet. And I can prove that right now. Last point, Abraham was actually historically Pharaoh Seshi. Historical Abraham was a pharaoh named Pharaoh Seshi, also known as Pharaoh Mabria. The scholars call him Seshi, but if you do some research, his Seshi was Mabra. So the historical Abraham was actually the Egyptian pharaoh named Pharaoh Seshi, and the original Ur of Chaldea was actually in Egypt. There was no Ur at that time, historically. Abraham, yeah. So
wait. So you're saying that Abraham lived in Egypt?
Yes. There's no Ur and Abraham lived. It's an anachronism.
But you're saying that Abraham lived in Egypt.
He lived. Yes, he was the Pharaoh Seshi. Historically, the historical Abraham was Pharaoh Seshi.
Okay, so now we have Pharaoh Seshi. I have to look him up. Pharaoh Seshi of what dynasty?
I'll pull it up now. Hold on, you know Amenhotep married, right?
Which Amenhotep?
The third.
Yeah, I could look up his wives, but yeah.
Yeah, he married his baby sister, Siddamu. Actually, he married his sister. But anyway, so it's with Dynasty Seshi.
All right, so Seshi is Abraham.
Seshi.
Seshi, say it again?
Seshi with an I. Seshi.
With an I.
Seshi, Seshi.
Wait, sorry. Say it again. Slow down. Spell it for me.
SH.
Yes, SH.
ES. HI.
Right.
He lived from the 14th to 15th dynasty.
So 14th to 15th dynasty. Okay.
It's been 400 scarab seals were found bearing his name. They found him in Kemet as well. In Canaan. They found some of his scarab seals in Canaan. He lived from the 14th.
Was he Hyksos?
Yeah.
So Seshi is a Hyksos king.
Yeah.
Okay. So, all right. So now, okay. So you're not Hebrew. So this is not messed up to you, and that you can say that now, because you're not Hebrew. You are Muslim now. So, and that you are kind of a general scholar. So now we know from your book, Abraham is Seshi, and I'm gonna have to look him up. He's a Hyksos pharaoh. I don't know all the pharaohs. I'm not an Egyptomaniac, so I don't know. But I know Sesh means scribe. So I found him now. Okay, so he's in the second intermediate period, 14th dynasty, as you say, and he is most likely. I'm looking at his scarab seal, and it is kind of a graffiti scarab seal. So he is basically looks like he is definitely oh shoot, yeah, he's definitely a Hyksos, right? But is he? So he's not Hebrew. He's Hyksos. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, I don't know if you believe the Hyksos were Israelites or not. Do you believe that?
Of course not. I don't believe. I don't believe anything about the Israelites and stuff like that.
Oh,
I mean,
okay.
I don't. I mean,
Okay.
because I only look at history, so I don't believe. Of course not. So, but he's a Hyksos. But you are okay. Okay. So Sheshi is a Hyksos. Now, how could he be a? Let me just check. How could he be? How could he be? How could he be an Israelite? How could this Hyksos be an Israelite? Hello?
Yeah,
Rabbi,
certainly.
how could it be? Because he's how could he be an Israelite when he's the son of Ra? So how could he be? He's where's Yahweh at this time period?
Yeah, where's Yahweh?
Yeah, Yahweh. He got to be an Israel. If you're an Israelite, you believe in Yahweh.
Correct.
So how is he how at this particular time period? How is he believing in Yahweh to be an Israelite?
So okay, so now El and Yahweh are the same God, Semitically, but originally Yahweh was El's son. I wrote another book called Pagan or Yahweh the Son of the Pagan Origins of God. And I show how El and Yahweh today are the same deity. However, historically, Yahweh was El's son. So it's called the Ugaritic text. And in the Ugaritic text that you discovered in 1929, they show how El had 72 sons and Semitically. See what I'm saying? You with me?
No, no, so now we're into but I still don't see Yahweh. I don't see the emergence of Yahweh yet.
Yeah, sure. I was elaborating on that if I could.
Yeah.
So Semitically today, El and Yahweh are interchangeable gods. But then historically,
I got that. Yeah, I got that.
Yeah, actually Yahweh was El's son. El had a son named Yahweh. He had 72 sons. One of his sons was Yahweh. Today, El and Yahweh are the same God, but historically it's not the case. This is a Masoretic scribal insertion. So let's prove that they were worshiping El, not Yahweh, but they were worshiping El.
Right.
At the time. Let's prove that.
But Yahweh comes later, so they're worshiping El. So
Yeah.
what makes him an Israelite?
Sure. You know my chapter. Chapter 3 is called El Yahweh. Hold on. The Egyptians were worshiping El, actually.
Who?
But let's prove that. Yeah, they were worshiping El. One second.
The Egyptians?
Yeah, okay, I'm back. Sorry. So they discovered in 1989 a tomb of a pharaoh named a guy named Aper El. He was named after the Semitic deity El. His name was Aper El. He was the advisor of Akhenaten, the son of Amenhotep III. So the advisor of Pharaoh Akhenaten, his name was historically Aper El. He was named after the Semitic deity El. Okay. So Apper El was advisor of before his name. He was named after the Semitic god El. And like I said, yeah.
That's
Well,
fine. I'm just trying to figure out. I'm just trying to figure out the emergence of Yahweh. So, how could you be worshiping Yahweh when you don't when Yahweh doesn't appear yet? You can only be worshiping El. Later, people revisionists can come and say that, but what we get from first we get from Seshi is that Seshi is actually following Ra. And so he's not following El. He's trying to acculturate. He's acculturating into Egypt to rule, right? So he's taken upon the gods of the people that he is ruling. His writing is in the Medu Neter or graffiti Medu Neter, and he's not writing. He's not writing cuneiform, right? He's not writing cuneiform. He's writing Egyptian. And so the El part and the Canaanite part, for me, just gets a little lost because I don't see any elements of him co-writing in two different languages. We would love that. We would actually love a biliteral or triliteral script to see that, but he's writing in ancient Egypt. So I'm just asking, I'm just looking for connections. I'm looking for connections as to how he is worshiping El and worshiping Ra. And I need a text to show that. I would need a text to show that, but this is real interesting. I mean, your conversation is real interesting. I'm just showing you that I'm trying to understand. And I'm no longer, I don't no longer study Egypt unless it's a particular text. So, okay, so now we know Abraham is Seshi. He's a Canaanite. He being a Canaanite, he probably does know El. I'm not so sure if he knows Yahweh. Or being in Egypt, you're going to have to help me with that. How's her Or? Because we know that there's another Or, and it's in the Hittite area, and we know from the biblical lore that Abraham and his old wife Sarah ended up in Or, and Or is in I think it's in Syria. And so I don't believe in the Or Chaldea passage of going thousands of miles from what they say Or Chaldea into the Hittite lands, right? I believe that the figure that they make lived in the Hittite lands, because they say Abraham lived in the Hittite lands, and then that's where he bore that's where he bore his sons, and then they found themselves in Egypt from those areas. But continue on. So I need, if you can, if you're not, you can move on. But I need you to prove to me that if Or is in Egypt, what is the Egyptian name of Or? What is the Egyptian name of Or?
Gotcha. Yeah, hold on. Sorry about that, guys. Let me pull it up.
It's fine.
So like I said,
or disregard that. Just don't waste your time with that, right? So just continue on so we can get a whole sense of because I can learn from anybody. I'm a student before anything else. So I want you to continue on. I'm just showing you some of my problems with. I know that Seshi is not worshiping Yahweh. I know that he's worshiping El. That doesn't disagree with the biblical, because Yahweh doesn't come in until his name is revealed, right? Prior to that, it's just El. Got that? So I'm not. That's why I'm not going to beat you up on that. I'm not trying to say I'm beating you up, but I'm just trying to say that's why I'm not going to make it a bit. Sorry, Rabbi, I'm not going to make it a big deal. I get that. All right. I just want to know why he's an Israelite, because they can only be Israelites when they are in Yehuda. Yehuda makes them Israelites. If they're in Egypt, he's not Israelite. He's got to be in those two, the northern and the southern kingdom. He has to be on the land. He has to be ruling from the land of Israel, not within Egypt.
So I got it. It's a book called The Tempest in Exodus. There's an Exodus book you should read called The Tempest in Exodus, page 177. Shows how the Egyptian name for the second pyramid of Giza was So according to the book Tempest in the Exodus, page 177, which I quote my book, it shows how the Egyptian name for the second pyramid was 1 second. Okay, the Egyptian, he writes in his work, Tempest in the Exodus, the Egyptian name of for the second pyramid was derived from its function as a sacred respiratory. Was also okay.
No, I answered you could skip that. You could come back to
the biblical story of Abraham going from is more likely to have been twisted from the fact that the king, priests, and crowds paraded around the pyramids in the festival. So there was an ancient custom in Kemet for the kings, priests, and the crowds to walk around the pyramids. So the was actually a name for the second pyramid at Giza. It was known as In the traveling of Abraham to was talking about the custom of walking around the pyramid.
Okay. What was then, if you want to continue, what is the Egyptian name for and if Seshi has an Egyptian name, then somehow it would come out that he is in Egypt, right? And then would have a Egyptian name. What is that Egyptian name? So I was asking you to continue because I don't want to make this a big part, but Seshi is obviously someone in writing and speaking maybe two tongues, but within his reign, he's speaking or writing Egyptian. Where the hell, what is the Egyptian name And you do know that at this particular time, so the land of Kemet, the name of Kemet was kind of constructed around the 10th and 11th dynasty. And they were certainly fighting the Hyksos. So they were fighting the Asiatics. So if you don't know the Egyptian name of because now you're saying Abraham is living in he's not living in Syria, Haram. He's not living in Haram because that's what the biblical book says that he's living in. So you're saying he's really living in Egypt, but where the hell is Seshi living in? Is he living in the Delta? Is it in the Delta? Where the hell is
Correct. So there was two cities there in Babylon in ancient times. One was in Cairo, Egypt. So it says he came from Babylon, but there was two Babylons. There was a Babylon we know today, and there was a Babylon in Cairo, Egypt. The city today is still called Babylon. It's in
What
Cairo.
is the Egyptian names of these places?
Yeah, it was called Happy and On. Happy and On. Cairo was also known as Carrara.
Wait, Happy what?
It says there were 2 cities named Babylon in ancient times, and Cairo was one of them. In fact, part of the city is still known as Babylon. The name is said to originate from the Egyptian Happy and On. Cairo was also known as Carrara. The masculine genitive in Egypt is formed by adding the letter N. We know that under the Hyksos rule, Lower Egypt must have been regarded by them as an extension to their own country, Canaan, the land of Cain. So, yeah.
Okay.
So there was 2 Babylons historically. One in the historical Babylon was in Cairo, Egypt. It's called Babylon to this day.
And on the other, well, forget about today, right? The other Babylon. So the other Babylon is where? You say there's 2 Babylons in Egypt?
No, there was 2 Babylons historically. The Babylon we know is Babylon today in Iraq, or was Iraq, I believe. Right. Yeah, there's an historical Babylon in Cairo. Yeah.
Okay, I have to look that up, but I'm gonna have to buy your book or take a look at.
Yeah, I'd be honored if you buy my book. I'd be so honored for you to read it.
Well, yeah, I need to make some money off of my upcoming book to buy some books.
Okay.
Till my crypto gets unlocked. If it gets unlocked, right? I'm under the. I didn't divest, so I invested too much in a particular cryptocurrency, and I'm caught up in the SEC suit. All right, so okay, so so Abraham is Seshi. Seshi's Hyksos. Seshi's worshiping Ra, but he may be worshiping El. Okay, and that all of this is happening in Egypt. It's not happening in Haram. So cross me with Haram. Tell me why Haram, the whole Haram story is fake. And yeah, so I know Seshi seems to be a foreigner, but did this foreigner come from Canaan directly, or did he come from Haram? Is he Amorite? What is he?
There's certainly
are they Amorites? Or they Canaanites? Who are the Hekakasu?
Certainly. So there's evidence that Amun-Ra actually was a Mesopotamian god from Mesopotamia.
Wait. Amun-Ra is a Mesopotamian god.
Yeah, he was actually a lone god from Mesopotamia, and there's evidence for that.
Amun, wait. Amun is a traditional Egyptian word stemming from Min, and it's like a Nesby or Derad word. So Min is a pre-dynastic deity. He morphs. It seems that he morphs into Emen. So we're dealing with native. We know that Emen is not Amen. Emen is a native Egyptian term from pre-dynastic time. I mean, it's a derivative of Min. So Emen is not from anywhere else. He ain't no lone god, because he stems from Min, which is a pre-dynastic deity. And Min is important because the first king has a title, Nermer. His name is Menes, which is a so we know that cognate is native Egyptian, and so we know the god Min is before. How could it be? The Egyptian had so much influence in the area that things that you think are possibly long.
Excuse me, I apologize. Ra was Amun-Ra became two. Ra was an Egyptian.
Amun-Ra doesn't exist until after Tut Ankh-Amun. So Amun becomes Amun Ra to kind of unite Egypt again with the concept of what Akhenaten did. So whatever Akhenaten did, Amun Ra is created to worship Emen, the older deity, give him more powers, and to connect it with Ra. So Amun Ra. So you're saying Ra is not indigenous?
Correct. So let's prove that if I could.
Go ahead.
Ra is mentioned in the third dynasty during the reign of Joseph, third dynasty, but does not come into prominence to the pyramid text in the fifth dynasty. So Ra has become a prominent god to the fifth dynasty under the pyramid text. Yosef ben Yachanan dates the Book of the Dead, the pyramid text of 4100 BCE, but there's certainly no evidence for this date. So Yosef ben Yachanan dates the Book of the Dead, the pyramid text of 4100 BCE, but there's no evidence for this. You with me? So there's no evidence that it was that historical.
Well, I'm a student of Dr. Ben's, Rabbi. So the fact of the matter is that that we see in the pyramid text the unifying of a number of different beliefs to kind of unite Egypt, finding a way to take all of the different beliefs in the Sappats. And so we see lots of things emerging in text that we didn't see, but Ra, the Medu Neter of Ra, is a circle with a dot in it, and we see that worship in pre-dynastic times in the pottery of Nakada. We see them worshiping a number of the gods that would become Egyptian gods when Nermer takes over. So Egypt is a child of Nakada and Nubian A cultures, and we have the artifacts of Nakada and Nubian A cultures to make the point that they worship the sun disk since primordial times in the pre-dynastic times. So
what I was saying was Yosef ben Yachanan dates the pyramid text of 4100 BCE. There's no evidence for that. Now Pharaoh Joseph has phonetic spelling of Ra in his name, but
give me the quote of Dr. Ben that he says he dates the he dates the pyramid text to 4100 BC.
Yeah, which has been dismissed.
So the pyramid text comes from Winis, Pepi, and all of those kings. It's about three different three to four different. So you're saying that Dr. Ben dated the pyramid text to 4100 BC? If he did, then I need to see that. Otherwise, because we know the time period of the pyramid text. So what book did you get that out of for Dr. Ben?
Actually, by Dr. Wesley Muhammad PhD called Black Arabia, when he goes to the system. Black Arabia by Dr. Wesley Muhammad. So
no. Don't bring in Wesley Muhammad. Don't have Wesley Muhammad quoting Dr. Ben on anything. You have to quote Dr. Ben directly. Don't be quoting somebody who's quoting Dr. Ben who probably never even met him, right? I mean, I met Dr. Ben when I was 20. Dr. Ben was already 55 when I was 20. I don't know how. I can't see when Wesley Muhammad, he might have read his works, but he never met him. Don't be quoting Wesley Muhammad on Dr. Ben. Please do not do that. Please do not do that.
Sure, no problem. Sorry, I apologize.
No, I mean, I'm not doing it to you personally. I'm just saying that just be careful who you quote. Yeah. Okay. So, okay. So I got a lot of information. So I have a timeline of Seshi. I have Tut. Sorry, I have Agnaton. We have David as Tutmosis the third. Tut is Jesus. So let's get back to the
Before we do that, I want to say one thing about the Ra thing. Did y'all to point on? If I could.
Yeah, of course.
Pharaoh called Reneb. Pharaoh Reneb was around 2852 BC. His name was the Lord of Ra, right? But this is a bad translation. If you look at the inscription.
What's his name?
Reneb, Pharaoh Reneb.
Wait. Let me just slow this down. Spell it for me.
Raneb. Reneb, Pharaoh Reneb.
Right, Lord Ra. Okay, yeah.
Mm-hmm. Now, if you look at the inscription on the Suddis, it's not the phonetic Ra. It was actually at the time Atum and Harut. Now, there's a scholar named Rudolf Antis that notes in his work. And I quote Rudolf Antis' work. The new concept of Ra was the true successor of Horus. Whatever we know of Ra's mythological aspects, and mainly his position as king, was carried over from the earthly kingdom of Horus and from the concept of Atum. So Rudolf Antis said, I quote, and again, the new concept of Ra or Ra was truly the successor of Horus. So Horus predates Ra. Whatever we know of Ra's mythological aspects, and mainly his position of king, was carried over from the earthly kingdom of Horus and from the concept of Atum. So actually, Horus predates Ra, and Reneb is not, his name is not have Ra in it. It's actually Horus.
Okay, I would disagree. I would actually, so it's two things. It's one is the mythology of Ra and the creation stories, right? I would debate that. Hor is a title. It's actually a title of a kingship before the myth was actually created. So I'll leave that on the cutting floor for anybody can say something, but just because somebody says something, it doesn't mean that it's true. But we're not, sometimes when we're talking, Rabbi, we are not disagreeing with each other. We may disagree with a source. I'm disagreeing not with you right now. I'm disagreeing with your source.
Yeah. So
okay. So that's that. So I just don't want to. You're a guest, and you're a guest. So why don't you just continue on? I'll stop asking questions. I'll just completely stop asking questions once you get to your work. All right. So I'm just going to take off all of any type of pressures. I appreciate your time. And I like innovative scholarship. I know where the elements are with disagreements. So why don't you just, for the time period, and I'll sit back and listen. I'll mute my mic and mute my thing. Why don't you just go in? I think that I've interviewed you. I think I've interviewed you enough to kind of see where somebody has their mic open.
Oh, my bad.
TV. So some y'all pseudo killers.
Yeah, but I'm against. I'm totally against innovative scholarship if you're not an expert in said subject. Okay. So, that's just always a red flag to me when a non-expert is doing innovative scholarship. But to each his own. You know what I'm saying? I just think that's kind of dangerous. You got to, I think that should be left to the experts. So,
yeah. What's up with the pseudo killers in the chat? I'm taking a look at the pseudo killer and why are some people so immature? I look like a water boy.
What's going on in the chat? Hold on, I ain't even looking at the chat.
Yeah, look at the chat. I mean, Dag, you moderators gotta at least name calling. You gotta mute them or.
Oh no, Reggie. I mean, but we do some. I mean, it's like that. You know, you can't be in the chat, Reggie. Don't be in there, man. Don't look in there.
Okay, so
You
I'm finished. So I think I'm finished with my.
What was said though, Reggie? What was said in the chat? I don't, you know what I'm saying? Oh, okay. I see some shit. Yeah. I mean, y'all respect Reggie in the chat, man. Come on.
I mean,
come on, y'all.
Reggie's parents. Anyway, I'm half white. So you got people over here saying that I'm mixed. I'm half white. Like
no, I wouldn't even pay attention to that, Reggie. You got some rabble rousers that want some attention. You gave it to them, so you know what I'm saying. You just gotta let it ride.
So Corey, I'm really interested in listening to Rabbi Lewis.
Okay.
The rest of his work. I think I have some idea of some of his references, but that doesn't dislodge his point. I just said what my minor points are as just being professional, right? And Rabbi Lewis, I hope you feel that I have not been disrespectful and professional to you, right?
Certainly, brother. With honor, I've been following your work. It's not to speak to you.
Okay, so there you go. So I would just like to listen to the rest of your work and theses, and then I'm gonna get to later on. I'm gonna get back to pushing the pseudo killers off the cliff with Chief X, but that'll be a later moment. Peace. Pleasure, Rabbi. So Corey, can you just tell a rabbi to continue his work?
Yeah. I mean, I don't speak Rodney Kimmett, so I already know I've been lost a long time ago. So, but yeah, continue on, brother. You can go ahead and elaborate on your work some more if you want.
Yes, certainly. Again, the book is called, my new book I just dropped 2 days ago, The Egyptian Origins of Jesus and the Jewish People, Told Tribes of Israel, or Myth. We'll give the whole book away for those who want to read it. I don't know if you guys do this kind of thing. Could somebody pull it up on the screen, people can see it? Maybe you can put the link in the chat. Hello?
Oh, my bad. I was muted. You can share your screen if you want. You want to put your work up on the screen. That's no problem.
Yeah, I mean, I can't screen share where I'm at right now. Can somebody I don't know if you guys do it on your show.
Okay. Yeah. Put it in the. Can you put the link in the Zoom thing? That way.
Oh boy. Can I just say what to type in?
Okay. All right. Hold on 1 second.
Thanks, guys. You can put the link to the book in the chat. People want to read it.
All right.
You need a wrench. You need a wrench to do that.
Yeah. But not in the Zoom. You don't need a wrench to put it in the Zoom, though.
Oh.
But yeah. But go ahead. Tell me what it is, bro.
Gotta go to Amazon.com.
Oh, okay. Amazon. 1 second here. That was all right. What we got here? Tell me what we need. What I need.
Thank you, brother. I'm on it. The Egyptian Origins of Jesus and the Jewish People.
The Egyptian origins and what?
Of Jesus and the Jewish people.
Oh, okay. Hold on 1 second. holding my daughter and typing at the same time, so excuse me. I don't see it in here, bro.
They finished saying what it was.
Huh?
That was the whole title.
I got the Egyptian origins. Okay, I got you. Hold on, let me share my screen. All right, this is your work right here, bro, on the screen.
Yeah, thanks, brother. Yeah, that's my new book. I just finished 2 days ago. You see March the 8th, 3 days ago. Must read it for serious student history. If you could put the link in the chat room, people want to buy it.
Yeah. I'm definitely gonna put this link. Yeah, I'm definitely gonna share this in the chat for me. But okay, it says in this elevated read, you will learn the lack of history of the 12 tribes of Israel and their mythical roots, how all a copy and reheated tale of Egyptian stories from a mythical story of the split between the northern and southern kingdom under Solomon, all the way to the story of Jesus, the said Christ, said Messiah, and much more. You know, willing, what says GD willing. Oh, this will be a learning experience as I'm confident it will be just that. Enjoy. Here's to the Egyptian origins of the Egyptian. Yeah. So that's cool, bro. I feel you. And you can download the Kindle and all of that, right? So I'm gonna share that. Let me do this. Yeah. I'm gonna share that in the that link in the whatever in the pseudo killers in the YouTube or whatever. Yeah, that's some good work there, bro. I appreciate it. So how long? Oh, okay. I see how long you came out with it. March 8th. Huh? That's pretty cool. Share this. Let's do this. So I shared it in there, and you know. So you wanted to? Did you want to talk about some more? Or did you want to wrap the interview up? Because we can get the second half of the show jumping off if y'all ready. I don't know if Sheffrin wanted. I think Sheffrin had a line of questioning that he wanted to ask, but he probably still.
Certainly, I actually sent him a free copy via email, so he may have some questions.
Yeah. So I think he's busy though, so he ain't able to ask his line of questions. That's kind of unfortunate, but yeah. So yeah, because I don't, like I said, I don't really get into the whole biblical, the Egypt thing, but I hear the some of the parallels, and I always say, this is the same group of people anyway, so it wouldn't be hard to draw those parallels, although I probably would would probably shy away from, connecting, these Egyptian pharaohs to the Islamic and biblical characters,
I think Chief Fernell is back. He's in the chat room.
You said what? Say it again.
I think Chief Fernell just put something in the chat room.
I swear, man. I don't know. It's hard for me to hear you say that one more time, bro.
Chief Fernell is in the chat room. I think he's back.
Oh, Chef Fernell in the chat? Okay.
Yeah.
No, he probably still busy. I don't know if he because he on the panel. I think Google Scholar want to say something. He just jumped on.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, sure.
He might have a line of questioning for you. Because I ain't gonna lie, man. That is the first time I've ever heard that though. But Google Scholar, what's up, man?
I'm sorry. What time you heard what? First time you ever heard what?
Of a Jewish person, going to the Islamic faith. It's most of the time, yeah. I just, that's just kind of, it's kind of new to me, So, yeah. But Google Scholar, you wanted to say something, brother? You might.
Yes, Corey. I'm at work. What's going on?
Peace. How you doing today, brother?
Peace, man. I don't know if my background is noisy. If it is, I'll just fall back and let y'all handle it. But I wanted to ask a couple of questions.
Yeah, it ain't that bad. Go ahead.
What's up, Rabbi Lewis?
Google Scholar, what up, brother? We know each other already. Already know. Me and Google Scholar go way back.
I just wanted to confirm with you. I heard like you were saying that Abraham was an actual pharaoh.
Yeah. Yeah.
What pharaoh was that?
Seshi, also known as Mabra.
Hmm?
Pharaoh Seshi.
What dynasty? What was the time period?
Seshi was 14 to 15 dynasty.
Okay. So if that be the case, how does that hold up in light of the Quran description of Abraham, right? Because the Quran distinguishing between, when the Quran say, for example, say Pharaoh, who is that referring to? Rabbi Lewis?
Yeah, certainly. Certainly. The scholars call him Mabra. Yeah, you know what Abraham's other name was, right?
The name?
Yeah, his other name.
No, when the Quran say Pharaoh, it's referring to a pharaoh, right? Or is it referring to all pharaohs?
Yeah, so if you go to the Antiquities of the Jews by Suez Josephus, page 196. The oak under which Abraham sat and met with God was called Mamre, right? That was the name of the oak where Abraham met Yod-Heh-Wav-Heh, or El, anyway.
Yeah, I'm not sure you understand my question, but bottom line, what I'm trying to get to is what you're basically saying is that the Kaaba was built by an actual pharaoh.
Oh, I see what you're okay, I see what you're asking now. Yeah, about Abraham building the Kaaba stuff.
Yeah.
Right. Excuse me, I heard your audio was a little bit muffled. Okay.
So how does a pharaoh build a Kaaba? And this is not documented in any documents anywhere.
So there's a scholar named Dana Marinci. She said, and I quote, Dana Marinci, who's a scholar. You heard Dana Marinci, right?
Mm-hmm.
She said, and I quote, I quoted my book, Dana Marinci, who's quoted quite a bit in Afrocentric circles, right? It said, can you hear me?
I'm sorry, I'm on mute out.
Yeah, we can hear you.
Dan Marinci said, yes, I can certainly accept that there's little evidence for the wonderful stories in the Bible, especially the Exodus from Egypt, and that the royalty of these stories may be in Arabia, right? I don't see how this affects my original position that it's all a construct. The place of origin for these fables may be in doubt, right? There's no evidence of Abraham, fathering of Israel, ever lived. So then what you said, there's no evidence that Abraham lived, right? Whether Abraham was in Arabia or Mesopotamia. The Israelite identity was simply constructed around this myth. I'm taking notes of AIT. Okay, let me go down to the point 1 second. So then what you said is there's no evidence of Abraham, father of Israel, ever lived, whether in Arabia or Mesopotamia, right? The Israelite identity, 1 second, was formed around this myth. 1 second. Okay. It is okay. Give you some more. It is possible that the history was passed down as oral tradition by certain Arabian people. Hold on. About one of the ancestors in Hijaz. Certainly the place where the Masafo, for example, of Bethlehem, Abraham was said to have visited. Abraham visited a place called Bethel. Then again, as I said, there are some who believe certain of the early prophets are mentioned in Hyksos inscriptions or scarabs or in the name of Jacob El Seshi. Hyksos people will probably, okay. All right. So in a nutshell, Dan Marici says in her work, there's no evidence of Abraham, and the historical Abraham was likely the early prophets are mentioned in the Hyksos inscriptions. So again, Dan Marici says in her work how there's no evidence for Abraham in Arabia or Mesopotamia, and the historical Abraham was actually a Egyptian Hyksos pharaoh named Seshi.
Okay, so you're basically saying since there's no evidence for Abraham in Mesopotamia or in Arabia, that means he must have been in Egypt.
Yes, correct. Dan Marici said in her work, who she is, Dan Marici's an excellent scholar. She goes in her work to say that some believe. Hold on, brother. Again, as I said, there are some who believe certain of the early prophets are mentioned in Hyksos inscriptions or scarabs. So Dan Marici was saying in her work how Abraham was an Egyptian pharaoh Seshi, and that there's no evidence that he existed in Mesopotamia or Arabia historically.
Yes, but my point is the logic doesn't hold because you're leaving out one important part. He may not be in Arabia or in Mesopotamia. That doesn't mean he have to be in Egypt. It could be that he just didn't exist.
You said what? It's possible he could have what?
That he didn't exist.
Or that he didn't exist. Oh, okay.
Yeah.
No, Dan Marici says he did exist, but he was an Egyptian pharaoh historically.
Yeah, but I'm saying that doesn't make sense in light of what the Quran says about Abraham.
Oh.
And the other argument you had about Ur of the Chaldees, you said that there's no way to get from Ur of the Chaldees to Palestine unless you cross the desert by camel.
Correct. Yeah.
That's not necessarily true.
Okay, go ahead, elaborate on why that's not true.
I mean, the shortest way is to cross the desert. But couldn't you go up through Anatolia and come back down into the Palestinian area?
Okay, Abraham, remember he had a lot of cattle. Remember he separated with his nephew Lot. He had a lot of cattle. He had people under him. He had over 300 soldiers under him. So, yeah. The question I pose in my work is how did he cross the desert when there was no camels back then? How did he get across the desert?
I get what you're saying, how he crossed the desert, but I'm saying there's an alternate route that he didn't have to cross the desert. It's just longer.
Doesn't the Torah say he did cross the desert? Should I get that? If I'm not mistaken, the Torah says he crossed the desert.
Okay, but you're saying he didn't cross the desert. So you're contradicting the Torah.
Yeah, of course. The Torah is mythological stories. Stories are mythological.
So what
that.
what would the desert represent in the Torah?
I'm sorry, say that again?
No, the desert. What would that represent in the Torah?
Oh, in the Torah, the desert is called the Syrian desert. It's a desert that separates Canaan from Ur. There's a desert between Canaan and Ur. It's called the Syrian desert.
Okay.
You have to cross that to get to the Levant, to Canaan.
So hold on real quick though. So is the Torah, how old is the Torah?
The Torah.
How
I
old?
presented this before. I presented this before on multiple platforms.
I'm asking a question. How old? When does the Torah date back to?
Yeah, the Torah dates around the 9th century under King David. He's the one who concocted a lot of these stories. You have a story.
That's not what the scholars say. The scholars don't agree with that.
Of course they do. Let's prove that. So I brought this out before on multiple platforms, but
no, the scholars have the Torah has been put together in the third century BC.
Yeah, there's some scholars who do say that. Yes, correct. There's some scholars.
That's
it was around the Hellenistic period. For example, like it says that hold on, brother, let me respond to this.
So 3rd century BC. Okay.
Yeah, let me respond. If I can respond to that.
Okay, now I'm trying to just gather the chronology.
If I can respond to that real quick.
Go ahead, respond to it. Go ahead.
Yeah, so I mean, there's evidence for that. Like Joseph, who was historically the Pharaoh Uyah, the historical Joseph was Uyah, the Pharaoh Uyah, right? So, and Pharaoh, he was the Uyah, or Joseph was under Pharaoh, correct? In the biblical narrative.
Okay, so let me ask you now. This Pharaoh.
I was making a point. I'm saying you know the story how of Joseph, who was under Pharaoh, right, in the Torah.
I don't. Okay, the story of Joseph under the Pharaoh in the Torah. Is that what you
yeah. So it says he gave dowry to his wife, but that was a custom that started under the Ptolemies. You know, the Ptolemies were some Europeans who came and conquered Egypt around the Hellenistic, around 300 BCE.
No, they weren't. They was Romans or Italian.
Yeah, the Romans. Yeah. So they were Greeks. They were Greek, actually. They were Greeks. And that custom of giving dowry was not an Egyptian custom. It was actually a Ptolemaic custom. So the Bible says that Joseph gave dowry, but he lived thousands of years before the Ptolemies came into Egypt. So that custom of giving dowry was actually a Ptolemaic Egyptian custom that didn't exist when Joseph lived. So the scholars assert that these stories were written, as Google scholars said, around the 300s BC.
Oh, okay. So 300.
There's so much I want to say about what you said, Corey. Go ahead and then I cover it.
Yeah, because I'm trying to get the chronology of this whole. I'm trying to tie the chronology in. That's better. That'll be a better way for me to approach it, because I don't understand all the other shit. So, so the Pharaoh. Which Pharaoh is King David now?
No, Joseph. David was Joseph was Pharaoh Uyah. His name was Uyah. And like I said, and the Bible says he gave dowry.
Now, when does Uyah now if the Torah dates to what's the date on that? 300 BC? 300 BC? You said right, Mr. Rabbi?
No, it's about in the 3rd century. So anywhere
the third century BC.
200 and 300 BC. Yeah.
So about 5,000 years old this thing is, right? The Torah, right?
Right.
Well, it's actually less than 5, but yeah, let's
under 5,000 years. Let's go with that. So now Uyah right? Now, when does he date to? What's it? When is his reign or whatever?
So I'll pull it up one second.
Who is I don't even know who that is. Because
Right. Me neither. I've never heard of Yuya.
because if he's saying that that's Joseph, the Bible said Joseph served under the Pharaoh. So he obviously wasn't the Pharaoh unless unless you're saying that the Torah is wrong on that account.
Because I heard him say,
Yeah, so Pharaoh Yuya lived in
I think he said the
he
Torah
lived
was
in
wrong.
Pharaoh Yuya lived in 1390 BCE.
1390 BCE.
Yeah, in the 18th dynasty. Pharaoh Yuya.
Well, that don't chronologically line up then, do it?
Yeah,
because in order to write about this dude in the Torah, right, he gotta been done. You know what I'm saying? Like they writing in past tense in the Torah, right? Am I correct with that?
Yeah.
Or is they writing in current? They writing either in past tense or in current times, right? In the Torah, right? So like, I mean, I don't get it. They don't even chronologically line up. You don't chronologically line up with Joseph. Or as you saying, yeah, because it don't make sense. It just don't make sense to me. Make that make sense to me. Can you do that? Am I fucked up? Google, where am I going wrong here?
You know, I understand what you're saying. It also wouldn't. What I would also have to get from him what date he's put in the Exodus at.
Right. Yeah, the chronology is all fucked up. I mean, he just even really killed himself with the chronology. Really. Let me pull up Yuya. Who the hell is Yuya? Let me look up Yuya real quick, man. How you spell Yuya, Rabbi?
Yuya.
Okay.
So did the Exodus happen under this Yuya? Or was it before or after?
Yuya what? Like they got all kind of Yuya. They got Chinese singers.
Pharaoh Yuya. Pharaoh Yuya.
Jesus Christ. Okay. Arrow Yuya. Let me share my screen for the people can see it. All right, y'all can see that?
Yeah.
All right. So, all right. Okay, so this guy, Yuya, Yuya sometimes Luia. Okay, also known, he got all kinds of names, right? This guy. So was a powerful ancient courtier during the 18th dynasty of Egypt, circa 13. So yeah, now we talking here 2,000 years later, right? Am I tripping there or what? What the hell am I? I'm not getting this here. Google Scholar, you got to help me out with this, man. I think I'm looking at it the wrong way, man.
Yeah. The chronology is all messed up, like you say. I'm not.
Oh, okay.
I'm not understanding.
Yeah.
Rabbi Lewis, could you give me a date for the Exodus?
What's the date on the Exodus, brother Rabbi?
So there's two dates. There's multiple dates of the Exodus. It's a matter of conjecture. I believe the Exodus happened.
Yeah, they didn't do it all in one day. I'm sure.
I'm sorry?
They didn't do it all in one day.
So I'm talking to me.
Difficult. Yeah, no, I'm saying if it's multiple dates, then
Yeah, there's multiple
that
dates for the Exodus. I believe the Exodus happened in the 1500, about 1555. The documentary accounts of the Exodus dates the Exodus in 1446 BCE. There's other dates, 1200s BCE. I mean, it's just a matter of conjecture at this point.
yeah, but if that's the case, don't you see how that mess up your thing? Because you're saying Julia was Joseph is 1390.
Yeah,
That's over.
I think I elaborated on that earlier in my interview. The Abraham and Isaac and Jacob timeline is mythological. The fact that Abraham had a son named Isaac, had a son named Jacob, had 12 sons is totally mythological, which I dismissed as total
So
mythology.
Joseph is mythological too.
No, Joseph existed, but
No,
he was
no, but you
considered, he
can't
was
have
historically
Joseph without
Julia.
you can't have Joseph without Jacob. Jacob is Joseph's father, right?
No, if you heard my presentation, I made it crystal clear that David was Isaac's father. In the biblical story, David was a descendant of Isaac and Jacob. Historically, the historical David was Isaac's father. The whole timeline, the whole story has been flipped upside down.
Wow. So the Exodus, so Joseph lived after the Exodus.
Yeah, I forgot this Exodus scholar. I forgot his name. I have his book in my library if I can find it real quick. He goes to there was two Exoduses. There was the Exodus under. Man. Yeah, there was two Exodus actually. There was two Exodus events, and that would explain why some scholars place the Exodus around the time of Ramesses. Because the Bible says they built cities of Pathan and Ramses, and some scholars place it before Ramesses because there was two Exoduses actually historically. I can give you the name of the book if I can pull it up. Hold on. He goes into how there was two Exoduses historically. There was two Exodus events. Let's see if I can find the book. But go ahead.
Yeah, no, that's gonna be difficult though, because if there's two Exoduses, I don't know. I'm all confused now. Because the Exodus is tied to Joseph, unless you're saying there are two Josephs, in which case, I don't know. You have to be able to reconcile Joseph, because the Israelites went into Egypt only because of Joseph. Without Joseph, they don't go into Egypt. Am I wrong about that? Rabbi Lewis?
I just made it crystal clear.
No?
The whole story is flip-flopped, if you will, for lack of better words. The whole narrative is just a flip-flop of different stories. Let me see if I can find the name of that book for you guys. It's an excellent book you should read. If I can find it.
So you saying the Torah actually came after this time period, this Yuya time period, and they writing about, they made a mythological character out of this Yuya guy, right?
Yeah, I mean, Moses dies in the Torah. If he wrote the Torah, how is he dying in the Torah? Obviously, the story was written later.
Yeah, they wrote it after. They wrote it after. They was right.
Yeah, I told you already. They got Joseph given dowries when he lived 1,000 years. That the dowry system in Egypt didn't happen to the Ptolemies. That's when they would started giving dowries in Egypt. That's 1,000 years after Joseph lived. So these stories were obviously written much later. I have the book in there. I don't have the book in front of me. I'm sorry, guys. It was an excellent book.
No, you can just plug the book. What's the name of the book?
Oh yeah, I got it. It's the book by Igor Lebotsky. Excellent read.
Oh, okay.
Hold on, I'll give you the name of the book. Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, I hear you. Go ahead.
It's an excellent book you should read by Igor Lebotsky called Early Israelites. Two People, One History by Igor Lebotsky. Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, go ahead, man. We're here.
Yeah, so it's a book by a scholar named Igor Lebotsky. He wrote an excellent book called Early Israelites, Two Peoples, One History, where he goes to how in Igor Lebowski's book, he goes in to how there was 2 exoduses. Again, the book is called Early Israelites. 2 people went by Igor Lebowski. Must read.
Yeah, I hear what you're saying, but I'm now more confused more than ever because I get the point you're trying to make in terms of the chronology of the book, but if we can't use the Bible, how can you then say that Joseph in the Bible is that Pharaoh? It's kind of convoluted, right? Because either we're going to throw out the Bible and just go by the Egyptian record, or we're going to use the Bible.
Yeah, certainly. Somebody's got background noise, but I believe there was 2 exoduses. According to again Igor Lebowski's work, there was 2 Exodus events that were conflated as one narrative. That's why some people say it happened in 1550, 1440, 1200s, even later than that, because there was 2 Exodus events.
And you have evidence for both, right?
Yes, correct. In my new book, yeah, I have evidence that there was 2 Exodus in my new book. Again, it's in the description box. I mean, it's in YouTube. The book again is called my new book, Egyptian Origins, Jesus and the Jewish People, Told Child's History, Israel or Myth, by myself, Rabbi Lewis. Must read for a serious student of history.
Corey, I'm on my fallback. I'm doing something right now, but if you're still on in a minute, I can come back on. But I got a few more questions. Huh?
Oh, no doubt. Yeah, you're more than welcome, man. More than welcome.
Okay. All right.
You can. I mean, you can stay in the chat and just mute your mic, or if you want to just go out and come back in later, that's fine. Either way, man, it's all good.
No, I'll stay, but I'm gonna be on mute for a minute.
Okay. All right.
All right.
What's going on with my man's iPhone? Who is iPhone? I don't know. Somebody might have had something to say. American Dream, what's going on, brother? How you doing today?
What's going on, guys? Peace. Thanks for letting me in. So I was kind of in and out with Rabbi Lewis.
Greetings. Just jumped in, just joined in. Greetings.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, we hear you, American Dream. Peace. You might just got a delay. iPhone, whoever the iPhone is, you might got a delay or something. But go ahead, American Dream. Continue on, bro.
I guess I do kind of, I don't want to be the bad guy to ask Rabbi Lewis what his credentials are to write a book on this stuff.
I think that's fair, but go ahead.
Yeah, I would like to ask that question, as well as, because the one thing that's always disturbing to me is when someone says they write a book and then when they want to tell you what's in the book, they have to read from it. Like, that's always kind of like a red flag for me. I kind of, when you do, and I think, he's been reading from his own book a few times, like he's had to stop and go back to see what the book says. And that's always been a red flag for me. There are a number of people in this community that actually does that. Whenever they want to say what's in their book, they can't just say it. They have to go read what it says. And again, that's a huge red flag for me. So I guess the main
who else?
Huh?
Who else
does that?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, come on, y'all know who else does that. Y'all don't get me started. But Garfield does that all the time, right? If you peep Garfield, he reads from his own, like when he wants to tell you, he just reads from his book. And that's something that I think people should pay attention to, with these people that claim to be authors, because I'm always skeptical whenever these people read from their own books. I always feel as if they're stealing people's work. So I guess I'm not gonna say anything about Rabbi Lewis. The main question I'm asking is, what are his credentials for writing on this topic? Because I think a major problem with our community is the fact that there are a lot of people that we just accept as being, professionals in the field, and they have no credentials at all. But we just accept them as long as they sound good. We just accept them as some type of a voice to be listened to, and I think that's a major problem that we're having. I think we ran into that problem when we had the Malcolm X discussion yesterday. That I didn't speak on it, but still, I don't want to be long-winded. I just want to know what Rabbi Lewis's credentials are for writing on this topic.
Sure, I can respond to that, guys.
Go right ahead, bro.
I started credentials at the beginning of the Coop book, the lecture. My background's in parasitology professionally. I'm a student late Dr. Hugger Clark. My background's in parasitology, investment banking, work in investment banking, comparative religion, completed a comparative religion course at Timbuktu Seminary School, and also I'm a trained rabbi myself. So those are my credentials.
Do you have a degree? Did you earn a degree from? You earned a degree in what? What did you say? Parasitology?
Yeah, my degree's in parasitology. Also, I have a degree in Arabic studies from Timbuktu Seminary School.
What type of degree? A bachelor's degree?
Yeah, from Timbuktu Seminary. It's a seminary school for Arabic studies.
Oh, Timbuktu Seminary School.
Yeah, seminary.
But none of that sounds like it has anything to do with Egypt or Hebrewisms. None of the degrees that you have.
Also, I'm a trained rabbi myself. I'm trained rabbinically. I want to want rabbinical training as well.
Okay, and your rabbinical training kind of allowed you to make these connections between Hebrewisms and Egypt?
Certainly. Yeah, that was certainly the catalyst for a lot of my research.
Okay, sure, that's fair enough. Okay, yeah, but I will say though, bro, the one thing that, the main thing that's making me kind of, skeptical is, you seem to have to read from your book in order to know what you were saying, and that just kind of is always a turnoff to me. I don't think a professional.
That's because I've written over 35 books myself. A published author. I've written over 35 books, literally. So sometimes I have to go back and read my work because I've written so many books myself.
All on the same topic? All on the
sorry?
same topic?
No.
35 books on the same topic?
I'm on.
No, I have maybe 30 of my books on the same topic. Yeah.
30 of the books are on the same topic of Hebrews and the
and
connection to Egypt.
Correct. Yes, my other books are on finance. I had 3 books on finance. The other 33 books are on the same topic. So.
Okay, but you don't have a degree in finance.
No. I did take stock courses, but I'm not. I took formal stock courses. So I'm trained in investment banking. I took professional stock investing courses.
Okay.
So American Dream, you have no interest in engaging in the topic or the body or the body of the discussion we're having, just on its credentials?
Yeah. Again. Yes, it's just his credentials, because that for me, it means a lot. It tells me whether I can trust what he's saying or not, whether it's even worth listening to. I think credentials do matter, and I think that we are way too open to just listen to anybody regardless of what their credentials are, whether they have it or not. And I think that one of the main hints that someone may be pseudo is the fact that they're doing stuff without having the credentials that give them the authority to do it. So I don't know. I just think that that's one of the main.
Be rest assured, I have credentials. I have the credentials to discuss this topic.
I mean,
no
I get what you're saying. I get what you're
Sure,
saying
but
in terms of
we've spoken about. I think you are right. Those two things. I think it's more important to stick to what he's talking about and talk about whether or not it makes sense. Do I know Egyptian history or Hebrew history well enough to say whether what he's saying is right or not? No, but does it feel kind of weird? It doesn't. It doesn't feel right. But which is why I guess I'm more interested in his credentials, because when I hear it, it just doesn't feel right in my gut what he's saying.
no, I get what you're saying, because what he's saying completely goes against what the experts are saying. So I get that pushback, but the fact that the matter too, you got to admit that there are people that don't have the credential that can actually talk about subjects that they're not credentialed in. So
Can I ask a question?
yeah.
Thank you. My part, all the conversations that was very, very interesting. You have some very interesting views. I'm trying to help. Can you help me out on explaining you're a Muslim rabbi? Because to me, that's like a meat eater saying I'm a vegetarian. You know, can you explain that to me, please? Can you break that down for me?
Certainly, yeah. I've been a vegan off and on for 12 years myself. Ironically, I forgot to mention that I've been a vegan off and on for 12 years. But anyway, I think I elaborated on that, brother. Nice to meet you, but
No, you jumped on and jumped off it because you and Reggie was in
Oh, okay, yeah. So before I took my shahada, I went on rabbinical training at Jerusalem Ministries, and I started studying Arabic. I took Arabic course, conversational Arabic course, and it was so fantastic. The language of Arabic was so fantastic to me that it converted me to want to become a Muslim. It was just the eloquence of Arabic, like it blew my mind, So
you're a Muslim as well?
Yeah, I'm a Muslim by faith. Yeah, I'm a Muslim.
Okay. Sorry about that. No, I wanted to say Rabbi Lewis is not like any other Muslim you talked to before. He's a he says he's a Shia, but his beliefs are different than mainstream Shia.
Yeah, but can he speak for himself?
I'm sorry?
Yeah, because that's definitely like a contradiction in terms.
What, being a rabbi and Muslim at the same time?
Yes, that's a contradiction.
No, I mean, he can tell you, but he's not saying
yes, that's a contradiction in terms, yes.
He's not saying he's a rabbi like he's a believing rabbi. He's trained as a rabbi is what he's saying, but he actually is a believing Muslim. That's the point.
Okay, so it's like he started his own religion, which he has the right to do so. I mean,
no, you're misunderstanding. He's a rabbi because he's trained as one, but he doesn't believe in Judaism. He believes in Islam.
Correct. Yes.
But Islam doesn't have rabbis.
Yes, but that was before he was a Muslim.
But he's on here as Rabbi Lewis. His name is Rabbi Lewis. That's why I'm
yeah,
confused.
that's his formal training as a rabbi.
Yeah, that's his training.
He's culturally and trained as a rabbi, but his belief is Islam. He did elaborate on that earlier.
So let me ask him why he doesn't. So Rabbi Lewis, why don't you refer to yourself as an imam? Why don't you call yourself Imam Lewis?
Right. Like I said already, I did rabbinical training at Jerusalem Ministries before I took my shahada, so I never dropped my credentials.
Hold on. Say what? Say again. Oh, you went to rabbinical school, so you just kept the rabbi because you went to rabbinical school.
Yeah. I never dropped my credentials. Like, if that makes sense.
I mean, does it make sense that you kept your credentials? Sure. But it's as if you're keeping the credentials of doctor. It's like keeping the credentials of doctor, but you're not practicing. You know what I'm saying? You're just saying you're a doctor, but you don't have any patients. You don't see anyone, but you're just saying you're a doctor and you're not practicing. That's the same to me. Like you're saying you're a rabbi, but you're not being a rabbi. You're being more of an imam, but you're just keeping the name, just which is, it is what it is. I don't know what else to say about that. It's just a little weird.
No,
So let me ask you this question.
it's definitely an oxymoron in terms like saying Imam Pope, like a pope calling himself an Imam Pope, or I mean, it's just a contradiction in term as far as the title is concerned. Especially given the fact that rabbi is not even an Arabic word. That's a Hebrew word. So that definitely it's a contradiction in terms. But I guess we live in a world nowadays where you can label yourself whatever title you want to give yourself. Even if it's a contradiction in term, you can definitely do that.
So, Rabbi, let me ask you this: what made you convert to Islam from after going through years of rabbinical training in Hebrew and Torah? How did you get from there to Islam, to Shahada? Let me hear your journey. How did you get there?
Yeah, I mean, you ever watch you know what a newst is?
Say it again.
You know what a newst is?
No,
A
I can't hear
newst.
you.
A newst.
Okay, yeah. So
A
go ahead.
newst or nasheed?
Nasheed.
Nasheed.
Yeah.
I know what a
Okay.
nasheed is.
Yeah.
It's confusing, but as far as like musical instruments and things of that nature, is that what you're talking about? The word itself?
Yeah.
Or
Yeah. Nasheed. It's like an Arabic word for song. So if you ever go on YouTube, right? YouTube, and you look in the comment section of these Arabic newst videos, you see people like who are Hindus and Christians like, yo, like, I don't know what this means, but it just sounds really beautiful. Like you'll see thousands of comments about Hindus and Christians who converted to Islam because of how eloquent the Quran was. And that's kind of how I got started.
Rabbi Lewis,
Sure.
this is Brother Reggie again, and I'll be short.
Oh, yeah, sure.
In the Quran,
greetings, Brother Reggie.
Allah, peace, Brooklyn. How you doing? So
right.
I just want to let you know that the teachers who converted you to your death, right? Allah never forgives if you do shirk, if you practice any other religion, called God any other name besides Allah, right? You can convert. Maybe Allah may have some, but in the Quran, He says that that it is forbidden to practice any other religion, even and so in during paradise, you may Allah may find it in His heart to accept you into Jannah, but Allah never forgives. He never forgot. He never will forgive that you practice something else besides Allah. So all you will ever be will be a friend and a companion. And so if you actually want the Quran verses, Morpheus and
That's 448, right? Chapter 4 of Surah 448.
So why don't you read it to him in Arabic?
Hold on. 1 second. When did I say I committed shirk? When did I say I worship anything other than Allah's wajah?
No, God you did when you studied Hebrew. Rabbi, I'm not brother, I'm your brother. I'm just telling you from the book that you converted into, and a lot of people convert into a book that they don't read fully, right? The fact of the matter is that Allah never forgives. So we have two former Muslims one who had memorized the Quran by the age of 14, who speaks fluent fluent Arabic, Quranic Arabic, and local Arabic, right? So I think it's time for you to hear the verses that these people who converted you, they doomed you. And the other thing I want to say to our people, not to you, Rabbi, but just generally to our people, don't take anything I say against you. I'm your brother. When you convert from one religion to another, know well that you sentence your parents to death, and your grandparents and your great-grandparents and your great-grandparents. You will not find them in Jannah. You may find yourself in Jannah, but if you're a Hebrew and you was formerly a Christian, right? Your parents will not be in the afterlife. If you was a Christian and you converted to Islam, you leave your lineage. You leave the people who birthed you to solve their problems. You will not find them in the afterlife. But had nothing to do directly with you, Rabbi Lewis. I'm being respectful. So if you want to hear the Quran verses on Brooklyn and Morpheus, will tell you that you may have intentionally committed shirk. But the fact of the matter, if you worship Yahweh at any point of your life, and you did not work, and then you converted to Islam and to practice Allah, the fact of the matter is that I will leave the brothers up to read the verses. Please be polite to the brother, but please read the verses in Arabic and English.
Yeah, let it let it be known, beloved, that I've written multiple books beating up on the Tetragrammaton. So you worship Yahweh. I've written over 10 books that just beating up on Yahweh. But go ahead.
But you're still a rabbi?
He's not a rabbi. Which part of it? I don't get why this is hard to understand. He's not a rabbi, he's a Muslim. The rabbi is just a title that he uses from his previous life.
But it could put him to death if he went to a Muslim land with that title.
That's not his name, that's just his YouTube name.
No, we're talking about in real life. Do you understand that he has to release that title because that title is shirk in itself?
How is that title shirk?
Because the definition of a rabbi is a spiritual leader or a religious teacher in Judaism, not Islam.
And he's practicing Judaism by having that title?
He's a rabbi. He's the spiritual leader or the religious leader. One who becomes a rabbi. One becomes a rabbi by being ordained by another rabbi following a course of study of Jewish texts, not Muslim texts, not Islamic texts, Jewish texts, such as the Talmud.
I don't see why this is difficult. That was his previous life. There are people that convert from Judaism to Islam all the time.
So if he's no longer a rabbi, why is his name Rabbi Lewis? If I'm no longer an imam, if I choose not to be a Muslim anymore, and I say, okay, my name is no longer imam, whatever, and I say I no longer want to be a Muslim, I will drop the imam title and move forward with my life, or transition, from that school of thought. No, that's just the period. That's the period respect and definition of what a rabbi is.
No, that's you making that up.
No,
I'm not. That's the definition of a rabbi.
Scholar, we are trying to save his life. If he goes to an Arabic country,
if he goes to a Muslim country and he tells people that he is rabbi such and such, calling himself a Muslim, that can be very detrimental to his
but he
life.
doesn't
He will
tell
get
people
beheaded.
that he's rabbi. That's the point you're not getting.
So he's not a rabbi.
He is not a rabbi. He uses that as a moniker.
Can't use those credentials in an Arabic land. That is run by.
Have you ever traveled to a Muslim
I think
country?
he is a rabbi if he's trained.
I was going to say, I thought he said he was a rabbi, but have you ever traveled to a Muslim country?
He trained as a rabbi.
Listen.
He got the formal training.
Hold on. Rabbi Lewis, have you ever traveled to a Muslim
in Brooklyn, please read the verses in the Quran.
I'm sure he knows it, but listen, Rabbi, have you traveled to an Arab country, a Muslim country with that name, Rabbi, or called yourself Rabbi, or told them that you're a rabbi, like you're telling us?
my spiritual mentor and teacher is from Kuwait, I believe. He
No, I'm
disrespected
asking you,
Aisha.
have you ever been? I'm asking you, have you ever been? Or does
No,
he go
because
by
of the C word. Because of the C word, I'm not gonna say the word on air because I don't want to get the video flag. Because of the C word, no.
No, but there are many rabbis in Muslim countries. Jews are allowed to live in Muslim countries. What are
We're
what are
not
we
talking
talking
about
about?
moving.
Hold on.
We're
Hold
not.
on.
Hold on. What happened when the Moors conquered Granada, Spain, and they treated the Jews like
Hey,
family?
Corey, let Vance in, Corey.
No, but the Quran does say Jews and Christians are people
Okay,
of the
all
book,
right.
and the
It
Pact
says,
of Omar says that Jews
no.
can live in.
The Quran calls Jews and Christians in the Bible najas. They refer to them as najas,
Yes,
mushrikeen and najas. Do you know what
yes,
najas is?
Really?
yes.
Are you
It's
serious?
dirty,
Can you go to
unclean.
Surah Al-Baqarah? Can you go to Surah Al-Baqarah, ayah 47, please?
Go ahead, read it.
They can live in
Read
Muslim
it,
land
Rabbi.
as dhimmis. They can live as dhimmis, right?
This one to get
Read it.
Surah Baqarah, Surah Baqarah, Surah the Cow, ayah 47.
Read
Okay,
it.
and please, yeah, read it and show me which rabbi is in there.
This is Allah Azza speaking. It says in English, O children of Israel, recall my favor which I bestowed upon you, exalt you above all nations. So Allah Azza subhanahu wa ta'ala said in Surah the Cow, Surah Baqarah, that he chose Israel as above all nations. What are you talking about?
We're talking about rabbi.
Yeah, what are you talking about?
What are you talking about? We're not talking
Allah
about Israel. We're not talking about
Surah Baqarah,
Jerusalem.
ayah 47.
We're not talking
And he
about
chose the
Mecca,
nation of
Medina.
Israel.
Okay, again, we're talking about you being a rabbi and a Muslim at the same time. That's what we're discussing. Not
Who revealed the Torah? Who revealed the Torah?
again, what a rabbi did. We're talking
Who
about
revealed the
rabbi.
Torah? Other than the master himself, Allah's Wajal.
Okay,
Hold
we're
on, say that
talking about
again.
rabbi.
Morpheus, read the verse where they said that they have taken their rabbis and their rabbis as lords, right? I mean,
Right.
there's lots of verses instead of practicing Allah. So there is a direct verse that says that when these people practice practice their how can I say their rabbis, right, and take them as their Lord, it's very problematic. So all I'm just saying, Rabbi, look, you my brother, look, you're on some dangerous ground. It would be better that you call yourself your Islamic name and leave your credentials in New York or wherever else you are in the States. It is dangerous for you. They don't think like that. They just don't think like that. They don't walk around, oh, you got an American title as rabbi. How did you become a rabbi? So that means, and you're a Muslim?
I don't think rabbi is written on his passport at all. I don't think rabbi is on his passport. So I don't think you've been preordained as a rabbi. It's not on your passport. And if you were to travel to a Muslim country as a Muslim, a rabbi taking his shahada, again, those are contradiction in terms, and it's a very dangerous thing. The reason why I say it's very dangerous, because I hope no one follows in that footstep, thinking that it's okay for them to travel around the world in the condition that it is today as a rabbi traveling to a Muslim country. That's again, contradiction in terms, and it's an insult to the Muslim religion. And I honestly would think that it causes a great deal of confusion for people here. It would, and that's the confusion that it's causing now. And I think, honestly, it's a dangerous thing. Why? Because others may follow you and think it's okay to do that. And I would hate for brothers who are caught up in foreign religion, period. It's foreign to our nature. So foreign religion, period, on both sides. I would hate for brothers to be traveling thinking that it's okay to do that. And then they wonder why they're at the pearly gates. Let's just say that, or getting their head chopped off.
I would add that it's not just disrespectful to Islam. I think it can be seen as disrespectful to Judaism as well. And I don't think it's just Muslims that's going to be mad at him. What's a little disappointing to me is that I thought when he said he called himself a rabbi, but he's a Muslim, I thought he was doing that to somehow unite the two religions or to show that they are one religion, or, I thought there was
No.
something really deep. I thought there was something really deep and philosophical to it, but to find out that he only uses the rabbi because he has the credentials and he's just going to keep it. And it has nothing to do with anything other than that. Like, it's just a little disappointing. I thought it would be more kind of profound than that.
Were you ordained by another rabbi, and he knew you were Muslim? Which rabbi ordained you? And how'd you become an imam?
He's not an imam. Are you an imam?
Okay, which rabbi ordained you? And he knowingly ordained you, knowing that you're a Muslim? Which rabbi did
again,
this?
I was ordained before I took my shahada. I said that twice.
Okay,
I think
so
we're still getting it confused. He was a Jew or Israelite before. That's when he became ordained as a rabbi.
okay, I'm saying who ordained you as a rabbi, if you don't mind, even before
Rabbi
Islam?
Saadi and Joseph.
Okay, and this rabbi, he ordained you as a rabbi.
Yeah, I took rabbinical courses.
Okay, and he ordained you as a rabbi.
The
rabbi
then I studied at Timbuktu Seminary under Sheikh Abu Toba, and I became a Muslim.
So
okay,
Brooklyn,
and
he becomes
he
a
was
rabbi
convinced.
first. Brooklyn, he becomes a rabbi first, and then he takes the shahada. But can I ask
he
you a
reads
question?
some information, and he was convinced by the information.
Can I ask you a question?
And now he still says he's a rabbi, though.
Right. So, Rabbi,
that is the contradiction in terms.
Rabbi, did you take your halafan dam Brit? Rabbi, did you take your halafan dam Brit? The halafan dam Brit is a Hebrew rabbi. You should know what it is. Did you take it?
Repeat that phrase. I never heard that word.
Halafan dan Brit. The
Spell it?
halafan dan Brit. Excuse my non-Jewish accent or non-Hebrew accent. It means the second circumcision. Did you take a second circumcision? Did you take?
Oh, okay. I see what you're saying. Okay.
Yeah.
Excuse me. We're talking about the ritual with the rabbis. I don't want to be explicit, but they suck the genital of the child that you're referring to.
No, it comes from Joshua. When the people were in Egypt, and the people came to Egypt, and they were commanded by God to take a second circumcision, so they would have to give up. They would have to do a real circumcision, or they would have to give up a drop of blood. To be a Hebrew, you would have to go through the ritual of how can I say, becoming a Hebrew, a converted Hebrew, by giving up a drop of blood from your penis by a rabbi.
Oh, here's what I would do. The Bible says, let me get that. No, Lord,
the Torah or the Bible?
The Torah says this. Hold on, let me get in the Torah. Lord, give her. Go to Genesis 49 and 10. Bereshit 49 and 10. Hello?
While he's looking that up, I must say.
Yeah, Bereshit 49 and 10.
I'm listening. I was just on mute.
Oh, yeah. It says the scepter shall not depart from Judah, nor Lord give from between his feet until Shiloh come, and to him shall together the people be. So when it says a Lord give from between his feet, it's not talking about his posterity, like a child. In Judaism, which I studied Judaism, when it's a Lord give between his feet, is a custom in Judaism, where you literally sit between the feet of the priest. You actually sit between his feet, like in the ghetto where you see a woman's braiding on another child's hair. and she sits between his feet to do her hair. So when it says, most people, when it says don't log him from between his feet, they think it's talking about posterity, having children, when this is literal. You literally sit between the feet of the master when you get initiated. Yeah, and as far as the circumcision verse, could you give me that verse in Joshua? I'll read it.
Give me a moment. Give me
Yeah,
a moment.
give me that verse.
But
In Joshua.
Yeah. So give me a moment.
So you worship Allah or Judah? Because you quoted something from Genesis 49:10, and it says Judah shall not depart. It says the scepter shall not depart from Judah. Correct me if I'm wrong.
Yeah, that's
so shall
about,
shall not depart from Judah, and you're not a rabbi, so it shouldn't apply to you. Is that the case?
Historically happened when Ahijah the Shilonite priest says to Shiloh come. There was a priest named Ahijah who was from the Shilonite priest who went to Solomon and took the garment and rent it into 12 pieces. He gave 2 pieces to Solomon, and then he gave the other 10 pieces of the garment to Rehoboam or Jeroboam to show Solomon that Hashem, Yod-Heh-Wav-Heh, was going to take away the 10 tribes away from him and leave him Judah, Benjamin, and Levi, and that the other 10 tribes would be given to Rehoboam, I believe it was, or Jeroboam, one or the other. That was the fulfillment of Genesis 49:10, where Hashem said, "Till Shiloh come, the scepter shall not depart from Judah until Shiloh come." This happened when Ahijah came to the Solomon and took the 10 tribes away from him. The scepter departed from Judah.
And I was talking about you in particular, as far as you being a Muslim, and the Judah term shouldn't apply to you because you're no longer.
Yes, the whole Judah thing has been dismissed as called the JDP hypothesis by scholars. The JDP hypothesis is toted by scholars like Gary Greenberg, who is the head of the Bible Archaeological Society, who wrote an excellent book called 100 More Bible Myths, right? And he goes to the JDP hypothesis. The J represents the Yahwist, who tried to make Yahweh an ancient deity when he wasn't. It's called the JDP hypothesis.
So you believe in that, or you believe in the Quran?
So the JDP hypothesis is showing how the Jewish scribes tried to make
No, but
Yahweh
I'm asking you, do you believe in that, or do you believe in the Quran? Because that's not in the Quran.
Quran.
Okay, so you're reading from a book you don't believe in anymore.
Gary Greenberg, with an excellent book called 100 Bible Myths, it's a must read. He shows how the JDP hypothesis, how the J represents the Yahwist, how the scribes tried to make Yahweh, put Yahweh in history further back than he existed.
No, what I'm saying is that teachings wouldn't apply to you anymore because you're not Jewish. You're not Jew. You don't believe in Judah.
For example, in the floor, Mount Moriah. So the scholars looked, there was a mountain named after Yahweh at the time of Abraham or whatever. But if you look at that verse in 2 Chronicles 3:1 about Mount Moriah, the mountain has a totally different name in the Septuagint. It has a different name in the Latin Vulgate, in the Peshitta Bible, and the Syriac Bible, in the Latin Vulgate, and a couple other translations, the name. So somebody in history tried to change the name.
All right, but what that have to do with the Quran? Because the Quran, at the beginning of the Quran, says, ذَلِكَ الْكِتَابُ لَا رَيْبَ فِيهِ هُدًى لِلْمُتَّقِينَ, which means that this book is without any mistake. It's a guide for the righteousness. So that's not in the Quran, if that's what you believe in, because the Quran tells you that the beginning of the Quran tells you that, look, this is the book. But yet you're reciting, quoting from a whole nother book. So what I'm asking you is, where does your belief system lie? Not worshiping 2 gods, because one book says, this is the book that has been perfected without mistake, and it's a guide for the righteous. Meanwhile, you're mastered in a whole other book that you're quoting from as far as Judah. My question to you is, which one do you believe? Because these are just belief systems as it stands. So which one do you believe, Mr. Rabbi? The Quran that you say you're a Muslim, or the book that you're quoting from, which the Quran actually says those books are falsehood as well. So are you quoting from falsehoods, or are you quoting from Quran? because you're supposed to be Muslim.
Quran trumps the Torah. So if you ask what book am I appealing to, if I'm appealing to authority, I would be appealing to the glorious Quran, not the Torah.
Okay.
Okay.
It sounds like basically you're just you want to say he's not a Muslim, and so because
No, he said he's a Muslim.
no, but the line of questioning is what I'm saying, because a Muslim can appeal to the Torah as long as it don't contradict with the Quran.
Right, and that's why I said but that part is not in the Quran, is what I'm saying. So we're talking that part is not in the Quran. So I'm specifically questioning the fact of him mentioning, quotes from the Quran and from the Torah, and him actually breaking things down, which shouldn't apply to him because that stuff's not in the Quran. So that shouldn't even be applied. Those were books that are considered falsehoods if it's not in the Quran or if it's not aligned with what the Quran says.
Oh, okay. So you're saying if it's not in the Quran, then it's a falsehood?
According to Islam, again, ذلك الكتاب لا ريب فيه هدى للمتقين إلا الذين يؤمنون بالغيب ويقيمون الصلاة. I could go on and on. I'll be here till 3 a.m. What I'm saying is, yes, he's quoting from books that are considered falsehoods because that part is not in the Quran. So what I'm saying is, again, that's the contradiction in terms where someone calling himself, or his title is a rabbi, and calling himself Muslim, and at the same time, he professes and he quotes from the Torah, when in fact he called himself a Muslim. Again, according to Islam, Allah makes Muslims, not me, not anyone on this phone. But at the same time, the Quran does say that, hey, those who stay away from it or those who don't perfect it are infidels. Okay. Now, especially once he said took his shahada, once he actually said ashhadu an la ilaha illallah, once he actually took his shahada with the witnesses that were there, when he actually said he bear witness. Now, again, he's quoting from a book that's considered falsehood. That's where the confusion lies. The confusion lies within. He said the Quran trumps it. I understood that aspect. He said the Quran trumps it because he's Muslim. Now, again, professing a book that's considered falsehood and still quoting from it also is deemed falsehood.
Yeah, I get your point. I get your point to some extent, but here is my view on it, and I could be wrong because I'm not a Muslim, but it's my view on it. It's that wherever the Quran makes a pronunciation and something in the Torah contradicts that, then you go with the Quran. If the Quran does not speak in a particular topic and it's in the Torah, I see no problem with talking about it or expounding about it, as long as the idea does not contradict what's in the Quran. Because we have to remember that according to the Quran, the Torah is a book of Allah. It's just that the Muslims hold the view that it has been corrupted.
It's not. That's what I'm trying to say. No, you're making a major mistake. Okay, watch this. Let me jump in for a second. Okay, all right. As a Jew, as a Hebrew, right? There's a God that those peoples worship, right? What is the name of that God? What's the name of that God?
Well, if you're asking strictly speaking, it would be Yahweh, but it could also be El, depending on the time period.
Okay, cool. Thank you. Now let's go to Islam. What is the name of the God in Islam?
Allah.
No, wrong. Allah means the God.
I know your angle.
I
know your angle.
Listen. Let me finish, bro. Let me finish. So
no, go ahead.
It means the God. That's what Allah means, the God. I'm asking, what is the name of that God? What's the name of that God?
I know. Go ahead and bring it up. I know the point you're making, but go ahead and bring it up.
No, I'm asking him a question. What is the name of I said, as a Jew, as a Hebrew, there's a God that you worship. Answer, yes. What is the name of that God? You answered the question. You said Yahweh and you said El. Okay, so we identified that that God has a name. Got you. So now we're into Islam. So I'm asking you as a Muslim, in Islam, what is the name of the God that you worship there? You cannot say Allah because Allah is not a name.
Well, all right, let me answer it for you this way. The Muslims nowadays, they say Allah, but as I understand it, the name of that God was originally La. But they reject that idea.
Okay.
So that's why I answered you the way I answered.
Okay, but remember, La is not a name. It's not a name. How we know this? Because all you got to do is just we say Al-Fatiha. Al-Fatiha, when it says Alhamdulillah, it doesn't say Alhamdulillah. It says Alhamdulillahi Rabbil Alameen. Alhamdulillah. So I'm asking him, who is this, as a Muslim, who is this La that you worship? Who is this La?
Well, only he can answer that for you. I thought La was the name, but
no, La is, I just told you, La is not a name. It means God. It means God. Al-La, because Al is a definitive article, which means the, then you have La. So you have the God. So we understand La means God. So I'm asking, what is the name of the God?
No, I get your point, Morpheus. I can't answer that. But the Muslims nowadays reject that idea. They have Allah as a proper name.
Oh, you got it's not a name.
No, I get
so
what
I'm
you're
just
saying.
asking the rabbi. So yeah, I'm just asking the rabbi. You change gangs. You change from one gang to another. You went from blood to now you're Crip. Okay, cool. So now we over here now. So now you subscribe to this particular philosophy, school of thought, or whatever you want to call it. So now that you're over here now, and now that, like Brooklyn said, now you got to drop what's over there now, because that's falsehood. So now that you're over here now with different principles, different theology, different schools of thought, different so-and-so. Now that we're over here, I'm trying to deal with what's over here. You understand what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
So can you answer? Can you answer the question?
Me, I can answer. Maybe the Muslim can answer.
Well, can I just add this other point, because I just want to make sure. I asked I mispronounced Harafat. Don Britt, right? So because I mispronounced it, then I should have been corrected. So I'm gonna share my screen for a second, right? So the Hatafat Don Britt is more than the circumstances. It appears that sacred ritual in Judaism is distinguished from the non-ritual requirement in Islam. The one ramification is that the Brit is not considered complete unless one drop is drawn, right? So in Joshua, this is in Joshua, right? It says, and this is the reason why them circumcised Joshua, all of the people who came out of Egypt who were males, all men. I think I should have read the verse before that. Let me just read the verse before that, 5:3, right? So you would, as you converting to Judaism, if you were not circumcised on the on the seventh day or something like that, you had to be circumcised on the I think on the seventh day, unless you were sick, or the seventh or eighth day. Jesus Christ was circumcised, even though he was a Christian. Well, he's Christ. He brings in a new faith. He was circumcised to be a Jew. To be a Jew, to be a Hebrew, to be a Jew, you have to be circumcised. So this is the verse, Joshua 5:3. So made Joshua for himself knives, flint, and circumcised the sons of Israel at the hill of foreskins, right? And this is the reason why they circumcised Joshua. All the people who came out of Egypt, who were males, all the men had been circumcised, were all the people who came out, but all the people born in the wilderness on the way as they came. So if you was born in the wilderness, right? If you was born in the wilderness, the rabbi who converted you or you became a rabbi should have given you a Harafat Don Brit, right? The other Brit is the Brit Malah. They would have had to give you the spiritual covenant with God, because God's covenant is to circumcise. So if you weren't circumcised on the day appointed that you should be on birth, then you could be recircumcised with the Hatafat Dam Brit, right? At another point by a rabbi. So to be a rabbi, you would have had to go through this process. To be a Hebrew, you would have been through this process. Otherwise, you're just a cultural Hebrew, but you could not be born, you could not be buried in a graveyard. Now, so I have to ask you, as a rabbi, did you go through a second circumcision under a rabbi?
No.
Okay, so, all right.
Or
So,
can he answer Morpheus's question as well, please?
yeah, but why?
No, let him answer that question, because we can't just skip past that question. I thought that was a great question.
Who are you? Wait. We'll get to that. We'll get to that.
Why you just cut him off like that? You just cut him off. That was a great question to ask. You just cut it off.
No, I did not. No, I did not cut it off. I just wanted to answer yes or no. So
and you got it. So can we go? And you got the answer. It was no. So let's go back to Morpheus's question.
Wait, hold on. Who are you?
Man, who are you? Who are you? Like, you're going for 30 minutes. Let somebody else to get in there now.
I didn't
go
for 30 minutes, you liar.
Can you answer Morpheus's question and then continue?
American Dream. Let's just.
I mean, who are you, American Dream? You got a name. We don't see your face. You don't debate. Who
are you, Reggie?
You're a chatter.
Reggie, who are you?
Reggie, we don't talk to Reggie like that. We don't talk to Reggie like that. Let Reggie get 2 more minutes, and then he can go.
Come on, man. Reggie's getting like 20 minutes every time he speaks.
Yeah, but we don't talk to Reggie like that.
So why are we treating Morpheus like that? Can Morpheus get an answer to his question? Why is Reggie ignoring Morpheus's question? Why does Reggie have the right to disrespect people?
Morpheus. Right, so American Dream with your American Dream. Let's go ask Brother Morpheus. And let's go ask Brother Brooklyn, right? Let's go ask them, did I disrespect them? So anyway, Morpheus, you could continue. I just wanted to confirm that he had to, it doesn't mean anything to you because you don't know American Dream. You don't know.
It's just that what you're saying is not very interesting, Reggie. What Morpheus said was much more interesting.
To you.
Yeah, we're going to get to the point.
We're going to get to that. We're going to get to that.
So go ahead, Morpheus.
No. Reggie wasn't disrespectful to me at all. I didn't think he was disrespectful. I thought he was just bringing clarity.
No, he was disrespectful to me because I wanted to hear the answer to the question.
We don't have to take it there. Let Reggie get a couple more minutes, and then he can get to Morpheus.
I'm going to so we are in a public forum. The difference is I interviewed Rabbi Lewis in the very beginning because the pseudo killers allowed me to. They didn't allow American Dream to interview. I listened. I had a few more questions.
The interview is over. The interview is over.
You don't decide that.
Oh, so everybody was interviewing now? Everybody was asking questions.
But you don't decide that.
Reggie, keep my name out your mouth.
So can I ask a moderator?
Keep my name out your mouth.
Y'all don't want to get bogged down. Let's not get bogged down on that.
So Concrete Corey, did y'all ask me to interview the brother?
We sure did. We sure did.
So am I being disrespectful to the host? I mean, to the guest?
Nope, you ain't been disrespectful at all today.
Right. So all this getting my name out your mouth and all of this tough stuff. Look, but
the thing is, we don't want.
I'm 57 years old. You can
probably
keep
my name out your mouth.
You can probably that's a real name.
Who else had a question? I think Morpheus. They said Morpheus. Let's just get to Morpheus's question real quick, and then then we'll come back. We'll come back to either American Dream or Brother Reggie, whichever one y'all wanted to say something. So let's go ahead, Morpheus. Go ahead and ask your question again, because I never heard the question.
I forgot my doggone question now, man. Although we got sidetracked. Well,
it was about
American Dream, Mike.
what is the name of what was the name of sorry.
Right.
that they're
The
referring
name
to.
of the Islamic God. The name of the
Right,
Islamic
exactly.
God.
Okay, he got it now. Go ahead,
I
Morpheus.
was being specific when I asked, now that you've changed from one, and I'm calling it one gang to another gang, right? So if I got the Jews or Hebrews, that's the Bloods, and Muslims are the Crips. Okay, so now you're a Crip. Okay, so under the leadership of the under the leadership of the Bloods, there's a God that they worship. I asked what was the name of that God. Google Scholar answered the question correctly. He said Yahweh, and he said also El. So, okay, so we understand the leader, right, and the name of that God of that gang. Cool. We're not in that gang anymore. So now Rabbi Lewis is part of the Crips. So now you're part of the Crips. This gang, the Crips, have a God. I'm asking you, what is the name of that God of the Crips? If you understand my analogy, and you can't say Allah because that's not a name; it means the God. So I'm asking, what is the name of the God of Islam, of the Crips, not the Bloods? We understood who the Bloods God was.
And in fairness, Morpheus, because I don't know, but you're clear that Yahweh is a name and not a title, like the God or something like that. You're sure that Yahweh is a name and not a title.
Right. Okay. Right.
Okay, which makes it a fair question.
Right. So we're in Islam now. I'm asking, so we're in Islam, what is the name of the God of Islam? What is his name?
Elah.
Elah?
Yes, correct. When you say Elah,
Elah is
if
also
you look
the
in
God.
you look in the Mus'haf, you know what the Mus'haf is, right?
The book.
Yeah. If you look in the Mus'haf, you see God, little g, there's no capital or lowercase letters in Hebrew or Arabic, but if you look at the God for little g, it's Elah. Even if you look at Arabic Bibles, Torahs in Arabic, you'll see the word Allah there, told it there. But if you look at a God with a little g, not the actual God, Al-Ilah, it's Elah.
Wait.
No, but Elah still mean the same thing.
No, Elah means God, little lowercase g. Allah would be God.
No, stop. No, lowercase g and capital G, those are all laws that pertain to English grammar.
No, I'm saying, categorically speaking, if you want to look at it from the perspective of English, when you want to say God with a big G.
We're not talking about English, brother. I'm talking about
I'm making a point. When you look at the God with a big G, you would say Allah. If you want to say God with a little g, like a God other than the master God, as for himself, you would say Elah. So
yeah, but
that's a major mistake. Yeah, but that's a major mistake because you're taking the laws of English grammar, right, and you're superimposing it upon a Semitic language where there are no capitals and lowercase and all. They don't exist in the Arabic language. So the laws don't apply of capital G, lowercase. They don't apply to the Arabic language. I understand what you're trying to say, but it's a major mistake because it doesn't apply to the Arabic language because there is no lowercase. There is no capitalization in the language. But even if you was to do that, it would still be the same thing. It would still mean God.
Yeah, that's what I was saying.
Correct. Linguistically, when you say Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, you're saying essentially linguistically that you're negating this any other God but Allah himself. Linguistically. When you say Allah, you're negating that there's any other God. That's what you're saying. That's what you say when you say Allah, you're negating that there's any other God.
Yeah, but when you say Alhamdulillah.
Okay. Watch this. In the Quran, are there any other gods in the Quran?
Yes, you had Allah's, you had Zat, you had what's the other chick? There was three women. Huh?
Alat, Uzan, Manat.
Yeah, correct. Yeah, there you go. Yeah. Well said.
Yeah, but my point is, Ilah or Allah is still the God, whether it's lowercase or uppercase. It's still the God. It's not a name. It's like Morpheus says, it's the definite article. So I don't know how
Correct.
that would make it the name of Allah or the name of
God
your
in Arabic
God
is
per se.
Ilah. Ilah. Ilah is how you say God in Arabic. Ilah. The God is
Okay.
Allah.
Okay, brother. I'm sorry. Okay, brother. Finish.
So if you want
Yeah,
to say
no,
God in Arabiya and Fusta is classical Arabic. In Fusta, if you want to say God, you say Ilah. If you want to say the God, you say Allah. But God itself is Ilah. In classical Arabic.
In Arabia Fusa, Brooklyn, you still there? Okay, sorry. Maybe Brooklyn jumped off. Okay. In Arabia Fusa,
Oh, you say Morpheus?
okay, I'm trying to explain. In Arabia Fusa, right? What he's saying, it's called Fusa, right? Which is classical. All right. So I'm saying if we look in Islam, if we look in the Arabic language, right? Even if you look at as a law, they said he has 99 attributes. Al-Rahman, Al-Rahim, Al-Malik, Al-Qudus, Al-Salam, Al-Muqmin, Al-Muhaymin, Al-Aziz, Al-Jabal, Al-Mutaqabir, Al-Khaliq, Al-Bari. I can go on and on and on and on with all these so-called attributes or qualities. These are attributes. They are not names. But I'm asking, and I'm trying to really slow it down and say, let's identify what is the name of this deity. There's a deity, right? Yes. What is the name of the deity? This is not a complicated question.
I certainly I answered that. Certainly. If you look at the Arabic Bible, in Torah is in Arabic, the word for God is Allah. In fact, one of my teachers and mentors, Mahanomi, who is an Arabic instructor from Bethlehem, she's a Christian and she says Inshallah. She says Magallah. Like she hates Muslims and calls on the name of the God in Arabic. So
yeah, but
Right.
that
She
is
doesn't
because
call but she doesn't call it the name. She's saying God. She's saying God. We understand God. We understand that word. I'm keep asking over and over again, what is the name of the God? Not God itself, the word God, but what is the name of the God?
maybe Hubal
Yeah,
or,
yeah,
or,
because
or,
God,
or
God is a noun, but he's looking for the pronoun, right?
the proper
So
name.
Right,
yes.
right. Because if we take it that way, watch this. We can take the word Allah and you can apply it to any deity. You can, because if it just means the God, I can apply that to any deity,
Yeah,
anyone. I can go in India and say, well, you know your 10,000 gods, yeah, every last one of them is Allah. I can
yeah.
do that based
Hmm.
on the laws that you just gave me.
Yeah.
not true. If you know
No,
anything about what Hinduism, once you reach nirvana in Hinduism, it's forbidden. It's forbidden to use idols. So once you reach nirvana in Hinduism, it is haram. It is forbidden to use idols at all. Once you reach higher levels of consciousness, you study Hinduism.
You said
Well,
yeah, but that's
Hinduism
not
and the
what
word
he's saying.
haram.
That's not what he's talking about, though.
Hey, Morpheus, let me ask you this question if I can.
yes.
Like when I read the Bible, right, I don't see the word Yahweh in there. Which term in the Bible are they translating, or do you think should be translated to Yahweh?
I don't know. That's not my expertise in the Bible. That's what I'm saying. I'm just saying, you know what I mean?
Okay,
Because I
because
understand
I'm saying like
Islam.
y'all say y'all. I'm
Okay.
sorry, because y'all say the God in the Bible, his name is Yahweh. So there's no particular word or term that you would well does the term Yahweh translate to anything? Like if you had to translate the word Yahweh, what would you translate it to
In Hebrew?
in English?
Uh, I don't know. You would have to ask somebody like Rabbi who understands Hebrew. You know what I mean?
So, because even English names have like a meaning, right? Like name. I'm talking about names. Like there's a meaning to the word. Like if people will tell you what the name Robert means or what the word James means. Like they have meanings. Like the word Yahweh has no meaning. Like you can't translate it to anything. The same way
American Dream, are
translate.
you of Hebrew descent? Because I want to ask, what is the difference between Elohim and Yahweh? If that's okay with you, if it's a quick answer.
Between
Or
Elohim
anybody
and
that
Yahweh?
can answer that.
So what is
Yeah,
Right,
Elohim
okay.
and Yahweh. What is
Are you saying that those two could be
No,
interchangeable?
I'm asking. I have an Islamic background. I don't have Hebrew
No, I
background,
don't have a Hebrew. I don't have a Hebrew background. I'm just asking,
okay.
and it's interesting that you're saying that because I'm wondering if you're suggesting that Yahweh and Elohim are interchangeable.
No, but I would probably suggest that Elohim is plural for Elo. So Elohim is plural.
What does Elohim? What does that translate to the gods?
Perhaps one would assume, but I'm not an expert on biblical teachings and from a Hebrew perspective.
But that's a Hebrew. But that's a Hebrew term.
Mm-hmm.
And it does translate to the gods the way Allah translates to the God.
Perhaps, or it could be the actual name itself of the God. Perhaps, it would be the name of. No, I'm assuming.
At that point, being plural wouldn't. Yeah, at that point, being plural wouldn't make sense then. If it was the actual name,
And what difference and how would it be different from Allah? Like the same way Morpheus would be saying Allah is not the name of the God, then neither would Elohim, or unless you can come up with some type of meaning for Yahweh, like what does that mean? Because, in a way I'm thinking that in my head, the only sensible translation that there's going to be of it is going to be translated to something that's God or the God or some attribute of God.
I'm sure the Rabbi Muslim would know, wouldn't you?
The Rabbi he should, but I don't know. I don't know if he has provided a sufficient answer. I don't know. I don't know.
Can y'all hear me? Hello?
Because no, and
yeah,
actually,
we hear you,
I'm
Chef.
not going to say he hasn't.
Well, why everybody can't hear me? What's going on?
I hear you, Chef. You can't hear me?
We
I
hear
can hear you. American Dreams. The word that you will be looking for that will be translated as Jehovah in the Bible will more than likely be Jehovah for Yahweh.
Jehovah, is that in the Old Testament?
I guess it would be if you translate it into English. I mean, that's the simplest answer. It would be Jehovah. I'm getting back out.
Yeah, I don't know why in my head Jehovah is more of a Christian term than a Hebrew one. I could be wrong, but when I hear the word Jehovah, I only think of Christians using that term. To be honest, like I said, I'm not really knowledgeable in this area. But sure. And again, so I guess now would be, does Jehovah have an English translation or is Jehovah an English word?
I'd imagine it was a Hebrew word. I don't know. Don't get me the line, bro. I don't know a thing about that shit, bro. Mr.
Right,
Morpheus might.
And I guess.
Yeah, go ahead.
I don't know. I guess the only thing I'm thinking right now is that God in the Bible there is no name because in my estimation.
Don't it say there's no way to know the God? So
absolutely, he's the unnamed. You can't name
so the
him.
Elohim
you can't name
is a
him.
generic.
That's why you just have to refer to him as God or just the God, because to name him is kind of to define him. and you cannot define God, so you cannot name him. Which kind
So
of
at
makes
that
sense
point,
to me, which is why
Elohim will
watch
be
this.
a generic term then. The Elohim or El or whatever, that's a generic term, basically.
Yeah, it just means the God or the gods.
Right.
So I
Generic,
think
yeah.
that, so in that context, I don't see why Allah would be inappropriate. It would go
That's why I tried to say.
just
That's
along
why I
with
said
Elohim or with Yahweh or anything else, because it would follow the principle that God should not be named.
Right.
okay. But that's why I said I could take the word of law and I could apply it to any God for that matter. If that's what we do. You know what I'm saying? So we're going to use and say, well, it just means exactly what the Arabic word is, the God. Then I can call, I can go in West Africa, call Orisha deities Allah. I can call, you know what I mean? I can call anywhere because it just means the God.
Or you could call them Elohim, because it only means the gods.
Yeah. But I'm saying in Islam, dealing with Islam.
Yeah. So
right?
is Allah a pronoun or is it just a noun? Like, you know what I'm saying? Is Allah like a general term or is it a specific?
No, it's a name. It's a name. It's
Okay.
a name. It's a name for the
So
Muslims.
that wouldn't compare then. That wouldn't
It,
compare.
No, it
it's actually both.
because Morpheus is 100% correct, but Muslims take it as a name though. But
It's actually both.
yeah, but hold on. But grammatically, yes, is the article and it's the word God. So it's the God, but to them it's a name also. His real name is Allah, which means if you break it down, it would be the God, but it's his name also. So yeah.
Okay, so it could be both.
But it can't be. It can't be because then now you're going to run into a problem when you recite Quran and you go to Al-Fatiha and the very first verse in Al-Fatiha says Alhamdulillah. Alhamdu, the praise or gratitude, li, to, la. So you're saying all praises is to la, right?
Mm-hmm.
So then now,
God.
if we
so la is the generic term then.
No, actually, la actually has an origin. That's what it gets interesting at.
Okay.
Yeah. I know what Morpheus is saying, but it's
Hold on, can I respond to that?
Go ahead.
What?
Go ahead.
You got to explain that to Muslims then, because that's not how
respond to that.
Go ahead.
Go ahead, Rabbi.
That's a fallacy. Like if you want to say and that we would say why. Like wallahi. Wallahi means I swear to Allah. We want to say why can mean and, like a conjunction, or it can mean a male seeing something visually with his eyes. So we use the word why in certain contexts. It can apply to and, like say I went to the store and went back home after I ate, right? So why can mean and, or it can mean somebody's looking at something masculine. So why on a certain context, for example, when it says that Muhammad was illiterate, the word is ummi, but ummi also can mean to be a Gentile. So when it says he's ummi, it can mean contextually that he's illiterate, literally you can't read or write, or it can mean he's a Gentile or a non-Israelite. It depends on the context of the word.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm lost.
Okay. And which one was it?
Sorry, concerning what? I said two things.
Yeah, which one was it? Was it he couldn't read at all, or he was a Gentile? Which one was it?
Oh yeah. So yeah, I wrote a book called shameless plugging. 10 Reasons Jesus is Not God, Intro to Islam, a book I wrote. Can you guys hear me? Somebody text me. Can you guys hear me?
But you haven't answered the question.
Yeah, you loud and clear. Go ahead. He want to know.
Yeah,
we
it
waiting
was
for your
inspired
answer.
by a lecture by my mentor, Sheikh Yusha Evans, Radiallahu Anhu, who did an excellent lecture on the Dean Show back in 2007.
and it inspired my book. But anyway, so I show how in the hadith that Muhammad could read and write actually historically, and that this is bogus. It's a root word fallacy.
No,
Okay, right. I know what hadith you're talking about. Watch this now. Where we're gonna get interesting. Walk with me now. Here we go. Now, can you recite for me the surah of breastfeeding 10 times? Can you recite that surah for me?
No.
The goat ate it.
The goat ate it. That's right.
Oh, okay. So I know you're talking about the goat who ate the babies of the Quran.
Yeah. How
I'm
come so?
familiar with that. Yeah. What surah is that?
So we got the surah of breastfeeding and the
There's
goat
no
10
surah.
times.
There's no surah
Right.
because I did say that surah was eaten by a tame sheep.
Right. What's the word? What is Morpheus? What does the word surah mean? In there.
Okay, so watch this. Let me finish. I don't want to lose my thought because I'm older, brother. So my thought, once I get a thought,
Yeah,
I got to keep
Go
going.
ahead, bro.
Okay, so damn, see, you did it again to me. God.
Well,
damn.
like I said, the book is called 10 Reasons Jesus is Not God. This is
It
my
might
book I
not
wrote.
have nothing to do with your age, Morpheus, but because I go through the same thing. But go ahead, Rabbi.
I wrote a book called 10 Reasons Jesus is Not God, Introduction to Islam. Where I show how
You were talking about the 10 times breastfeeding, the hadith that talks about how one Quran was
Sober will
one
be equivalent
page
to a
was,
chapter.
No, this word surah does not mean chapter. What does it mean in Arabic?
I said it will be equivalent to a chapter.
Oh, Chief and House, Islam, bro. Thanks for letting me on, brother.
Okay.
Thanks, brother. Always an honor, brother.
Yes, sir.
He made this all possible.
Yeah,
So what is the word surah? What is the word
What
surah?
up? What up? What up, Earth?
Hey man, ain't nowhere in the world. How long we gonna sit through this before we just start beating up the religion? Yo, I got about 2 seconds left in me, yo, if I just start finishing the whole thing.
No, because they having an
What you got?
intellectual thing. We're gonna give them a few more minutes.
Give them 4 minutes. Okay. All right, then
a few more minutes because they having an intellectual thing here. Some people learning from this.
Is he learning about what? About the source?
I couldn't tell you.
Hell no. The hell is they
I'm
possibly
sure they learning something.
Did somebody just say the goat ate the syrup?
They ate the cereal.
No, that's not me saying that. That's what the book says.
No. No.
Hey, Rabbi,
No,
I got
stay
a
right
question
there.
for you.
Hold on. I don't want to mess it up. Morpheus, is this true?
Yeah.
Did a
Yes.
goat eat the piece of bacon?
Yeah.
Allah couldn't stop that.
That's the so that excuse been
cool.
going on since the ancient times, huh? The dog ate my
no way.
Uncle
No way,
the dog ate my
no way.
homework.
That's where the dog ate my homework shit came from.
Yeah.
No way.
That's cold-blooded.
Cold-blooded, Corey, your words. That's cold-blooded.
Hey, Corey, you hit that shit dead in the nose. That's where the dog ate my homework came from.
Son of a bitch.
Who knew that was ancient?
That's crazy.
Who knew? Damn. Y'all got to be kidding me at this point. Yo, but go ahead, man. Intellectualize that.
Uncle Kev, what's up, brother?
What's going on, bro? Hey, bro, ghosts don't even eat paper, though. Yo, they play. That's the game. That's the joke.
How you been?
Well, technically, it says a sheep.
Oh, that's even worse. Damn.
It's my question.
A salami.
Good to hear you, brother.
Hey, a salami and bacon, my man.
Good to hear you. Good to hear you, brother, as always.
Go ahead, y'all. Go keep going.
So my question was, what does the word surah mean?
Oh, actually, sort of in Arabic, it's really like a silk. It's a fabric, actually.
Oh,
did you know that?
No, it doesn't mean fabric.
I didn't know that.
How much you want to bet? If I show it to you right now, what would you do? Would you leave Islam? If I show you right now, promise me you'll leave Islam.
I ain't not a Muslim,
does not
though,
mean silk. It means, what does it mean?
Tell me right now. Hold on. Tell me right now. You'll denounce Islam if I show you right now. Surah origin comes with dealing with silk and a piece of fabric. If I show it to you right now, would you leave Islam? If you're so sure, I'm saying, if you're so sure, let's put something on the table.
Put it on
the word
there,
surah
Rabbi,
means like the word surah in Arabic.
He said he ain't willing to do that. Go.
Yeah, you ignored him, man. You still got the Hebrew because you're Islamic Hebrew something, right? So
we went through that. But you can if you want to explain it to fine too. I ain't mad.
You don't gotta explain it, but I know it's in Hebrew and all that, so you just switch. You can go strictly Torah, yo. You all right? Still got one left. Still got a God left, yo.
I was gonna say, but
Nah, he
Rabbi, where
can't
can I find
switch. He
your
don't
books
believe
at?
that no more.
No,
He don't
Oh, he
believe
don't
in the
believe that
Torah.
no more.
Nah, he don't
yeah,
believe
Oh,
in that.
I ain't know that. Hey, Rabbi, you don't believe in the Torah no more? Why you call yourself a Rabboni then? That's a teacher.
Nah,
Reb, teacher. And
Yeah, if you don't
Rabboni
know,
is a master teacher.
me and I'll go way back, man, to the Amarah Squad days, you know. So
Yeah,
we
you
know
ain't
each
one.
other
You
from way
ain't.
back.
Yeah, you
I'm
ain't
still
one
wait.
yet, boy. You ain't
I'm
one
still
yet.
waiting for. I'm still waiting for Unc to say it's bananas.
Yeah,
Oh yeah.
almost. I'm going to get him. I'm going to get him.
We go back to the Blog Talk days, bro. Back in like 2009. So
I was
you
beating
know,
you up all the way there, yo. By now, yo,
yeah,
you should be just scholarly, yo. By now.
yeah, I know. Shout out to the
Damn.
Amarah Squad as always. Shout out to Ngozi.
yeah, Rabbi, I gotta
But
check out a couple of your books, man. What can I find? Amazon or something?
yeah,
Yeah,
you gotta
Amazon,
catch
yeah.
up. Unc, you gotta
Yeah,
catch
I
up.
gotta
You
check
got
out.
35 books.
Yeah, I gotta check out some of your books, man. You got some interesting views. I'm definitely want to, read up on them.
Yeah, thanks, bro. Just go to Amazon, type my name, Rabbi Lewis. Like I read over 30 books.
Oh, for sure. I support. Yeah, I want to check it out. Yeah.
Yeah, thanks, brother.
30 books? You wrote 30 books?
35. Man.
Yeah,
35.
35.
You getting up there with polite. You getting up there,
Right?
bro.
Oh boy,
You
shout out
getting up
brother Polite. I had Polite as a guest on my show years ago. I used to have a Blog Talk radio show. I had Polite on twice. So shout out, but we know each other personally. So shout out brother Polite.
Yep, that make all the sense in the world.
So Morpheus,
Go
you were
ahead.
saying that sort of means silk, right?
Yep.
I thought there was a division the division that's equivalent to a chapter. Is
No,
that wrong?
I'm sorry.
Sure does not mean that.
No, I said I thought Torah was a division that's equivalent to a chapter.
Right, but
Is
I'm
that
saying,
wrong?
but no, you're not wrong. In context, no, you're not wrong.
The word surah literally translates to like a wall. Like a wall. It's like a wall. Like a wall in the house, or like like a wall. It literally translates to wall.
Yo, you messing stuff up. That's like
No,
you.
that could make sense because it's a division, right? It's a partition. I'm not saying it's right. I'm just saying it.
yo.
I'm not saying it's
All
right. I'm saying it could make sense. But I don't know.
What up, Sosa?
Yeah,
Shit,
get
what's going
Sosa
on?
in there.
What's going on?
Sosa should know.
I don't know. But what I was saying, I think American
It
Dream
is
Logic,
in
American Dream
Arabic, today's Arabic, Hayat means wall, not surah. Hayat, that means wall in Arabic,
Oh,
not surah.
oh, okay. Hayat is the verse, right?
No,
look,
Right.
Hayat. No, not ayat. No, not ayat. Hayat. Hayat means wall. Ard means
Okay.
floor. Hayat is wall. Hayat. That means a
Yeah,
wall in
I'm
Arabic.
learning, so
But
Take-
my brother Sosa wanted to add on something. Go ahead, Sosa.
yeah, because I was saying, following American Dream's logic, though, like you can't say that Yahweh, the name of God, is Yahweh. Just like you couldn't say the name of God is Jehovah, right? So it will follow the same logic. So you couldn't say that. So just like you would say that Allah means the God and Yahweh would mean the Lord, and so forth, so on. So you couldn't ask for a name for God, God's name in Hebrew, and then ask for a name for God in Arabic because it would follow the same principle. There's no name.
You were listening, Sosa.
Yeah, I was listening.
Yeah, that's what's up.
So Sosa. So based on that, if Allah means the God, would you agree that I can call any deity Allah?
Called any deity Allah? Well,
Yeah.
technically, yeah. Technically, yeah. By translation, yeah. Yeah.
Thank you. That's all I was saying. Yeah. You know what I mean?
But
So,
So it's not.
but But doctrine wise, you know you couldn't do that shit. Like you know what I'm saying? Like that.
Yeah, you have
But
a
Morpheus,
fatwa on your head and shit. Like what?
Exactly.
and Morpheus,
Yes, sir.
don't you agree that we can also go anywhere and call the gods their Elohim?
Yeah,
Okay. So,
yeah.
so it's pretty much the same thing. So Allah and Elohim are kind of interchangeable.
Yeah. So my thing is like when the Quran says in chapter 12 too, Inna anzalnahu al-Quran al-Arabiyya alakum taqilun, right? What it says about we have sent down this Quran in Arabic that you might understand, right? And that's what it says in Arabic. So this Quran is for specific people, and I can show you verses in the Quran where it tells you it was sent for specific people in their tongue and in their language. And I can show you another verse where it says the wisdom of the Quran is in Arabic. So that means non-Arabic speaking people. This ain't for you, bro. This ain't for you. But we're converting to this stuff because if you don't understand Arabic, you can't read your notes, you can't read translations. You know, if it's telling you that it's the wisdom is in Arabic, do you understand Arabic? Do you understand Arabic? No. Well, this ain't for you. By Quran, not by me, by Quran. Because the wisdom of it is where? In the Arabic language. We have sent a messenger to you in the language of his people for his people. That ain't you.
I agree 100%.
I would agree also.
But in fairness, right, Morpheus, the Torah is also not for everyone.
Say it again.
The Torah or the
You
Old
said Bob?
Testament, the Torah is also not for everyone. It's only for the chosen people. It's not for everyone either. The Old Testament.
But it doesn't say that. I mean, you can infer that, don't get me wrong, but the Quran literally says it. That's the difference. It literally says it. You understand what I'm saying? See the difference?
So the Hebrew scriptures wasn't for those people specifically. It was for the people who was under that covenant. It was specifically for them.
Correct.
Right.
So it would be
correct.
the same thing. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I would agree with. I would definitely agree with you. The only point difference that I'm making out is that the Quran literally says it. You know what I'm saying? Where the other one, like you just did, even your when you came to a conclusion would be correct. You can come to that, but someone could argue that it doesn't because it doesn't say it like that. You know, it doesn't say it word for word.
Are you
doesn't
saying?
say it
Are
at
you
all.
saying? Are you saying that Hebrews don't, or people that follow like Jews don't literally believe that the book is just for them?
No. What I'm saying is what the text says. I'm referring to the text on both sides. The text doesn't say there's Torah, the Torah, and I could be wrong, somebody who knows the Torah better than I do. Does the Torah say exactly or the words that the Quran says? Where the Quran literally says that this is an Arabic Quran for a specific people meaning Arabs, right?
I wish I was more versed in the Bible to give it to you. You know what I mean? But I can only imagine that it does, because I can't imagine that the Jews and all these Hebrews would think that they are the chosen people and that it's only meant for them. That they they don't believe that for no reason. You know what I'm saying? So,
it does say no. It does say. Listen, it does say that in the Torah about I chose you or you his chosen people. Yes, but I'm talking about the text. It doesn't say about a text. The Quran says that this text and this messenger was sent to a specific people in their specific language. In their language, it literally says that in their language.
Well, Morpheus. So
yes,
the issue is that the Quran, though people can convert to the Quran, to Islam, it's it's disingenuous because basically Allah never forgives, and then they have to pay a tax, right? So with the Hebrew faith, like I was talking to Rabbi Lewis, you have to be circumcised. You have to have that covenant with God, either on the seventh or eighth day, and if not, you have to go through the Harafat Dam Brit, which is the second circumcision. And so then you have a covenant with God, and that is the only way that you can actually be a Hebrew. All of these religions, and then with Christianity, there is this baptism. In the old days, the baptism was a formal period of a long period before. It wasn't just one day. But it ended up in a baptism, which was a major event for the person. So it required more things. All of these religions create some type of ceremony or some type of event. But what they do is, for the people they are manipulating, right, for treaty purposes and for taxes, they give them official status. But in the book, it says Allah never forgives, right? So it's what humans do culturally, but at the end of the day, they know that if you don't speak Arabia, you can really never understand the Quran. So what we did the other day was we actually used that word fight, where they translated it fight, but it really means murder, kill, whatever, right? So if you don't understand the Arabic, you don't understand the true sense of the Quran, as you had said. I'll stop.
No, yeah. That is definitely correct. But that's where it gets really
Well
interesting.
spoken. Well said. Well said.
Yeah. Get Brooklyn, you go ahead.
Thanks, Brooklyn. Thanks, Brooklyn. I try to be a good student to you and Morpheus.
Yeah, get Brooklyn. Hello?
Yes, you broke it down. Sorry, it's on mute. Yeah, you broke it down. I mean, clearly, these are foreign religion to us as a people. These are not religion for us, and clearly it causes confusion. And that's where we're all confused with names like a Muslim whose name is Rabbi. These are the things that can cause confusion. And that's all religion has done, especially the major ones that people follow, right? And that's all. And this is just living proof of it. And it actually says in the Quran, basically, this is for the camel boy, as the great Dr. John Henry Clark calls them. This is not for us. That's camel boy religion. So that's all. And, people, and you can elaborate on the Hebrew aspect of it, how it's for the chosen people, whoever that may be. So I'm glad that these discussions are happening, because lots of brothers are learning about the great confusion. I mean, again, it would be an abomination to be a rabbi calling yourself a Muslim. It'd be an abomination and disrespect if you were one who perhaps would take a religion seriously.
Yeah, just call me Pastor Muhammad, man. Fuck it.
Imam Pope.
Yeah.
The only thing I would disagree with is the statement that all religion has done is cause confusion. I think that's a little bit of an unfair kind of analysis of religion and its contributions to civilization. I think religion has offered a great deal. I think everything, has two sides to it. But I think religion has done a great deal. I think there's a reason why every great civilization has had, not just great civilizations, even the small ones, all of them have had religion as a major part of their of how they do things. So to say that all it does is confusion, I think is a little bit is just a little unfair. I think religion does have a lot to offer, and it's still offering a lot to people today. And I'm not going to take that away from people who get what they're looking for out of their religion.
Okay, so while I don't, with all due respect, great America. Spirituality is something that we invented, and we didn't need religion to have spirituality. And with that said, this is not a great society. And show me one great society that had religion. And I'll probably shut up if you show me a great society that actually utilized religion.
Well, you know, let's remember that
Crickets.
for one, I would say religion has played, especially Christianity in America, for example, Christianity has played a great role in, you know, making America what it is today. Or if we look at Egypt, we can't say that religion was not the major aspect of Egyptian experience. When you go into African tribes and even even you know, venerating of ancestors and ancestor worship, that's all religion, and that's played a great role in the African experience. So, you know, I don't think you can separate.
Are you really
Dream.
calling America great?
Oh, absolutely,
Okay.
the greatest country to ever exist.
Is America?
America, absolutely.
Guess when your name is American Dream, you never wake up to reality. It's just a dream.
Rude, but there's no more questions for me. I'm gonna drop off. I don't know if anybody else had any questions for me.
It was a pleasure, Rabbi Lewis.
Oh,
Yo,
pleasure
Rabbi
was mine.
Lewis.
Pleasure was mine, brother Reggie.
Rabbi Lewis, if I can just say this, bro, like this is the first time that I've been on Pseudo Killers where the conversation has been so smooth, bro, with people not yelling at each other, and it's just been such a great build, man. And for your name to be in the title of that, I think that's a blessing for you, bro. Like that's great. You brought a great presence today, just in my own estimation, man. So just thank you for that, bro. That was great.
Wow, I'm honored and flattered. The honor was mine.
Indeed.
We were light, Rabbi Lewis. It might be just because it's Friday, but if Bobby Banger was on the show, bro, it would turn a whole nother level of energy, right? So
Man, y'all better leave Bobby Banger alone, man.
If Bobby Banger came on, but it would be some cursing and stuff like that. And so it's only because and Bobby Banger is going to get on Corey and Sheffrin. I don't know where Sheffrin didn't say much, but anyway, it was a pleasure talking to you so we can have this conversation. But on the issue of religion, so peace to you, brother. On it, how could you love a God that destroys the whole world, men, women, and children in a flood? How could you love a God that kills people at will? How could you love a God that enslaves your people, right, and then gives them a book? How could you love that God, right? How could you? And then in these other countries, the strife between the Shia and the Sunni, right? The whole sub-Saharan slave trade of enslaving people because their lack of religion. History is the best record to say what happens with religion. It's always about men and power. It's never about the text in itself. The text is just used to convert your ass so that somebody can manipulate you to make you a hoe, right? To break your natural strengths, if you want to call it spirituality, and to break you, right? All it does is breaks you by creating a second person called God, right? So there's nothing special about these religions that have enslaved our people, and we are the best example. We're so divided. We're in Baptist, Episcopalian, Holy Ghost, right? And if you're a Muslim, you're a Shia, Sunni, you're Ahmadiyya, and then if you're Moor, then it's Moors calling other Moors fake Moors and kicking them out the temple. And if you're a Hebrew, there's a whole bunch of camps. Where is the division? God does not want God does not want unity. God does not want unity because these books all in themselves disunify people.
Certainly. Well, I'm gonna drop off, but I want to say one thing to that. 3 things to that. Again, it was an honor. My name is Rabbi Lewis. Check my new book out. It's called The Egyptian Origins of the Jewish Jesus and the Jewish People. 12 chapters on myth. It's a must read. $10 on Amazon. Thanks for having me on. But I want to say one thing, if I could, Reggie.
Sure.
Yeah, the Egyptians had a flood narrative as well. They had a flood story that they came from Ireland, actually. And I presented this before on Pseudo Killers last time I was on. The Egyptians had a flood narrative that it was a big flood, and they came from Ireland and sailed to Egypt. You can find this in my book, Those Are the Sphinx, with Egyptians black or white, why I explore whether the Egyptians were white or black or not, historically. But the Egyptians did have a flood narrative. But I mean, we can do that another time.
I'm sorry, you said they came from where?
Ireland.
Ireland? Like Ireland?
Yeah, Ireland. Yeah.
Where'd you get this from?
I wrote up. Somebody's got background noise.
I'm sorry.
I got the book on it, y'all. He sent me that book also.
Yeah, Chief and brother, I sent you my new book too. Did you get it?
Yeah, I got it. I skimmed it too. It's 49 pages. So I'm gonna get to it. Yeah.
Yeah, Chief, thanks for having me on, brother. It was an honor, brother, to be on your show.
Appreciate it. You did a good job. Go ahead, finish up. Go ahead, tell them about the Ireland. I know they want to hear that.
Yeah. I wrote a book called Those Are the, the Afrocentrics say the nose was shut off the Sphinx because somebody's got background noise.
Like just plain?
Plain or like blueberry or strawberry or something like that.
All right, cool. I get that.
Yeah,
Somebody mute out, man, with the blueberry and strawberry shit.
I'm sorry. Yeah, I just want to say, Rabbi, thanks a lot, man, for coming on, brother. Come back again, man, and I enjoyed the conversation, and I especially enjoyed the like I said, some of your views, which were very interesting, and
Morpheus, he's talking about Ireland. Wait, he's telling us about Ireland before he leaves.
Yeah. So I wrote a book called
Whoa, Ireland.
Yeah, Ireland. Yeah.
Okay, good.
So,
I gotta hear.
I wrote a book called
Sit back and learn. Sit back and learn more.
Yeah, I wrote a book called Those Are the Sphinx, whether Egyptians black or white, why I explore whether Egyptians white or black. So, the Harris said that the nose was shut off the Sphinx of the Egyptian monuments because they look black, like African, which I reconstructing in my book. Actually, the reason why they shot the nose of the Sphinx because it was said in Egyptian lore that the statues had power, spiritual power, mystical powers to kill you. So when the Europeans, the Arabs, the Persians were coming into Egypt and tomb raiding and taking stuff, right? They were afraid that the monuments had mystical powers to kill them. So it was said if you shoot the nose off the Sphinx or the edifices, they no longer have mystical powers to kill you. If that makes sense, right? So I proved in the book that the Egyptians came from Ireland, and in fact, the Pharaoh Menes actually died in Ireland of a bee sting. He got stung by a bee and died in Ireland. But then you can check that out in the book.
These are nonfiction, is that correct?
These are nonfiction. It's not a fictional writing. It's an actual historical book I wrote.
And around what timeline was this, if you don't mind? What was the timeline all this occurred from Ireland?
The tsunami happened 12,000 years ago. The Egyptians have a narrative in the pyramid text that they came from Ireland after a great flood, and they relocated from Ireland to Egypt. In fact, they have this in their lore. It's called the pyramid text. Look at the other one. It's the pyramid text. The hymn of Ramesses as well. There's a book called the hymn.
You said 12,000 years ago this occurred?
12,000 years ago.
Reggie, is that in the pyramid text, bro?
Boy,
can you pull it out?
This is interesting.
Yeah, it's called.
Okay, I absolutely.
My IQ has been lowered.
I absolutely. Listen, I don't read every book. When he comes back on, right, then he's gonna have to show his sources. If his sources don't read the Meta Netter, right, then we have to throw all of that out. But all the chronology is wrong. Egypt is founded in 3200 BC. right? I don't care about what in the litany of Ray or the hymn of Ray or whatever it says there. Those things came later. So at the time that you're talking about things, it already occurred. And so where is the first instance of it? The first instance of it would have to be 12,000 each. Listen, we don't even have the Green Sahara at 12,000 at 12,000 BC, right? Africans are migrating from the south up to the Green Sahara and found themselves up there in about 10,000 BC. And then there's no written records. They didn't start to write until about 4,000 BC, and their writing was archaic at that particular point. So look, you can write books and you can cite sources. The pseudo killers is very, very nice because we would have to examine the sources, your sources to where you got, and we would tear their asses apart. Not you, your sources.
And I'm no herpetologist, but even 33 BC, there's no recollection of killer bees existing in that region of the world.
Exactly. The bees come from the south, right? They're not in Egypt, and actually they started drawing bees.
No, not even in Ireland. Not even in Ireland. Not even in Ireland there were no bees. In Ireland there were no bees. Killer bees at that.
But no ancient Egyptians went to Ireland. That's some lore. Ain't no Egyptian went to Senwar Set, who probably went to Furthers, did not make it to Ireland, right?
That's bogus. There's the hieroglyphic text found at Abydos by a guy named Sir Flinders Petrie in 1901 in a cenotaph of Pharaoh King Menes. It says, and I quote, in this text they found at Abydos by a guy, a white boy named Sir Flinders Petrie, right? It says, King Menes was the ruler of Mitzrayim in Egypt, made the complete course to the end of the Sunset Land. Sailing in his ship, he completed the inspection of the Western Land. He built a holding there in Uranium Land at the Lake of the Peak. Fate pierced him by a hornet bee sting. This drill tablet set up a hanging wood is dedicated to his memory. So he builds a case that he died.
Petrie wrote nothing he was not a translator of the of the ancient Egyptian hieroglyphs called the Medu Neter. He couldn't read and write.
Who couldn't read and write Medu Neter?
Petrie.
Oh, okay. So we got the explorer Lawrence Waddell, who actually discovered Menes' tomb in Ireland. His name was Lawrence Waddell.
Rabbi Lewis, 12,000 years ago was the Ice Age, brother. Unless bees can survive the Ice Age.
No, I didn't say Menes because I didn't say Menes.
You said 12,000 years ago.
Rabbi Lewis, you was doing well.
I asked you how long ago. I said how long ago, what time frame?
No, brother, when I said
12,000 years ago, hold on, y'all.
That's the Ice Age.
Hold on, everybody chill out. Y'all misinterpreted what he said. He said that the Egyptians came from Ireland 12,000 years ago.
Correct.
That's what he said. He said Menes died when he went back to Ireland. He got stung by a bee and died in Ireland.
Right, but we
heard and then I said how long ago was this? Nile Valley civilization came from Ireland. That's totally new to me. Number one. Number two, again, 12,000. Okay, 12,000 years ago, I asked what. Okay, as a student of Dr. John Henry Clark, two things we're stickler about. We're sticklers about timeline, that's chronological timeline, and the order in which things occurred, and also where you get your references from. Now, I just asked about the timeline. And the timeline and all of this occurred, unless all of this occurred over a span of 1,000 years, somebody got stung by a bee and went to Ireland, all that within 1,000 years. 12,000 years ago was the Ice Age.
Nah, 12,000.
So there's no way the bees did not exist 12,000 years ago.
12,000 years ago was 12,000 years ago was 10,000 BC. That's 12,000 years ago.
Still no Ireland, and
that was still the Ice Age. That was still the Ice Age. The Ice Age was 12,000 years ago. The sea level was at 120 meters lower than it is today.
So when
And
you're
that's how
talking
he
about,
said he
where
got
did
there
the bees?
because of he said
I
he
mean, like,
got there
let's walk through this.
because of
Like,
So are you?
the
You
If
think
we,
tsunami.
Ireland?
if we simply just walk through this with logic and reason, we can figure out the solution because we have modern science on our side, and modern science uses something called genetics, right? We have a molecular clock, and it would actually, like, if these people came from Ireland, the genetic markers would be in Ireland. We wouldn't possess these genetic markers coming from the African continent, and we wouldn't be able to show that the evolution. So, like, the whole thing is just flawed. Like, I don't understand why we're entertaining this.
Yeah, I think it's a good time, Rabbi, to go. We got a sense of the last part, but that all of that what you said, they weren't calling themselves Egyptian. What language they was writing, was the archaeology in Egypt, right? All of that. I think that if Petrie, Petrie believes in a special white race, right? He was searching in Egypt for the white race. Anything that Petrie says, we could toss out the window. And most of those people right then and there, they were involved in the in colonialism and their forefathers, the slave trade. And they didn't give two shits about black people. Matter of fact, the Egyptians weren't even black to them. And so why Petrie would come up with his colleagues that sold books, and selling books is we have Amazon now, so everybody's writing a book. Just because it's in a book now don't mean shit. So come back on. Hopefully Bobby Bang is on. I'm just nice, but I would say have a nice day. That look, if anybody wants to read that, they can. But like Kyle said, why are we even entertaining that when we know so much?
Thank you so much, guys. Chief Renell, hit me up on Facebook. We want to do another hangout on this. Inshallah, this was edifying. Rabbi Lewis, check my new book out. Peace to the panel.
We're straight on that book.
Peace.
Rabbi Lewis, what's your book again before you check out?
He out of here.
Oh, he gone.
Is that you can find his book at www.trash.com.
Yo, I'm just blown away, man.
I'm blown away. Morpheus, I'm blown away. I just come on as Brother Reggie and I get the shit thrown at me by everybody, right? By my sources, my references, I get disrespect. And he comes on with the name Rabbi Lewis and everybody goes to fucking sleep.
He debates on. I'm familiar with him for probably a few years now. He debates on Solar Vision shit. He gets beat up in every debate. He loses every debate.
Yo, no. What this
is? He's the conscious community punching bag.
No.
He got the book. Jesus. He got the book. Jesus was a homosexual. He got a lot of wild books.
I'm telling you, with him, nothing is what it seems. Akhenaten is Moses, Egypt is I'm a rabbi.
Yeah, that's how all of it is. That's how
vegetarian. I'm like, oh shit.
And he didn't know that 12,000 years ago was the Ice Age. He didn't know that.
But even when you refer to the Ice Age, though, it's not like it's not like the whole Earth is covered and shattered in ice. It's still populations of people around the planet.
Ireland is close to Iceland. Ireland is very cold. It was more ice than anything, especially in Iceland. And I've been to Ireland, and the oldest thing there's a church. I was in Dublin for 3 weeks, and the oldest thing there is a 1,000-year-old church. Now that I will say, they have a 1,000-year-old church there. That's it. Ain't no relics of Nile Valley civilization there. There's no hieroglyphs, none of that is there. I've been to Ireland several times. The longest I was there for 3 weeks. I didn't see any of that.
You got what is it? Humans in Ireland at 10,000 BC, right?
In a cave.
Unless the ancient
Egyptians lived in a cave
And
I
Nile
mean,
Valley
everybody,
civilization existed in the cave prior.
nah, but that's, I
10,000
mean,
years,
I'm not, listen, I ain't saying
12,000
he,
years ago was the
I'm not
ice
saying
age.
I'm not saying he right. He's not saying that ancient Egypt started there. He was saying that the people migrated from Ireland. So they could have, whether they were in a cave or not, doesn't really, it's not like a dagger. He's just saying that the people came from there.
That's
You know what I'm
eugenics.
saying?
That's that Petri master race shit that's already been debunked, right? So that's extreme racism. So at this time period when Petri, they had separated Egypt from Africa, made it Asia and Mediterranean and Oriental. So he could take that, right? That's
Well,
none of that.
he just challenged the whole entire scientific, archaeological, everything that we know. He just challenged.
That's Rabbi Lewis, though.
Look, Assad do it every day.
That's right. That's
Wouldn't
Rabbi
the
Lewis,
Ice
though.
Age, wouldn't the Ice Age explain why they would leave Ireland though?
Nah.
No, it was in the midst. Ice age don't happen overnight.
Nah,
If
because them niggas.
12,000 years ago was in the middle of an ice age, it just didn't happen overnight. And bees stinging people, I mean, please, that's absurd. And they speak Gaelic in Ireland when I was there. The language is Gaelic. Nothing related to, I mean, nothing even remotely connected with even Arabic or Aramaic or anything like that. This straight up cave people language.
I blame the goddamn pseudo killers. You're supposed to be pseudo killers. You have me on just kind of triaging the information, giving you a chance to stab, and then Sheffrin is quiet as a goddamn mouse. And
Hey, Reggie, you was the pseudo killer today. You were supposed to handle that.
No, I did handle. I started the conversation, so I poked holes in it, allowing people to begin the process of understanding what his work is like, right? All of his connections to Amenhotep and Jesus and stuff like that, and Sheffrin, you know Islam, right? You was quiet as a goddamn mouse, right? Him calling himself.
Where's Bobby Banging when you need him? Where was Bobby Banging?
Him calling himself, and you
I'm
brought him on the
working.
show,
I'm working.
Sheffrin.
I'm working. I can't. It's Friday.
I got you, bro.
You brought him, Sheffrin. You brought him on the show.
Conversation, man.
He definitely came to promote his fiction work, his work of
He
fiction.
inspired good conversation. Peace to that brother. He inspired good conversation. That's
Like I said, if it's a pseudo killers, you got to bring somebody on that's pseudo and kill them.
Look, I feel like this, right? This is my point of view. I feel
That
like
wasn't even pseudo. That wasn't even pseudo. That was off the charts.
Look how y'all go and make it big.
This is my perspective, right? I feel like we be enabling some of these people, bro. Like they crazy as fuck, and they come here like he really think he on book tour. Like he think he's on tour to promote his book, and like he think like that's what I'm saying. Like I think enabling these niggas, man.
Oh, he ain't on that man, cause that man on the book run, bro. Come on, man.
Unc is gonna tear me a new asshole. Unc is gonna he's gonna call me up and tell me, he's gonna say, why, brother Reggie? Why? Right? I just wanted to because Sheffrin brought him on. That's the code word.
I knew what was gonna happen. He knew the interview was coming. He knew what was gonna happen.
Well, anyway, I want to get to some other business. I am going to kick Chief X off the cliff
again,
right? And Corey is going with him, and Sheffrin is going to be hanging on a cliff rock like a mountain climber, like a goat. He ain't no goat, but he gonna be hanging on. Chief X is gonna get kicked off, but I'm going to another platform to do it. But he's gonna be kicked off. And who else is going with him? There's Corey, there's Sheffrin, there's Thunder. Thunder's going, right? Here's the issue. The issue is they don't want to deal with the trans-Saharan slave trade. he does not want to deal, he only wants to look at the current population of Egypt and say that they are the Egyptians, right? I'm going to leave that later to my second show. My first show is going to show what happened to those Africans that were exported into the trans-Saharan slave trade. Why aren't there any Black people in Egypt and in power, right? So I'm going to do that. Any of you people, Corey Sheffrin, y'all want to save him, Chief X, y'all can save him. But that's why y'all going into the hole too. The reason why we do this is to study, right? And to present facts. And so the pseudo killers, Sheffrin and Corey, they thought I dagged myself when I read the report that there was no sub-Saharan in North Africa. I'm going to tell you why it's not. They didn't stay long. They was transported in the trans-Saharan slave trade. And where did they go? That's why they didn't stay. Africans were snatched from inner Africa, from West Africa, Central Africa, and from Nile Valley, and they was dragged up into North Africa. And where did they go? Right? Where did they go, scholars?
And you're gonna do that tonight?
Nah, maybe Sunday.
Yeah,
maybe Sunday. But
I'm lost. I'm still. You're not making a connection. Like
I just gonna wait for you. Gotta wait for the slide. That's what I'm saying too.
Who said that they're lost?
Chef.
Me.
Oh, Chef. Of course, because you going in the hole. Why would you? If all of these Africans, so the trans-Saharan slave trade took about maybe 10 million people out of Africa. They all went into North Africa. Sheffrin, why aren't they there?
What? That's not even coherent. That don't even make sense.
Why doesn't it make sense, Sheffrin?
You said the trans-Saharan slave trade took people from Africa into North Africa. Why aren't they there?
Why aren't they there?
Makes sense to me.
Why aren't the people from Central Africa, West Africa, right? The Nile Valley, Dungala, right, with the Bach Treaty. Why don't we see the millions of people? You're dragging millions of people from sub-Saharan Africa into the north. Where do those people go, Sheffrin?
I don't know. You're gonna have to show that.
Use your noodles.
No, I'm not even following your
Is everybody else following me? Or am I crazy? You have millions of people dragged out.
They were enslaved and brought here. They were sold and brought to this place.
No,
that's
before. Watch this.
Watch
this.
Atlantic slave. He said the
right. Where do they go? Where do they go? You don't read history. Where did they go?
Tell us, Reggie. Tell us.
They went into Arabia and the Middle East and India and all of those places. There's records of it. What are you saying?
Okay, so now you're using your noodles. So that's the reason why there's no large mitochondria DNA of those Africans, because they didn't stay long. They didn't stay long.
That still don't make sense.
What doesn't make sense, Sheffrin?
Because we're talking about an indigenous Egyptian Black population. That's the question. Where did the Black Egyptian population go at? You talking about
south.
People from?
I would say that they went south.
Oh, now
I wouldn't say what Brother Reggie is saying. Now, what I want to do? This is James again. I just came back into it. I'm glad the other brother left. I had to wait for him to leave to enter the room. But either which way, we can look at Ukraine, right, and the Russian situation. We're going to use modern time here now. When Russia is invading Ukraine, do you see a mass exodus of the population of women and children? Where do they go? Now, I'll let y'all continue.
Yeah, but that's you kind of you can't do you can't do modern comparisons of people translating and moving around, because the condition of restrictions is going to be a lot different if you go back to ancient time. That's why you can't use that type of
No, yeah, you can, because the same behavior is happening. War is coming. The population is becoming aware.
You talk about an army with weapons that can do mass destructions versus some niggas coming in with some goddamn spears, arrows, and goddamn swords and shit. There's a different type of dynamic going on.
But he did say 10 million people. That's still a lot of people. Ukraine don't have 3 million right now is in Europe. And like a million went over to Russia.
How long was the trans-Saharan slave trade? How long was the trans? Huh?
1,000 years.
1,000 years. So you have
a long time.
So you have millions of people. You have millions of people being dragged from sub-Saharan Africa over 1,000 years.
Right.
Where do these people go? We don't see them anymore. Where are they in North Africa? Where are they?
I got an answer.
Yeah, because even still, Reggie, you still at 600 AD. You still ain't even in ancient Egypt.
Reggie, I got an answer. This is Chief X.
Go ahead, Chief.
The answer is slavery was abolished. All that shit stopped. Anybody back there in them times died off.
What year? What year you're talking? Let's deal with timeline.
Who?
Yeah, when you say they all died off, when they died off, when did they die off? Around what time? What time frame we're talking about when you said they died off?
Okay, listen. So if Reggie is saying people were taking into the north or Egypt or wherever he's claiming during the trans-Saharan slave trade, and say whenever the north and anybody in the north abolished slavery, it ended and people died. Whoever had a slave died. And
Well, where are the former slaves, Chief X?
They died.
Oh, they died. So you have millions of people.
No, they're not. They're bred into their population because the males were castrated and the females were made concubines, and then they have a mixed breeding of those two, which is the African and the Arab. That's what happened.
You can't. That doesn't go for all of North Africa. You're talking about sometimes people were castrated. That doesn't go for everybody. What I'm saying is people only live to be 70 years old, just say for average. So if there was a slave in North Africa, they died after they hit 70.
Oh,
and they
so
didn't
they didn't make babies. They didn't make babies.
Well, if they made babies, I mean, who they make babies with?
With
over 1,000 years,
they use females as slaves as well.
Okay,
so they had to make babies.
If they made babies, that population got swallowed up into the major population.
So
listen, check this out. Once upon a time, I traveled to an African country. The name of this African country is called Somalia. I was in Somalia for 6 months. Now, I'm a whatever, DAS, ADOS, foundational black, however you want to label us, right? I'm a descendant of America.
We got it.
I saw some people that looked similar to our features or my features. They had wide nose, nappy hair, and the name of these people are called the Rahanwains. Some people call them Bantu. Now, in Somalia, these tribes are called the Rahanwain. Now, if people have ever seen Somalians and Ethiopians, I'm sure you know what their phenotype perhaps may look like, probably would go against what Ankh, the God killer, would say. You can't go based off lookership, but it's quite obvious when you're talking about big foreheads, smaller noses versus our phenotypes. You can tell an Ethiopian from a African-American, sort of say, but these
they got them big ass forehead.
Exactly, Ethiopian, Somalians, and parts of Sudan, not South Sudan. Now, when I was in Somalia, people came up to me and they started talking to me in Somali, thinking that I was a, what do you call, Rahanwain or Rahawain, right? Some people call them Bantus. Now, how did those Rahanwain people get there? And they speak in a different dialect. They were brought up during the slave trade. That's when Arabs were bringing them from Tanzania. Now,
Hold on.
Okay.
Is it me?
Is he chipping out on? Is that just
Okay,
me?
am I
Chipping
back?
out, or is that?
Yeah, he is, but he being long-winded,
Okay,
man.
am I back?
Can you wrap it up,
Hold on,
bro?
Okay, I'm
let him
sorry.
get it in.
I'm just breaking it down. Breaking it down. Okay, so these people that look like they're from deep certain parts of Africa, which is Tanzania, they got there into Somalia, and it's where this tribe lays. It's a long trail that stems from Kenya all the way up to the Gulf of Aden. This is the tip of Somalia, the Horn of Africa. Why? Because when they decided to stop the slave trade, because the Ottoman Empire was coming through there, they pretty much, the Arabs abandoned it because the Ottoman Empire was coming to, wreak havoc. And those people are still there till this day. They're called the Rahanweyn people, and they're known throughout the whole Somalia as the people that were stopped because they were brought up during the slave trade.
All right, thanks. Hey, how you doing, Reggie?
Thunder, what's happening?
Everything's great, man. It's always a pleasure to talk with you, and
Liar.
hopefully we can do that. It's always a pleasure to talk with you, and hopefully we can do it more. I'm not sure. I just came in on the conversation. I heard you asking about where did those people go.
Yeah, you woke from the dead. It's funny. I started Chief X pops up, you pop up.
Reggie, I'm not being combative. I don't know what's going on, but don't let your previous experience be what's going on right now. I'm not being combative to you, brother. So what I'm asking, at this point, when are you going to be doing the presentation on Sarnetta about this subject matter?
I'm trying to find a spot on Sarnetta hopefully Sunday, if not Sunday soon.
Okay.
But we have Thunder, while we have Chief X on, right?
Hold on. That's what. Let me walk you to Chief X right now. So, what you was doing yesterday was acquiring, I think, some discussion or some data points that you may want to cover, and you was getting them really from the questions and the concerns that Chief X had, and I think I think that's smart of you, and I hope hopefully you all continue that discussion y'all have.
I didn't finish. Thank you, Thunder. So I didn't get everything I
Before
wanted.
you start, can you apologize to me for being so combative earlier, and I was trying to be nice to you, man?
I apologize to you,
okay, no problem.
Thunder. I like lightning.
Okay.
All right. So here's the deal, Chief X. The Egyptians were not black. The Nubians were black, right? Let's just see. The ancient Egyptians were a mixed population that I can accept. You said that it was the Mediterranean people that formulated Egypt, right? And so then there's the issue of I want you to continue. Anything that I left out? Chief X?
No, and we kind of settled and killed the argument last night.
Nah, we didn't.
Ngozi came on and shut it down.
No, Ngozi did not. Ngozi did not shut it down. So that's untruthful. So now, Chief X, since you're is it, first of all, do you have any reading sources, or is it just common sense or logical?
The reading sources about what?
About your thesis.
Yeah, just about everything. Anything in academia supports me.
Everything in academia supports you.
Anything in academia and in every claim I made supports me.
Okay. So you don't believe that the ancient Egyptian civilization was what it was, a civilization of itself? You don't believe that they warred with the North Africans? You believe that they're... So if the ancient Egyptians are warring with the North Africans, the Chinnu, right? And the people from the Levant, right? That you're trying to say that they're warring with their brothers and their sisters. You don't see the ancient Egyptians as their own entity?
Kind of, sort of.
Oh, kind of, sort of. Okay, so if they're their own entity, so they create a state now, so they create borders.
But I also call the ancient Egyptians North Africans.
Okay. And they're only North Africans, and they're not, they have no other groups of people. And you support that? Why? Because then you don't.
No, they have like affinities with people from the Near East, the Levant, and other areas in North Africa.
From the mummy study?
I mean, like, what do you?
You get
Did
your
you not
data
hear
from the
anything in
mummy study, or how do you getting your data?
Reggie, did you hear anything that Ngozi spoke on last night?
Oh yeah, and I talked to Ngozi yesterday. I talked to him later on.
Do you disagree with everything he spoke on?
I jumped in on Ngozi and told Ngozi what I disagreed about, but I'm talking to you.
Okay.
What is your position? Is what he's asking.
Well, first I'm trying to get everything out of that I can out of Chief X. So Chief X, can you just for 5 or 6 minutes give us your whole proposition, and that will help me. Give me your whole soundbite about what your thesis, what you believe in. If everybody can just give Chief X 5 minutes.
For the last 30,000 years at least, North Africa, the Near East, the Levant, Anatolia, they've all been exchanging DNA as they migrated all through North Africa, the Levant, the Near East, back and forth. Back migration, so it's a little mix up in all of them, but they're all North African and or Mediterranean people. Separate from sub-Saharan Africans. Nothing related to us at all.
So, and you support that by what?
DNA studies we've been talking about for the last entire year. I'm not sure where you've been.
No, I'm just giving you a statement out.
You got a 5-hour video.
You said 30,000. You said for the last 30,000 years?
For the last 30,000 years, if you look up North African genetics, North African DNA, it will tell you they've been flowing through there for 30,000 years. This is not nothing I'm making up.
At least.
Yeah.
So
now,
Africans,
who are
intermixed or in the, they don't have nothing in the gene pool.
Who are the
let Chief X do a little work, man. Let him do a little work.
Yeah, I'm just trying to get out his whole statement. And so those groups of people that are North African, they're not Black Africans.
No, not at all.
They were never Black Africans.
Never. North Africa has never, ever, ever in the history of mankind been Black Africa.
Great. What about the Black mummy?
I haven't researched that too much, but I think it's an anomaly. Are you talking about the Nubian that was considered an Egyptian?
Talking about the black Libyan mummy. Talking about the black Libyan mummy.
Okay, I'm not familiar with that. If somebody found one mummy, y'all got to break that down to me. I don't know.
What about the rock paintings, the Silly Najir?
Right. So the rock paintings are just rock paintings of people and animals.
And who are those?
No one on the planet can tell you, okay, those are black or white. Just like the Egyptians, just like the Greek and Romans, when they have pictures of males, they're melanated, and the women are light-skinned.
Okay, stop right there.
Hold on. The Greco-Roman world also has artwork like that. So all you guys are doing is seeing rock paintings of what look like some brown people and brown animals and shit like that, and just claiming that they're black. That's
okay, that's cool. Okay, that's cool. Let's leave it right there. So what about the zoo type that's in the artwork?
Who is this?
This is James. What about the zoo type that's in the artwork? Where are those?
I'm not the zoo type. I think probably in the Green Sahara was teeming with animal life. Okay, I spoke on this before.
But what about in the Levant?
Slow down, James. I'm saying in the Green Sahara was teeming with animals. So they drew the animals that they seen. Hold on. They drew the animals that they seen on the wall.
So what about the other African tribes from the South? If they knew that the animals was there, would they not go to where the animals would go?
No.
Why not? Why not?
You're asking me to tell you something about what a people would have done 8,000 years ago. Do you see how far you guys are reaching? Hold on. Slow down. Do you see how far you guys are reaching for straws? This is like crazy. First of all, hold on. Slow down. First of all, what I'm talking about is in the time frame of the beginning of the Egyptian dynasty. You guys have to go outside of that to try to reach for straws to trap me in something. And you guys are talking about stuff you're not even clear about. I mean, like, what are we doing?
No, I just have a question based on your claim. I'm not reaching for straws. I just would like to ask a couple of things based on the statements that you made. You said 30,000 years. That's a long time. And the reason why I'm saying that's a very wide
who
span.
Who am I speaking to?
It's James, man. It's James.
They call me Brooklyn. They call me Brother Brooklyn.
That's what the experts say, bro.
Okay.
Your name is Brother Brooklyn, you're saying?
Yeah, I'm Brother Brooklyn, right?
Okay,
that's me.
Hold on. I'm trying to understand something. Are you just now hearing of my claims right now, or have you watched my videos?
Sir, I have not watched your videos. I just heard when the brother.
Okay. So hold on. So let me talk to Reggie. We can't talk if you haven't seen none of my videos over a whole year and a half. We've been talking about this. Yeah. You have to slow down. Step aside and let me talk to people who viewed my videos, and we've been having this discussion for a year. You step aside if you haven't watched my videos. Go ahead, Reggie.
Well, I
that
think
way nobody can ask a legitimate question.
I just wondered. I'm going with based on you made a whole claim just now. You basically gave a summary. When somebody said, "Let Chief X speak," and state his claim or whatever his thesis is, and you said he said, "Here's what I'm saying. For the last 30,000 something years, the people of North Africa are that blah 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 blah." And I said, "Okay, based on all that you said, not your videos, for the last year, I would like to ask a question because I want clarity. I want clarity on 30,000 years of what you're saying. These people are the same. Then I wanted clarity because you said when he asked you about drawing people and you said, oh, they just drew people on the stones. They just drew people on the wall. Okay, then he said, what about the animals? You go, oh, they drew the animals that they seen. How do you draw animals that you've seen but don't draw people that you... He don't draw the people that they seen, but they draw the animals that they seen.
The animals was the same color as the people on the wall.
Hold on, you're arguing something.
No, I'm asking a question. No, I'm asking a question. I'm not arguing.
Listen. Slow down. You're asking a crazy question that I answered. Listen, you asked me what I'm just saying. What animals are on the walls? Whoever drew them seen them. What else?
No, I asked you the question about the animals. I wanted you to explain the zoo type that was on the wall, which was indigenous.
Oh, I'm not a zoologist.
Hey,
I don't know.
You know, on giraffes come from Africa. You know that.
You have to be quiet so I can finish. Slow down. You've been so hyped to get at me. Just slow down. Okay, Jesus Christ. Listen, bro.
Hey, so hold on, so I can get it. Hold on 1 second, so I can get it together. Because I'm. What's your name, man, with the iPhone? What's your name?
Brooklyn.
Brother Brooklyn.
Brother Brooklyn. Okay, all right. So Chief X, this was two different people. One was Brother James, and one was Brother Brooklyn. And so they was asking you. I think you was confused about who was asking you a question. So Brother Brooklyn is the one you're answering his question. So Brother James, allow him to answer his question. You know, go ahead, Chief X.
Okay. So can you just ask the short question real quick again?
I think when he's saying zootype, though, you mean phenotype, right?
No, that wasn't me. That wasn't me.
That was James.
That was James.
That.
Okay,
Yeah.
and he covered that. Now, what I was saying was, the answer was when somebody asked him, "What about the people that were drawn on the walls, and the color of the faces of the people that they drew on the wall?" And yeah, I believe your response was, they just drew people on the wall. Now, when someone hold on, real quick.
Let him make a statement, Chief. Let him make a statement, Chief.
No, because I just want to ask a real question. I want to ask a quick question. You said when he asked about I believe it was Brother Reggie asked about the color of the people on the wall, you said, oh, those are just people that they drew on the wall. And then somebody asked about the animals, you said, those are the animals that they've seen. So they drew the animals on the wall. So how is it that they drew the animals that they've seen on the wall and not the people that they've seen on the wall? That's my question.
Okay. There are people
That's a good
and
question,
animals
too.
on the there are people and animals on the wall. It looks like some of the animals are the same color as the people on a lot of it, right? And then they have some animals that they painted white. So I know cows aren't white, or the cattle aren't usually white like that. They have some white ones, but all they did was draw some melanated stick people. I'm saying for you to make a claim and say that they're specifically black or white is disingenuous, because I'm not even doing that. I didn't call the people black or white. Nobody knows what the people were. I can't see no phenotype. I can't see no drawings and no of the hair. I can't see nothing but some brown people on a damn wall. And all I know is that there are plenty of North Africans who are melanated and brown and are the same brown color as me. They're darker than Sarah Seti.
Okay,
I mean, they're just brown melanated people on a piece of rock.
Okay, the reason why I brought up the zoo types, because those zoo types are indigenous to the continent of Africa. You got giraffe, right, hippopotamus, and such. Okay, I'm just trying to simplify this for everybody. So when you look on the walls, have you ever seen Arabs around giraffes, hippopotamus, and such? Have you ever seen Arabs around those type of animals?
No, I don't know, bro.
Are the giraffes indigenous to Arabia? Is it giraffes in Arabia?
No.
Hey, Brother Reggie.
No, they're not.
I don't even understand that question.
Yeah.
That
So I have some follow-up questions.
Hold on. That question was crazy. Because why would you ask Arabs around any giraffe? Like what? We're talking
That's
about.
What I'm trying to get to in the pictures,
Jeffrey.
they have giraffes. So that means that
the
people, because he's trying to say
talking
that
about North
he
African
thinks
people.
that Chief X is saying they Arabs, and that's not what he's
you
saying.
all messed up in the game.
Yeah,
you actually crazy.
Arabs way over there in Saudi Arabia.
Saying,
listen. Arabs are way over in Saudi Arabia, so the question is
Yeah.
crazy. So he shouldn't be talking if he hasn't seen my videos.
Exactly, man.
The people
pictures are 10,000 years
so let's
old.
get on. Let's move on away from the zoo.
No, the reason why I'm asking is because the people that you're doing your DNA studies from, right? Those North Africans are more akin to the modern day Egyptians, and the modern day Egyptians, you're trying to say that they was always there, right? But
which all the experts say.
Corey, let him get it out. Corey, let him get it out.
That.
Let him get it out, Corey. Let him get it out.
Well, I just wanted to let Reggie know that Chief X is not the one saying that, though.
Chief, so let me finish. The issue.
Mm-hmm.
So they are more akin to the people in the Middle East, which are the Arabs, than they are the Africans from Chief X's DNA.
No, they're not just Arabs. They're the people from the Levant, the Southwest Asians. They have affinities to the Greco-Roman gene pool. They got who is them? The Turkish.
Corey, what is saying?
Why won't you let me finish?
They're more closely related to the people of Southern Europe, the Levant, and those places than they are to sub-Saharan Africans. But
they're not really. They're not close. They're not closely at all related to Nubians or sub-Saharan Africans.
Okay,
they're closer. They cluster more with those people, and it makes more sense because we're talking geography. That's all we're talking.
Well, let me
So
finish.
the people in the geographical area are going to be more closely related just because of geography.
I'm going to kick you down. I am going to kick you down the hole now. I'm not even going to let you hang on the cliff, Sheffrin, right?
All right.
I've been waiting on the edge of my seat, Brother Reggie, because like you at this point, you saying the experts have no fucking idea what they're talking about at this point.
No. See, you know what it is? It's that it's the data that you're reading. You're outdated.
This is more than one source, though.
No,
this is all kinds of different sources.
That's why
that we've been through.
That's why.
Years
so
now.
Your sources are 2020, 2021, and 2020.
So you got a 2023 one then for us then.
No. I have updated sources now. Wait, let me get to
Brother Reggie. This is Chief X, real quick.
Yeah,
the video I did titled "Black Egypt Debunked Stand." I shut it down.
I understand. You are clapping for yourself.
The entire conscious community has been debunked.
Let me. I know that you.
How can I watch your video?
Let me finish this.
You guys are gonna have to accept that and bend the knee.
Chief X. So the rock paintings in North Africa, do they have the same type of rock paintings in sub-Saharan Africa?
Oh, I'm not sure, but let me ask you this question.
Wait. Let me finish.
Those rock paintings you're talking about, aren't they the same brown colors in ancient Egyptians on the wall that's brown?
Right. You, Chief X.
Yes or no? Yes or no?
Yes.
Right.
Chief X.
So we've had a discussion. Wait a minute. So Ujaro has broke down why they are brown and why the women are pale. We've had this discussion. Did you forget?
I'm not dealing with Ujaro's information. Me and you.
Okay. But if you want to really know why they're brown, that might have something to do with it. I don't know.
Let him make it plain. Let him make
it are brown and
Now the the darker people from Southern Africa, do they have rock paintings?
Well, I'm not sure.
Okay, so this is a lot of not sure. If you look at
a lot of not sure, I'm just not sure about that.
Okay, wonderful. Or the rock paintings from Southern Africa.
But it seems like there's a lot of unsure on your part.
I'm very sure. That's why I'm asking you the question.
It's a lot of uncertainty about this genetic and
but
DNA.
Reggie, though, you know what's on.
Corey,
why won't you let me finish?
Let him get the point before we get up.
I'm sorry.
Why won't you let me finish? See, I'm trying to get Chief X's complete statement so I don't leave no flesh on his goddamn bones. So Chief X now. So the rock paintings of Southern Africa you haven't seen. So you do know about the Green Sahara.
Okay, when you say Southern Africa, are you talking about South Africa?
Yes.
Okay, so now y'all talking about two other spectrums of the continent. You guys got to get your shit together.
No, Chief X. Let me finish.
No.
Stop.
That'd be the wild shit.
He's connecting the dots, man. He's connecting the dots, man. Let him connect the dots.
No, because we always. And the thing is, Chief X, hold on.
Why won't y'all let me talk?
No, because we always got to go back 9,000 years.
No, he went back 30,000 years.
Yeah, he said 30,000 years.
He went 30,000 years.
A lot has happened in 30,000 years. A lot has happened in 30,000 years.
No. He's saying something different. He's not using the 30,000 years to connect his goddamn argument.
That's what he said.
Is going across the goddamn planet to connect the dots.
He went to 30,000 years to North Africa.
No,
wait, Corey.
Let him lay it out, man. I want to hear everything laid out.
He's going to connect the dots clear across the planet here. We're talking about Egypt in a certain time period.
Bullshit.
He's only
3100 BC.
Why won't you let me talk, Corey? I'm not debating you.
The Mediterranean. Here you is.
Only in South
You're in the
Africa.
Green
He ain't around the
Sahara.
planet.
Corey, I'm not debating you, Corey.
No,
Let him lay it out.
In a hole.
No, but
because
Corey,
Reggie, you've been talking,
Good
and
night.
nobody else gets to
But
talk.
I'm debating him.
right?
Go ahead,
Corey,
Calm down.
go ahead, man. Y'all go
Calm
ahead.
down.
Can't even talk.
Yeah, let him.
Calm.
Why are you trying to
Let him
save
fuck it
him,
up.
man?
Calm.
You Captain Saberhole. Why are you trying
No,
to save
I'm not
him?
trying to say. I'm not trying to say, because I've been making the same argument. What I'm saying is,
Yeah, but I'm
I
not
don't
debating you.
I'm saying what I'm trying to say is, it's crazy how y'all, when we're talking about a specific time period and a specific location.
he said 30,000 years. That's not specific. That's a
Hey,
broad
bro,
span.
if you
Be
don't shut the
quiet,
hell
bro.
up,
Be
bro,
quiet.
because we already done been through that. We don't even have to go back to that. He already
So
said he
so-
talking about the people today. He talking
So-
about the people today.
I
When he say
understand.
the people, listen, no, because I'm talking to the iPhone dude. When he talking about the people today, he say they've been there for 30,000 years. He's not having to go back to 30,000 years to prove his goddamn point that the Egyptians is the goddamn Egyptians here. He don't have to go to goddamn America, clear across to the goddamn planet to draw the dots back to Egypt. This shit's crazy here. We
Okay,
talking
that's
about Egypt.
Why can't
We're
I
talking
speak?
about Egypt.
Why can't I speak?
Because I ain't done yet. We're talking about Egypt, and we're talking about a time period here. Now, everybody, we already done established what the experts done said. Now, here you go talking about South Africa. What does South Africa have to do with Egypt, bro? Go ahead, Reggie. You got the floor. You got the floor, Reggie. Shut up. Everybody else, shut up. You got the floor.
Thank you so much. I was just trying to show the ignorance of Chief X in understanding the geography and the peoples of Africa and the archaeology. So the rock paintings of Southern Africa, right? They go to the Sahel, and then they go to the Green Sahara, because the Green Sahara is where all the animals are going, all the birds, all the.
Now you just saying that. Now you got to pull
Corey,
something up.
Wait.
you said he was going.
No, because
Corey,
I'm
you said
not
he
gonna
was
let him.
going to speak.
You prove it by the zoo type. You prove it by the zoo type.
I'm not gonna let him.
Why do you have such a why do you have such a problem with me finish talking? You keep cutting me off, Corey.
Shit on the ground.
Corey, you keep cutting me off.
Nope, because you
Corey, let him do his thing, man. Even if you're wrong, let him just lay it out. I want to hear his whole argument.
On and on for the whole show here.
No, I've been cut off the whole show by you.
No, he's the scholar. He's the scholar. Brother Reggie is the scholar. If you understand, okay, well, if you understand migration pattern, if you understand the migration pattern of Africa, the migration pattern, the migration pattern.
I'm against muting people, iPhone man. Listen
Corey,
here,
he's trying to lay out. Listen, Corey,
Nope.
Corey, he's trying to start at step one. But
No,
I already hear you already made the statement.
I don't want him to throw 30 bags of shit on the ground, Sosa. Now, if we miss a bag of shit, now it seems like one of the bags of shit was valid here. No, he said this thing. I asked him about that, right? Now he's saying the animals led the people who drew the cave paintings in South Africa. Those people were led by the animals to the Sahel. Now, that's a significant statement there, and I'm not finna let him walk past that statement as if I didn't hear that shit.
No, but that's scientific. That's scientific, Corey. That's not
so
like
it's not to me.
No, it's not.
He just threw a bag of shit on the ground, and I'm supposed to pick it up and eat the shit, Sosa? No,
he's saying that.
You gotta
he's saying
show me that, bro.
No, what he's saying that the African population, right? Like at one point, right? At one point,
I'm talking about the rock painting people, not just anybody.
Yeah,
the
I don't know. He's not necessarily going to pinpoint the actual. He's not saying that the same.
That's what he said.
So, but he's not saying that Picasso, who painted the rock in South Africa, is the same Picasso that walked up. Like, that's not the point he's trying to make. That's what I'm saying.
I'm talking about the people, the group of people genetically. I understand that, Sosa. I understand that, Sosa.
Just let him. I'm saying, let him lay it out.
Sosa and Corey, I got Reggie. You guys don't have to do that.
That's what I'm saying. Let him lay it out.
You have to be quiet.
Go ahead. Y'all let him do the Gish Gallop. Y'all let him throw 30 bags of shit on the ground. Go ahead.
I'm not interrupting. What I'm saying is let Reggie lay it out. That's what I'm saying.
I understand all that. Both you got let Reggie let out, but let me handle it.
I'm not involved. I'm not getting involved. I'm getting involved to stay it out.
But when Corey is trying to clean it up and then somebody else is trying to help him clean it up, it gets garbled. Let Corey clean it up. But goddamn, y'all is tripping.
I was trying to get from Chief.
But Reggie is going on too long. His question takes 2 minutes. He's been talking so long.
Let's
Reggie
give 3
has to be
minutes.
quiet. Every time I tried to answer, I got cut off after three words.
Listen, give Reggie 3 minutes. I'm a timer. Get ready 3 minutes. I'm a timer. Then you got 3 minutes. That's fair. Go ahead, Reggie.
3 minutes.
Oh, well, how long you want?
Man, 60 seconds. 60 goddamn seconds, man.
You see what they doing to me, y'all? They won't even let me talk for 3 minutes.
How much time you want to give him, Chief?
Who needs 3 minutes to ask a simple fucking question? Are y'all serious?
No, he's not asking a question. He's laying out the claim.
Yeah, I'm laying out.
But I got his question. It's in my mind. Let me answer right now. Everybody be quiet.
All right. It's not a question. I'm going to tell you.
You don't need to reask his question. I got it.
I am going to tell you what I'm going to do on
go again.
Sunday.
Go ahead again.
On my first lecture, right, I am only going to deal with the population of Africans moving from the sub-Saharan slave trade to the centers of slave trading in North Africa. And I'm going to do that to show you that the population changed based on the trans-Saharan slave trade. And so any DNA studies that you have is only looking at the population that was left in the region because of the sub-Saharan slave trade. So I'm going to explain where those people went and who are the new people that came in to intermix with the so-called modern day Egyptians. And I'm going to talk about their gene pool, right? And so when you do DNA studies, even when you do digs in Egypt, right? You are matching it, you're trying to match it with the population that only exists now after the trans-Saharan slave trade. And that the digs that are going on are very manicured digs of peoples where they know that these people were not descendants of sub-Saharan or sub-Saharan because of the changes in ancient Egypt. The changes in ancient Egypt, there were different groups of people that were in rulership at a particular time. They picked a grave and mummy specimens from a period that was largely not sub-Saharan. So my first part of my lecture, when I kick you down this hole, you, Corey, Thunder, and Sheffrin, is because you do not understand modern history and how the history in the past is affected by modern history, where there's an absence of people and there's manicured DNA. And so I'll stop. Thank you so much. That's what I'm going to do to you on Sunday, show you your ignorance. Now, on another day, just depends if or not whether.
Now, Ty,
whether wait, let me just finish, Corey, let me just finish.
I thought you said you was gonna stop, but go ahead.
No, right. I just want to add this part. The part 2 of the lecture depends on whether or not Uncle Kek, Bobby Banger wants to bang on you. He will deal with the earlier portions. I am not going to in this first lecture because I'm reserving it for Bobby Banger, who has some significant information, but I'm showing you the absence of the African population. I stop.
Okay, can I speak now? Is everybody done? Can I speak?
Sure, man.
Listen.
Okay. First of all, everybody just chill. You changed up your last question, Reggie, because you realized you screwed up. When I was about to check you, you began to get angry and talk out loud, and then all this shit happened. Okay? You said Southern Africa. I said, Reggie, do you mean South Africa? You said, yeah. Okay? Now, it's disingenuous of you, Reggie, to of course, be having this conversation about North Africa and Egypt and the Green Sahara, okay? For you to take it way down to the other end of the continent to South Africans and confuse this thing and botch it all up and create your own narrative that's not my narrative and confuse the people with this pontification of bullshit you're doing right now, okay? You're trying to allude in this thing you said that South Africans migrated all the way to the Green Sahara, and then these South Africans, along with the West Africans, made it all the way up to North Africa, and then they came over to Egypt and to the river. Come on, man. This is straight confusion at its finest. And you guys have reached this far, and it's an embarrassment. I hope nobody's listening to you guys right now. Really, because this is embarrassing. I hope nobody is listening to this crazy, convoluted question. Like I'm supposed to detail how these people felt and why they did this 10 years ago. You're ridiculous with it. It's like a towel hanging and a thread on the towel. You guys are hanging on to this thread for dear life, for hope that you might be ancient Egyptian. You're hanging on a thread in hopes that you might have a chance to make a point when the evidence is overwhelmingly against you. The score is 98-2, and you niggas still think you're gonna win the game. You know, I really don't even know how to answer what your questions right now. It's so convoluted. And when I said 30,000 years, whoever this Brooklyn dude is and everybody wiggling and trying to take it out of context, I'm just stating that the people in that region have been flowing in and out of there and back migrating at least 30,000 years is all I'm saying. Okay? Then I asked the question that nobody hasn't answered in 7 months. If you guys think some black people were anywhere in North Africa, anywhere in the Near East, the Levant, Turkey, the Caucasus Mountains, Europe, anywhere but sub-Saharan Africa, in the last 6,000 years, can you name this black tribe or nation? And nobody has still even answered that. It's like
Hey,
this shit
Chief
is
X.
crazy with you.
They said the hurricane. They said the hurricane.
Hey,
So
Chief X.
so the heritage. Let me answer the heritage, then you go ahead, Corey. The heritage. We've had this discussion. I did a whole 2-hour presentation on who the Moors were, who the Haritans were, and all this. The Haritans were a slave population that North African Moroccan type, the Berbers, got from sub-Saharan Africa. Then they were joined into the Tuareg families. A lot of them are in the Tuareg families, and they were born generations into slavery. Their children. So these are people from sub-Saharan Africa that were born generations into slavery, into the Tuareg, into the Moors. They're slaves. Anywhere you read about the heritage, they're slaves.
Hey, but Chief X, so I appreciate that you caught how he was finna throw that bag of shit on the ground and then clearly try to walk right past it as if he didn't throw that bag of shit on the ground when he talked about the South African shit. Then when it's time for him to talk and answer the actual question, because I asked him an actual question, now he just talking about, you know what I'm saying? He done switched his whole damn game. See, this is why, and everybody be like, well, Corey, you snapping. Or just man, that's the whole fucking trick, and it gets cloudy. And that's why I always try to stop that shit, because I don't want no fucking clouds. I want shit to be clear. And that's where their fucking argument is at. It's in the fucking clouds. If it's cloudy and it's some type of maybe, or we may not have all of the research. They lay in that shit. They fucking wallow in that fucking shit right there. You know what I'm saying? And that's the only way they can even put Egypt on the tip of their fucking lips is by keeping the whole fucking argument. Everything they say is cloudy. You going from 1 point to, goddamn it, 15, 20, 30,000 miles away. I don't know how the fuck far South Africa is from North Africa, but it's crazy, you know, how we talking about North Africa, but we clear down here in South Africa, thousands of miles away. It's halfway across the goddamn.
What's crazy is we talking about the Arabs being African.
No, then on top of that, it's gonna take. I'm gonna have to do this, and then I'm gonna have to do this, and it takes a team to get with me. But then I don't know what I'm talking about. But you guys got to build a team to debunk me. Obviously, I know what I'm talking about.
Okay. Hey, James, go ahead, James, and then I want to go after you, brother.
No, what's crazy is that I want to see the imagery of the people that Chief X is saying is there. Is he talking about like
So you ain't seen a modern Egyptian. You don't know what the hell a modern Egyptian looks like.
This is what's crazy is because
no, brother. I'm asking you, do you know what the fuck a modern Egyptian looks like?
I know what I see today. So that
that's a modern Egyptian. Are you speaking English?
When I characterize
because I think you're finna try to get cloudy on me. I think I see some clouds coming.
Now,
I'm asking you a direct question.
Listen, brother.
Hold on, brother. Listen to me. I'm gonna ask you a direct question. All I want is a yes or no. I'm asking you. Do you know what a modern Egyptian looks like? Yes. Okay. Now continue on. Now, what you was finna say after that?
The people that I subscribe to, what they're calling the modern Egyptian today, is not the people that were there at the time that we're talking about.
What do you subscribe to? What is it that you subscribing to, brother? Can you pull that up? Because I know what I subscribe to. I subscribe to the Journal of Nature. So you go ahead and tell me what you subscribe to. What your subscription
I subscribe to is using what I can see today to
understand
what happened. So, okay, hold up.
Chief
X from California, right? He's in his 50s, right?
Mm-hmm.
When Chief X was in California when he was young, most of where he's from was African American. If you asked him what the population looks like today, he's going to tell you that all of the African Americans are not there today. And where he's from, it's mostly Hispanic. You can see the stuff that how people can move around right now. Where are the Indians at?
So now we go back now, and I like that.
Saying,
I'm glad
act like it's impossible.
I'm so happy you said that. I'm so happy you said that. So now that goes back to the original question: where did these niggas go? Now you answer.
South.
You said the population move around and all this old shit. You know, if we know what the Indians look like and all the rest of the shit, right? Where did them niggas go? Where the real Egyptians at? Tell me where the real Egyptians at.
They went the same place all of them went.
And during the enslavement of during the Arab slave trade, from what this is just what modern history says. During the Ottoman Turks in the slave trade, the women got used as concubines and bred into that society, as well as the men got castrated so they couldn't procreate. So they were used as slaves and they died off. So you have an intermixture.
And I like that.
You have a mixture of people there. But what I'm saying is the borderline.
But if they were slaves, see, this is the part of the argument. You forgot what you was originally arguing. So if they were slaves, that mean they wasn't from there. This is what I be saying. Y'all be so
Tori, hold on, Corey.
shit.
You're talking about within 1,000
cloud your
years.
own
This goes
self.
back like 5,000 years. What are you talking
Corey,
about?
he's making a point. I'm
You're
not saying
only
I
talking
agree
about
with
the
him.
Go
last
ahead.
1,000
Explain
years.
his point a
You
little
ain't
bit.
talking about
He's
5,000
saying
years
when he's
ago.
talking about the slave population, he's saying that the population that became slaves were the that's
So
the
they was
point that he's trying to make.
originally there. Well, what is he talking about the trans-Saharans? I don't get the
Let me
because that's what
Sosa,
happened in the
explain
last
that to me.
1,000
But let me
years.
let me tell you what James is talking about. So hold on. Let me just say
We're
what James
talking
is talking
about
about.
1,000 years.
This is what
I'm next, yo. Nah, what's next, yo?
I'm not
Nah,
going.
dog.
Let me make a brief statement.
Nah.
See, he clouded you, Sosa. He got you
Yeah, but
clouded.
okay, don't let.
You
I'm
forgot he
I'm
said
not
the
clouded. I know what
trans-Saharans.
he's saying. I'm just saying let him make the whole claim
No, he
so we
said,
can have
I
absolute
did.
clarity.
I let him
No,
make
he
it.
didn't. He didn't get a chance. He didn't get a chance to finish making his claim because Corey cut in.
Slow down. This is what
James,
James is doing.
Nah.
Let me make a statement.
No, you cutting
What
in,
James is
dog.
hold
doing.
on.
How was that to them?
Hold
Hold on for a minute, Chief X.
I'm
Let James.
the host. Look,
Go
I'm
ahead,
the host
James.
right
One
now.
more
I'm the
time.
host right now. Let him get it out.
Okay.
And then Unc want to make a statement, and then Chief, you can go ahead, come on after that, bro. Go ahead.
No,
Lay your whole shit out.
I can't
Okay, so
jump
we
on James
talking.
before me.
Chief,
You mean,
I'm
nigga?
the host.
I'm on my own shit now. I come and say what I want to say.
Chief
Nigga,
is
you get
addressing
off.
me. Let me respond to it.
Nigga, I ain't
You
about
can still
addressing
respond,
you.
but Chief,
Hey,
just let Unc get a
Sosa
statement in,
is
and then
making a
respond.
final word here. We gotta
Yes, go
respect
ahead.
what Sosa say. Go
Yeah,
ahead.
but that nigga ain't that important though, Corey. Everybody, he don't got to address every time somebody mentions his name. Who the hell is he? We
No,
having a
I'm talking about
conversation.
We ain't even got to
Sosa.
go there. We
I'm
ain't even got
saying
to go there.
Sosa is giving the orders here. I'm just following his order. I'm following Sosa.
Go
Don't
ahead,
kill
let him
me.
make his shit.
I'm just a
You can jump
law-abiding
in,
citizen here.
and then Chief respond however you want to respond to whoever to respond, bro. Go ahead, James. Lay out your whole argument for the case that the indigenous population were African and transported out, and then give a date so they can be specific about what time frame.
I can't be here all day. Okay.
All right, well, get off there, nigga.
Wait, hold on. Let me just say
no, you just cutting in, bro. No, I'm
He pulling the woo job. He finna pull a woo
no,
job.
I'm not listening to
Nah,
you.
you
I'm
can't
not
pull a
listening
woo.
to
I
that,
ain't gonna
bro.
let you pull a
I'm
woo
not
job,
listening to
Chief
that,
X.
bro. Nah, I'm not listening. No, we're not listening to that, bro. I'm not calming down.
Go
I'm not
ahead,
none of that,
James.
yo.
Let
Wait, gotta
James
wait till James
I
next, yo.
gotta go because I can't sit in my car
All
right
right,
here.
bye. All right, you're right.
I'm just
Bye.
trying to
Drive
say
off
something
into the
right now.
sunset. No, I don't want to hear it. I don't want to hear it, bro.
Okay, you don't
Seriously,
have to
just
hear.
drive off. Yeah, drive off.
Okay, you don't have to hear.
Chief, if you
We
jump
good.
in the conversation, you gonna make it more combative.
I was trying to tell you as a moderator. I want to
No,
run it out.
you're not telling nobody
But you
nothing,
guys,
though. You're not telling
you
nobody
guys act
nothing.
like somebody
Who
can't
is you
say
to tell somebody something? This
Go
not
ahead,
your
Rob.
platform, bro.
I'll let you back in.
Erratic. Continue your
Nigga,
conversation.
shut up, nigga. Shut up, nigga.
I gotta
Nigga,
go.
get off. Get off. Bye. Bye, nigga. Bye, nigga.
I'm
You
the
too
host. I can
arrogant
let you
anyway
back
for the
in.
conversation.
Yeah, I
I
gotta
ain't
go.
letting nothing back
In.
down.
I can let you
Too
back
arrogant
in.
for
Go
the
ahead.
conversation.
Right. Who's next, man? I'm supposed to be next,
James,
but
Let's not end on the back.
I was
Man.
next.
It was a good
Now hold
conversation.
on. Let me say this.
Let
This is
James
what I'm not
let
going
James
for.
lay out his let James lay out
Hey,
his
yo, can I
argument.
get that Chief X for a minute? Is it okay?
No, he
No,
gone.
nigga, no, that nigga gone. Nigga, don't talk to that
Oh
nigga. And who is that
man.
nigga? Who is
three
that
people
nigga?
back, bro. Come on,
Who
man.
is
Come on,
that nigga?
James. James.
Because
God,
James was
Christ.
on this
I'm over
flim
here
flam thing.
laughing,
Go
man.
ahead.
I debuted it. I'm just laughing at
All right,
time.
come
Y'all
on,
crazy.
bro. Let's go, man. This is
I
crazy.
heard your point, James. Let me move on. I got your point, James. I don't even agree with James. Y'all want to know what happened to all the listen, let me tell y'all what happened to the Egyptians. Yo, they changed their ethnicity. Simple as that. Okay, so that's what's going on. Ethnicity. Correct. Ethnicity. So no one's practicing Egyptian culture in Cairo right now. Nobody. Let's not play this game. So I'm letting you know right now that ethnicity, how you say the word? Ethnicity, my fault, ethnicity, okay, is the key right now and what we talking about. So human beings, each individual can change that. It's not stagnant, it's none of that. So you don't know what happened to the Egyptians? Man, they lost their way, they lost their culture. Simple as that. So simple as that. Now, if you want to talk about people and human beings, that's a different conversation. But as for Egyptian, it's an ethnic group. Okay,
we're talking about
in that
people
ethnic group, yeah, I know. So we're talking about ethnic group. What is an ethnic group? See, people that do the same basic things. Has nothing to do with the color of your skin, the size of your lips, and the type of hair you got.
But that's what
We
he's talking
study
about.
enough when we know that.
But we want to talk about
anybody could be an Egyptian.
What's the response to the peopling though? We're talking about the peopling.
Listen, okay, so well then y'all know that. That's not hard. But what I will tell you is
Go ahead,
nobody
lay it
create
out.
no
Lay it
fuck
out.
up. Let me finish my. Hold on. Nobody created no fucking
It's
team.
very
Let me
different.
finish my point. Hold on.
Go ahead.
Nobody created no fucking team to go against Chief X. We really be trying to ignore his fucking ass. He ain't said nothing slick to a can of oil. He has brought nothing scholarly. He talking crazy. We just having fun in this conversation, but he's too arrogant. Nobody made a whole team. It's fun to hear people talk crazy. And so it was a good placeholder to go ahead and strike up the conversation. So as for people in the now, that ain't complicated.
So I'm next.
Science tell you where the people come from. They're northeastern population. Simple as that.
No, not where they come from. Where did they go?
Listen, it's a no. They changed they ethnic is the ethnicity is different now.
Not the culture.
Ethnicity.
We know the culture had got.
No, ethnicity is that. I am telling you right now. So the people that go anywhere, they don't practice what Egyptians practice anymore. So I'm not of that. You got to argue with them, bro. I'm saying
I understand that.
Why did they close down the temples in Kemet then? Tell us that.
Because of what you just said. Listen, ethnicity. Yeah, the ethnicity has changed. Like that to them, that's paganism.
So you saying a foreign population came in and closed down they traditional teachings? Is that what you're saying?
No, the culture
Is that what you saying?
Romans going in there.
It wasn't enough to change the whole.
When they came in here, they was closing down the temples.
All right.
Hold up, you will close down your own structure. Hold up, you will close down.
All right, hold on. All right, let Thunder go. Thank
you, man.
Got out of that answer. He didn't answer that man's question. He didn't answer that question.
Answer the question. Go ahead. Somebody, whoever it is.
I thought I answered the question, bro.
No, you
Romans came in with army and pop. They didn't come with enough human beings to change the whole to flip the population. That's not. You don't go to war with your women and children. So that's why if you look at anybody can look at what they're considering Egyptians, right? Look at their things. They homegrown population. Won't get me into the skin color. All that is a bunch of malarkey. I'm not going down that road no more. That's just stupid.
So you saying that. So in other words, the people that's there are the ancient Egyptians, right?
No, there are people that was in the Nile during that time period.
What does that mean? I don't understand that. See, this
watch this.
cloudy.
No, it's not
I need to know what that. I
watch
don't want to be in the clouds.
So depending on watch
I
this. So you in the 900. Watch this.
I'm gonna let you go ahead.
I'm saying Egyptian culture changes. Like
I'm
old
not talking about
dynasty,
the culture. I'm not talking about
why does it change? Why?
I'm not talking about the culture though. That's not my question. That's not my question. It's not a cultural question. It's about the general population.
But the people that's on the Nile are still there today, from dark to light skin. You just looking at people in Cairo.
That was my question. That's what I asked
but
you could have said
why do we keep? Well, I know, but why do we keep looking at people as Cairo is the only people?
No, I'm not even looking at. I'm talking about the whole Egypt, bro. Whole Egypt.
No, you're not. No, okay. Well, if that's the truth, then next time you go, and you'll see. Okay, you got dark skinned people.
I'm not talking about the skin color. I'm not.
So what are you saying then?
I don't ever.
I know. So what are you saying then?
I keep saying this over and over again.
So the majority of people are still there.
Listen to me clearly, because I think we're going too fast.
The majority of people are still there. That's not fast. That's straight to it.
No, I'm okay. I'm saying the people that's there. Now, I've never said anything about skin color because you always try to get me to talk about skin color, and I keep saying over and over again, I don't want to talk about the color of their skin. What I'm saying is a very clear statement. What I'm saying is a very, very clear statement.
They're still there.
The people that's there, them the people
that's been there.
They're still there.
All right.
They're still there.
Right. That's
good.
That's all I
want to add. And I want to add this to it.
I don't want to add nothing to it.
I do. And they range in skin color from the Delta to
That's fine. I don't want to talk about it.
I do.
That's fine with me.
You stupid,
I don't know how he got to that position.
Go ahead, Thunder. Go ahead.
Hold on, Jay. All right, so this is what we got. Hey, peace, man. I love you, man. Hey, whenever you're ready, I got the camera for you, though. So
we're gonna do it this weekend, bro. Appreciate you.
Well, it had to be Sunday. I got to go to Birmingham, and I'm gonna spend a little time with my little boy, and then I'm gonna come back.
Okay. All right. What time Sunday you want to meet?
Maybe 1 or 2 somewhere now.
Okay, that'll work. After you come back from church.
Yeah, after church, right?
After church.
All right. So this is
the
what
Lord
we got.
got you doing a good thing, though.
Thanks. Hey, so Reginald Mabry, are you still here?
Yeah.
All right, cool. Now I want to ask. I think the whole thing was was just concerned. I want you to have a good showing on Sonetta whenever you go. And I see you still trying to say you're going to bury me and all that. I have no desire to be involved in your silly little stuff, right? So I hope you have a good show. Did you get enough data from us to build your argument to present on Sunday?
Hey, Thunder, is that champagne behind you?
Champagne? Oh, yeah.
The group.
Oh, no, who? Which one?
Or is that Tremaine? What's
Tremaine.
this?
Tremaine.
Tremaine. Okay. All right.
By the way, I'm back when y'all ready.
Did you get enough? Hold on, G. Did you get enough data from us, Reginald?
What I did is I got enough. What I wanted to do was I wasn't necessarily getting any information from Ankh for my presentation.
Oh, Chief X, yeah.
What I had decided to do was to split it because I still want Ankh to bust Chief X's ass. So I'm only going to deal with the issue, like I said, of the depopulation of Egypt to create a new modern day ethnicity that only reflects what happened during the most recent times. But I will bring in what scholars say about who the ancient Egyptians really were and where they stemmed from.
Right.
But
so
clear. That's clear right there. That's
so let me
clear
be the
right
first
Thunder, can I make a
Hold
statement?
on, just 1 second, Chief. I'm done. When I finish, I'm done. Y'all can have it.
Okay.
So, Reggie, I just want to stand my. I hope you have a good show, and hopefully, man, it'll spark another debate. Now, I will say that Corey is trying to. Hold on, Chris. I want to say, so you used to people being nice. Actually, probably you want to bang like I'm. Who you was banging with the other day, and you was getting.
Go ahead, Thunder. Make your point, Thunder.
All right. All right. So here we go. Appreciate it, Sosa. So now I will say, I think is conceding to me and Corey and Chef. We got him on record. He's saying for the most part. Hold on, my brother. You said for the most part that the people that are there now have been there, right? That's all we've been saying.
Who do you think the people is there?
So
Who the people I'm talking about?
So now, since you conceded on that point, what I wanted, I could
Thunder, I'm asking you, what people you think I'm talking about though?
For Reggie, when you do your presentation on Sonetta, I want you to keep that question in mind while I ask you now. Can you show me a mass exodus of Black people from Egypt at any point in time and to where? Right? So that's the question. Now,
I can.
Okay,
Thunder,
cool.
you're filibustering.
No problem, Sosa. Now, Chief X, let's just be quiet. Chief, I talk for 5 minutes, bro. Now, Chief, I don't know why everybody has their cannons aimed at you. I would hope that you consider that a compliment. I don't know what's going on. Hopefully, you all can squash all this foolishness. You need to stop what you're doing as far as Chief S is concerned, and you all need to reach out and extend the olive branch to if Gucci Mane and Young Jeezy.
You're filibustering now, Thunder. Come on, man.
If Gucci Mane and Young Jeezy can reach out, I mean Gucci Mane.
We got it, Thunder. Come on, Thunder. Bring it home.
I'm landing the plane. Jeezy sent a hitman, one of his homeboys, to kill Gooch. Gooch killed him. Listen, Gooch done forgave that man, done moved on.
We don't care about Gooch, man. You're filibustering.
Chief, now listen, I want you all.
Man, come on, shit. I ain't got all day, man.
I want you all to make up.
Last statement, Thunder.
All right. And let's move forward. All right.
All right,
Chief,
period.
y'all. Thanks, man. I love y'all, man.
Go ahead, Chief.
Go ahead, Chief.
Okay. So I'm thinking, okay. And I've been listening.
Hold on, because then jumped off again. Yo, every time it get good, yo.
This is all right, Chef. Let him do what he do. He might want to take a break.
We got ex-architect. We got.
Oh my God! Let me just make a statement, y'all. Again, carry on, Chef Ron.
We got.
Hold on. Let me make a statement.
I mean, MVP. We got.
Yeah, it's Chris Harris, man. It's me. I'm in here.
All right, cool.
Let Chief get it out. Go ahead, Chief. Let Chief do his thing.
Oh my goodness. So I'm like listening to people over the last week. And every week for the last 6 months, every week, oh, we're not going to talk over each other. We're going to do this. We're not going to do, in every time, oh, I've changed. I've turned a new leaf. I'm not going to do this no more, Ox says. I'm going to be good. And he's still doing it. At some point, you got to say, Ox is just talking. Okay? At some point,
he ain't here to defend himself, Chief. He ain't here to defend himself, Chief. He ain't here to defend
okay,
himself.
when I wasn't here to defend myself a lot of times, give me a pass, give me a break right now, Sosa. Okay? Nobody ever said that when people have been talking about me for months. Nobody said Chief is not here to defend himself. Don't cover for Ankh. Don't do no pseudo-enabling.
No, you know we biased. You know we biased. I ain't gonna front. But go ahead, Chief. Lay out your argument, though. Let's see what the information. So we don't
Okay. So who's that talking?
Go ahead.
That's Sosa.
Okay. So, I mean, like, all I wanted to say was, hey, you guys, like, I'm an adult. Like Thunder, when you just went, I just wanted to say one little 2 words. If you knew you were going to go 10 minutes, you say, go ahead, Chief X. I communicate. I'm an adult. If I interject or if I say, excuse me, I'm trying to, because I didn't hear something you said, I don't have an agenda where I'm about to go on for 2 minutes. Okay? I know how to communicate as an adult. Y'all be all over the place. These people are addressing me and these questions are me. And I can't even respond without getting cut off. It's crazy. James has a problem because James sells Pan-African clothing and they're all Egyptian symbolism. Woo! So he hates and he cannot stand to see Egypt debunked because this is his livelihood. Pan-African designs is nothing but designs of Kemetic symbolism. So this is why he can't let it go. And he will go through any length to ask any stupid question and argue this to the end. Okay, that's James' problem. You got to understand that. Now, what Reggie is doing and what Ankh is doing, just to be real about it, even though I will talk about it and respond to any presentation they put up, it has nothing to do with my claims in my presentations. I'm not talking nothing about the Sahara, really. But although I've killed it already. They know everyone who migrated when the Green Sahara dried up. Every scholar on the planet says when it dried up, those people who were there or on the outside of the Sahara migrated north. We know who was in North Africa 6,000 years ago. They have no footing to stand on, even with the Green Sahara argument. If they do have a footing to stand on, then if they're saying some Black people migrated out of the Green Sahara, then show me those DNA of those people 6,000 years ago when it dried up that are in North Africa. Where are those people and what are those people's names if they came from southern or below the Sahara? What are those people's names? Where's their DNA records? If they came up out of the Green Sahara and went north, or if they went to Egypt, where is all this genetic information from these people? What is even their names? You see what I'm saying? The Green Sahara argument been debunked. It's just the last straw they have to hold on to, and I've been killed it. So I can't wait for them to do it so I can respond and tell them how silly they sounded and how off topic they were. I'm done.
All right, MVP, go.
What up, though? Hey, Chief X, man. You still running around claiming that Africans aren't the progenitors of Egypt? Are you still pushing that?
Who is this?
Of course. That's Chris Harris.
Okay, here. All right, cool. I'm gonna put this on air.
Hold on, I didn't
quick.
respond. Don't let nobody respond for me. Slow down. I'm asking who's this.
I'm talking. I'm Chris Harris.
Okay,
you
that's
just
all I
said
wanna
Chris,
know.
so you know.
Slow down, Chris. Calm down.
Hold on.
Calm down, Chris.
I'm fine.
Are you
Chris?
Chris,
Dude, are you
hold
serious?
on. No, I'm gonna let you talk. Chris, all I'm saying is, who is this? I don't know why that requires you to be on the uproar. Relax. Go ahead.
Are you still pushing that Africans are not the progenitors of Egypt?
Africans?
Yeah, people from Nubia, people from the Sahara. Are you still pushing that?
The Sahara?
Listen to what I'm saying. Are
okay,
you
I want to answer
exactly
correctly, so I want to make sure I get your words
all right?
right.
I'm being. Hold on,
bro. Chris, slow down.
I'm very clear on what I'm asking.
Okay, so
you.
ask
Everybody
again.
on this panel.
I just answered the Sahara one. I don't know if you heard me. So we don't have
Let
to
him
go
lay it
back
out.
there.
Let him
Now,
lay it
what's your
out.
other question?
Let him lay it out. Let him lay it out. Go
Let
ahead,
me lay
Chris.
this out. Are you saying that Africans are not the progenitors of Egypt? It's just yes or no. Everybody on the panel.
Hold on.
Everybody, hold on. Everybody on the panel knows what I mean when I say Africans.
I got you.
Are
Can I
you
answer?
saying that, beloved? Are you saying that?
For the 100th time, Egyptians are Africans. So
Okay,
why would
so
I say something?
Egyptians
Hold on. This is why I'm trying to get you to be a little more clear, or maybe you've never heard my argument, but you want to sit here and talk to me. Egyptians are Africans. North Africans are Africans. So why would I say that Africans, hold on. So why would I say Africans didn't create Egypt when Egyptians are Africans? So are you listening to yourself?
I got it. No. So Chris,
Hold on, let me finish.
Be a little more specific.
Let me get him real quick.
He did.
Who's
he
not
said
to get? Just ask your question. Calm
said
down.
the
What is all
Sahara.
this? Let me get him stuff.
Chief, chill. Go ahead.
Okay, who's allowed to talk here first? I don't want to.
You, Chris.
I'm trying to I'm moderating the shit, Chris. But go ahead, bro. Go ahead. It's so.
Okay, cool. I'm talking about sub-Saharan Africans. You're arguing nuance. You're playing semantics. I'm talking about sub-Saharan Africans.
Okay.
No. I'm talking about Africans, Negroes, niggas, drum beaters, spear chuckers.
So now
people that I'm talking about are not
now
the progenitors.
Now you're clear. Hold on. Now that's more clear when you say sub-Saharan. Oh my God.
Chief, the answer is no.
No. Let me answer. Now you're more clear when you said sub-Saharan Africans. When you just said Africans, that confuses me. So I asked for clarity. It's just like if somebody is talking. Hold on. Is when somebody say, did Asians do this? Hold on. When someone says, this is just simple logic. When someone says, did Asians do this?
God, best
you know
logic.
what? I need. When someone said, Sosa, come on. When someone says, did Asians do this? I can't say that Cambodians did the same thing Armenians did. So it's a difference. All of Africa is not one. I've answered this a million times. So whatever sub-Saharans did, it's different from what North Africans did because they're not the same people. So when I asked for clarity, I said you have to be clarity and say North African.
Right.
Yes, Egyptians are Africans. I answered your
first
question.
question.
I answered your first question. Yes, Egyptians are Africans. And
got
North
it.
Africans are Africans.
Lies.
So if
Answer
you're
the
talking
second
about
question.
who
No. Hold on.
if you're talking about who formulated Egypt, I'm still talking. If you're asking someone who formulated, hold on, I'm talking. If you're asking who formulated Egypt, Africans, North Africans, yes, they formulated Egypt.
Okay, no, so what I want to ask you is real quick. Hold on, let me get him for a minute.
Let Chris work.
Y'all go ahead and talk away because I can't say nothing. Go ahead.
No, go ahead. I would say he never answered the question because you asked him specifically about the sub-Saharan.
Specifically. I know.
That's why sub-Saharan Africans had nothing to do with Africa.
Chief X. Now I'm telling you. Hold on.
I got you.
He answered it, Chris. He said no.
Would you like to listen to what I'm saying, Chief X? Would you like to debate this on Sinetta? You called out King Osiris one time. I'm calling your punk ass out. Let's do it.
Go get him.
I love debate. I love making a fool out of people in debates.
Get him, Chris. Get him, Chris.
Where's your evidence?
Right here. Are we here?
Where's your evidence?
He said, would you like to debate him on that?
Sosa.
Where's Chris's evidence?
Let me tell you this first, Sosa. Are you a pseudo killer, Sosa?
He a pseudo.
Sosa, are you a pseudo killer?
He's a pseudo.
Okay. Would you like peace and good conversation on your show?
Man, come on with all that
Our
shit.
show
I'm answering
question.
questions. Just me and Sosa talking for a second.
Oh, come
Sosa.
on, man. No,
Yeah,
y'all
yeah.
was quiet.
Chief, of
Chris
course
was
I do.
quiet.
Of course I do. But go ahead.
Okay,
He wants to
Sosa.
debate you on
Okay.
that.
Let me answer the question then. Sosa, he just called me a punk ass. What am I to do?
Ignore that shit. We just talking shit.
I'm not talking to
You
you.
talking shit. You ain't never heard of
Move on
Joey,
like a
nigga?
man
No,
and
I'm not
continue
Man,
talking
the
to you.
he was
conversation.
just don't take it
If I
personal.
respond back, no, stop. Thunder, we had this conversation.
Yeah,
If I
Chris.
respond back and go off, then
All
it's
right,
gonna be
I'm sorry,
Chief
man. I'm sorry for calling you out your name.
Stop. Then it's
I'm
gonna be
sorry.
Chief. Hold on, I'm talking.
I'm sorry.
Then it's
I'm
gonna be Chief
sorry. I didn't
Ex's
know you was
fault.
I'm
that
not
weak.
gonna
I
let
didn't know
you
you was
go
that
on for
soft.
3
I'm
minutes
sorry,
about
man.
that. He
I'm just
apologized.
talking
Let's
shit.
move on. Let's
Okay,
move on.
I didn't
I'm
hear
not
him
gonna
Sorry,
apologize.
man.
allow.
I ain't mean to hurt
I'm
your
not gonna
feelings.
allow us to go on for 3 minutes about that. Okay.
Okay.
He
Yeah.
apologized.
So would you like
Okay.
to have a scholastic discussion on Sonnet or television where me and you engage scholastically? Pause. Would you like to do that? I challenge you on the pseudo killers.
Hey, Chris Harris, could you defeat this argument on the screen?
But let Chief X answer because he's talking to Chief X. Let him get it. He said, "Would you like to have that debate?"
I would never debate that bitch ass nigga.
I thought now. Thank you, and I
It's
bow.
official.
Thank you,
It's
and I
official.
bow. Thank
have-
you, and I bow. Thank
I don't
you.
deal with trash. I don't deal with swine like that. He's a piece of shit.
Oh,
And I don't
man.
fuck with piece of shit niggas like that.
So
I don't know
Oh,
who the fuck that
man.
bitch ass nigga is.
You got it back. You got it.
Any nigga still thinking
All right,
Sub-Saharan got to do with
let him
Egypt is
go.
crazy as fuck. Fuck that
Okay,
bitch ass nigga.
what's this
Oh,
on the
Let's
screen?
just blow up
on
the
it,
fucking
man.
show since then. Let's
All
just
right,
blow up the
Chief
show
X. We got your sentiment. Chief X, you said you don't want to debate him. That's good.
Okay.
All right, we got something on the
Nigga to
screen.
shut the fuck up and listen to me.
For that.
Hey, Sosa, we have something on the screen,
Hey,
Sosa.
Chef.
Let's move
Yeah,
on.
I don't know who's presenting that. Go ahead.
Hey, Sosa. Hey, let me ask you this. Now,
hold on, Thunder. You cutting in on somebody trying to present something on the screen. I think who's that? Double X.
Yeah,
Let's got the same. Can
Go ahead.
somebody tell this nigga find something different, yo?
No, I put
He gonna use this shit I gave him.
He
That's
talking
shit
to
right
Chris
there.
Harris. He talking to
That's
Chris.
Oh, you talking to Chris?
I'm.
He
No problem.
Chris.
I put Unc Source back up.
Yeah, he love this shit right here. He love this. Go
Can
ahead.
y'all
It's
defeat Unc Source?
crazy,
Can y'all
yo.
defeat Unc
The
Source?
song, you can't even read the song.
Yeah, Chris, have you ever seen it?
Unc, you didn't read the Unc Source. Have you read it yet?
Man, did you look at the map on the source, though? Defeat you complete.
Yeah,
Defeat it out of there.
and the top is mean indigenous.
Hold on, Gala. Hold on. Okay, go ahead. Double S, what's your question, bro? Go ahead, lay it out so we can get.
Has anyone defeated the Source yet?
And the source to go ahead, lay it out.
This the same source I presented before him that went against his own source. That's 2017 shit.
This 2020. I don't know what you're talking about.
I know. The same one that I presented. This the same shit. This is a different format of it. I got the original source.
Do y'all remember when I read this last time?
Yeah, you left out some words, bro, like autonomous. And
Yeah,
all
you
that
didn't read
shit
it right. You said a wrong definition for what autoptionist mean. You was all off.
I said a wrong definition for autoptionist.
You did say the wrong definition for autoptionist. Yes.
Double X, lay down your argument, bro.
Autoptionist is synonymous with being indigenous, bro.
Lay it out, Double X.
You clearly don't understand components at all. So go ahead, continue.
So let me say something when you get a chance, all right?
I'm gonna get out of here because there's too many people on the panel. So I'm
Go
gonna
ahead, continue, Low.
Double X, what you gonna do, bro? Like, come on. What you gonna do?
I asked you, did anybody defeat this article yet?
Defeat the article. The article
I don't think we're trying to defeat the article.
Like trying to defeat the article, man. We can read very well, yo.
Well, Unc, you clearly didn't read it. Let me talk.
Man, I understand the article. Like me, Gozy, we've
stop.
all went over this.
Okay, stop. The article clearly, okay, I'm talking. The article clearly stated that North Africans and Sub-Saharan Africans are two different people, and that North Africa was populated by North Africans, and they have some admixture from other groups, that they're a distinct group onto themselves. They're not related to Sub-Saharan Africans at all. So, with that being established by this article, at any of y'all...
No, where did I say that at? Where did I say that at? Read that.
You read it last time, Unc.
Yeah, read that. Why don't you scroll up? Hold on, let's scroll up and show you how you know what you're talking about. It's right in your own article. Scroll up. Hey, Chef, scroll up. Keep scrolling. No, the other way. Let's look at the map. Scroll up.
Let's
No,
scroll
we're not
down.
doing. It's gonna
Let's
show you the
scrolling
population.
down.
All right,
Hold
all
on.
right.
What we're not,
Okay,
what
down.
we're
Scroll
not gonna
down.
do is
Scroll
look at
down. Scroll down. Keep going. Keep going. Keep going. Keep going. It's gonna be a picture gonna pop up. Here you go. Stop. Stop. Scroll down, bro. There you go. What you saying? Do you know what you're looking at?
I know what I'm looking at. I know what you're trying to do.
Okay. I'm not trying to do
Just say
nothing.
that the population came from there.
Holmes did not read the article, and that's why he's trying to use this picture.
What does it mean? Go ahead explain to him. Just break it down to him what it means.
What the picture mean?
Break it down what it means. Break down to him what it means.
Break it down. Break it down.
That's why we read. I don't know if y'all know how to do that, but that's why we read.
Break it down, bro. I can't read all that shit too little. Break it down.
Do y'all remember what I read last time?
Break it down, bro. You can just do it right now. Go ahead.
I'm asking you a question. All you have to do is answer yes or no.
Man, I'm saying,
No.
you see the map, break the map.
No, we all forgot, bro. Break it down.
All right, hold on.
What's that map saying, yo?
Let me pull that article. I'm going to. That's how you know he never read the actual article.
Man, bro, I'm looking at it.
This
I
the
can
same
look clear as
article I
day.
presented, bro. This the same shit I presented to go against that 2017 shit you presented. It's the same shit.
This is
Right,
not
remember
the
I
same
upgrade you a little bit.
You presented something
Upgrade
completely
for you.
different.
Yeah, it's the upgrade. It's upgraded.
This is not what you presented.
And yo, I bet you he won't read that shit. I'm gonna say it says
Yeah.
prehistoric trans-Saharan migration.
Get them niggas
That's
double
where it's
X.
coming from.
I'm remember I gotta go.
Spread of pastoralism.
I gotta find the passage that I'm looking for. Hold on.
Historical Mediterranean quests and commerce, prehistoric contacts coming from the Iberian Peninsula. They're showing you all that, like it shows you the back migration wasn't the only population in North. It's crazy to me, yo. Like he think that first of all the people never left. It's never that. Like that's crazy to me. He got people really thinking that 100,000 black people left out of Africa, mutated, and came back in. That's crazy.
No,
Hey,
it didn't happen like that. It didn't work
That's
like
crazy.
I'm just letting on talk right now while I search for the
All right,
piece.
well,
It's
go
not
ahead. No, don't. Okay, so
All right, well,
I'm asking you.
go ahead.
You should be able to explain that.
I explained it last show. I'm gonna
Even when the people migrated,
you
we see
said
people in North Africa. This dude's slow.
You gotta find his little article, bro. You gotta find his little article.
Man,
Go ahead.
We gotta find somebody know how to read it. He can't read it.
American Dream. Go ahead. Go ahead and say what you gonna say, American Dream. Go ahead.
Yo, thanks, man. It's not just I was just chilling in the cut a little bit, man, and I heard MVP come on, and man, because I don't know if anybody saw the debate with MVP and Vocab Malone, but that was a great debate. I thought that was an awesome debate. And then the debate with MVP and Zion Lex was also like a great debate. Now, don't get me wrong. I thought Chris Harris lost both debates, but nonetheless, I thought they were awesome debates. And when he came on and because I saw Chief X, I was watching Chief X's videos saying for 7 months nobody had said anything about what he said. When MVP came on and said, yo, and threw the gauntlet down, I got goosebumps, bro. I was like, yes, here it is. And Chief X started cussing him out. I was so disappointed, yo. Chief X, man. You got to take that challenge, bro.
Man, you didn't hear him, American. He called me a punk ass. You got to get on him first.
Come on, man. We all do that now.
No bullshit. Y'all not going to start
that
bullshit. If a nigga call me a punk ass, I'm going to cuss him out, period.
Don't
flip his shit on me. Y'all need to stop being unfair and unbalanced.
In all honesty, Chief X is coming off as an excuse right now.
I don't give a fuck, man. Nigga call me a punk ass, I'm gonna cuss him out again.
All right, man. All right, yo. I
don't give a fuck what you're talking about.
Yo, let it go. He don't want to do it. He don't want.
Nigga, I don't give a fuck about nothing you niggas talking about.
Dream. He don't want to do it, bro. He don't want
I'm gonna cuss him back.
Man, you better
Let him shut the nigga up who cuss
Somebody
first.
give me the controls. Somebody give me the
American
controls.
Dream, bro. Let him go right now. He might get a little upset.
If you like Chris, I don't give a fuck about that bitch ass nigga Chris.
All right,
go ahead, Go ahead.
No, I'm saying is, man, check this out, Chief X, man. Look, I might get
No,
a little
you
irate,
check
but
this
I
out,
ain't gonna
huh?
let you do
You
it.
check this
I ain't
out.
gonna let you do it. Check.
I
Now
ain't
I'm
gonna
not gonna
let
let
you
you
do
do
it,
it,
nigga.
bro.
Who gives a
Nigga, get
fuck?
off my shit. Hey, yo, get him off
Stick
here,
to the
yo. Get him out of
information.
here.
Stick to the
Yo, get him out
information.
of here. Nah, stick
Stick to
him
the
out of here. Nah,
information,
nigga, I
bro.
ain't sticking it up. Man, get this country ass nigga off here, dog.
I
Come
ain't
on,
the
yo. He
host,
ran
man.
his
She not
mouth
the host.
forever. When somebody finally want to step up to him, he gets sensitive. That's nonsense. Come on,
Hey,
dog.
if he don't want to do
Because
it,
he
he don't
called
want
him
to
a
do it.
punk. Because he called him a punk. He should have been
Hey,
calling
if
women
that's
all
how
kind
he
of
feel,
bitches.
that's how he feel. You
That
can't
ain't
like
how he
shit,
feel.
man.
That ain't how he feel, but you can get him up off here, though, can't you?
I ain't the host right now, but
Well,
just
who the
let it
host?
ride,
Who
man.
the host?
Just
I ain't letting
just
shit
get back to
ride.
the
I ain't
conversation,
letting
man.
nothing ride. What
Unc
conversations
want
is
me off
loud
because
clown?
he's scared. Unc don't want me to
Nigga,
tell
you're a
his ass
clown.
stuff.
Nigga,
That's
you's
why
a
he want me
clown,
off.
nigga.
Unc
Nigga,
want me
take
off
Chris.
because
Yo,
I'm
he
gonna bust
more in your
his ass. That's
department.
why he want me off.
Yeah. Okay,
He's
I
scared. He's
concede.
scared as
You
though.
right.
Soon
I
as I came
concede.
on, you
You
jumped
right. I
off. Now
concede.
you're
I
back on.
concede.
You're scared.
I concede. You right.
Right.
Chris got you. Now,
Yeah.
if you that prolific, it don't matter
Yeah,
who
you
you
ain't,
talking to.
this is
Right.
you're the
You can't
leader.
get that
This
shine
is
off
what you're
me.
leading. You're leading
Yeah,
bad
right.
behavior
I'm
all day
leading away
long.
from you.
You're
I'm leading
leading a
away from
stream
you.
of chaos.
Come on,
You
man.
are
Y'all
known
Hey,
get
to
this
be
come
nigga
the
off
on,
here,
poorest
bro.
bro.
leader.
Y'all get this clown
Any
off
the
here,
poorest
yo.
leader any clique ever
Uh,
Get
had.
that clown off
Chef
this
the host.
This
motherfucker,
shit is
nigga.
Chef the
drama
host.
because of you, Unc. You're a poor leader.
Chef the host. He ain't here right now to put nobody off. Now we can continue arguing back and forth, or we can continue the conversation. But we can't go nowhere, bro. So what we gonna do?
Nah, we straight. Nah, we great. We straight now. We good.
All right, who's up
We
next?
good.
I think
We
Double X
good.
trying to
We
find his
good.
little summary or whatever we trying to read.
We good. We
Continua.
good.
You gonna read
Yeah.
Double X? We good.
Where you at, Double
Hey,
X?
Double X, read that map. He can't read it.
Don't jump in. They carry. Of course he carry. Go ahead, read that shit, Double X. Read
Hey,
the
he don't even
article.
know what he don't even know what a top shit is mean.
Hey,
Don't pick on him. Just let her read it. Go ahead, Double X.
Crazy,
first
yo.
Galagici, please stop. Please,
Man, shut
high
your
school
bitch ass
dropout,
up,
please
nigga.
stop.
Shut your whole
Hey,
ass up.
Gala, see now you start. Now you
Look at the
start. Now you
decorum.
start. Now you
Yo,
start.
put the what's the name back on the screen. Chef, put it up for me. Chef, put that back on the screen.
Stuttering ass nigga.
Gala, please, bro, just please stop.
Both y'all.
Just stop.
What you trying to? Where you at?
Just
What
stop,
section you at,
man.
though? What section you
Where
at,
you
Double X?
from? Where's this nigga from?
Double X, bro. Forget it.
Chef,
Yeah, yo, he from.
Chef, put the what's the name back on the screen. Is he here
I
still?
got it. Hold on. No, I got it. No, hold on.
Nah, he might probably cut
All right,
probably
putting it
line
back in
up
here.
right now.
Put Chief X back in here. He cussing out too much.
Where's what's the name at?
He
Cuss
probably
everybody
lost
out
somebody
too
out
much.
right
Stop
What's
cussing.
on my screen? What's the name? I'm using my phone.
All right, let's see. Yeah, if anybody get to cussing too hard, yo, you just go in the back
All right,
and
look,
look for
I'll read it. I'll read it since what's the name can't share the screen.
Well, all right, what section you in? The ancient genome in North Africa? What section you in?
Nope, I'm in
The North African genetic component?
right under the map on the map. But I know you didn't
Yeah, I
read
got
this
it.
article.
Yeah,
You just
it's the
looked at the
North
fucking map.
African data. North African data from classical
And this is the
markers
same
to
thing I
whole
read to
genome.
y'all. This is the same thing I read to
All
y'all
right, go
last
ahead.
time.
All right, go ahead. Yeah, go ahead.
Y'all all was supposed
No,
to come back to
come
me.
on, Double
Nobody
X.
ever
I just
responded
want to
back
get
to
the
me.
section. Go ahead, man. Read it. Go ahead. Go for
No
it.
problem. I'm gonna read it for you. So we're gonna
Get your
find out who
victory
the
dance
answer is.
in. Get your victory
Let me talk.
dance in.
Oh, you already lost. Like everyone knows this in academia. Y'all the only ones with a different stance.
In academia, I ain't saying
Yes,
you
in
present
academia, it's
one.
an established.
No. In academia, don't use DNA to figure out who the ancient Egyptians is, but you do. But go ahead.
What are you talking about? Yes, they do.
We talking about the ancient Egyptians. No, they don't. You made that up.
Double X, read your little shit,
Don't just
man.
read your
that
article.
shit.
Sosa, how can I
Read
read
that.
with somebody over talking me?
I'm not
Go
over
ahead, read.
talking.
If you are moderate, you need to learn how to mute people that are interrupting.
Nigga, how you gonna mute me?
can't
I'm
mute
gonna mute
nobody.
myself
Go ahead.
out. I'm not the
now
control, Double X.
So now
I
I'll
don't mute
read.
myself. Go ahead.
Can you mute yourself?
That's what I asked you.
And, when I'm done, I want you to respond to this because it's explicit
No,
what the North
Gullah
Africans
gonna
are.
explain to you. Go to Gullah Geechee,
Okay,
got y'all.
good. We got Gullah Geechee's educational disposition.
information speaking for y'all. So here we go. North Africa, no doubt. Please listen up. North African data from classical markers to whole genomes. This is from that article that was just on the screen. He took it off. That's why I'm reading it, and y'all can't read along. That's not. I don't have nothing to do with it. Despite the limited population data in North Africa, most analyses have shown a complex pattern of genetic diversity. characterized by extensive admixture and differentiation of the North African area from the rest of the African continent. The study of classical genetic markers. Hold on.
You right. Keep going.
Hold on. Here's my shit.
What's going on, Dollar? Where you reading from?
Hold on. Oh, pardon me. I was reading the wrong section.
You was reading
right there.
That was the wrong section. The North African genetic.
That was a good section, though. That was a
You can
good
read that
section.
too.
Why you stop reading?
Yeah, that's a very good section too. It speaks to my point as well. None of this supports what you're saying. I don't know why you saying it's a good section. Here we go.
So you
The
know
North
Egypt was a
African.
northeastern.
Hold on. I'm talking. The North African genetic component. That's the section I'm in. Genetic data.
All right, hold on. Go ahead.
Are you gonna get us?
Yeah, go ahead, bro.
Okay. You read along with me. Genetic data from current day populations suggests a complex pattern of admixture with a minimum of 4 main sources of genetic ancestry for North African people. Hin et alia first showed the presence of an autochthonous, and get Gullah Geechee because he said, I don't know what autochthonous means, and he's going to educate me as to what it means.
What it mean to you? What you think it mean?
I got a dictionary. I don't have to think what the fuck it means.
What does it mean, bro? Just say what it means.
I can tell you what it mean, nigga. It mean indigenous, nigga, and homegrown, my nigga. That's what it mean. But keep going.
Hold up. Did that article say current day populations?
Yeah, it did, but don't say nothing. Just let them keep
Let
rocking.
him do his thing. Let him do his thing.
Hold on. Yo, everybody has to stop and listen. Y'all got.
And it talks about how that.
Dollar, chill. Just let Dollar
talk at the same time.
This my source. He reading.
It's not your source.
I presented this shit when he presented that 2017 shit.
Gullah, you gotta let him read.
We got that. You gonna control this shit.
This nigga source killer.
Dollar, let him read it, bro, and then kill him. You got that. You up next. As soon as he finishes.
You gotta let him read, Gullah. Come on, Gullah.
Please listen clearly so y'all can hear every single thing that's being communicated.
Go ahead.
All right, start over again. We're not gonna cut you off no more, yo. Go ahead.
Here we go.
You was
I doubt that.
autonomous.
I doubt it. The North African genetic component, that's the section I'm on. Genetic data from current day populations suggests a complex pattern of admixture with a minimum of 4 main sources of genetic ancestry for North African people. Hin et alia first showed the presence of an autochthonous ancestral component, also known as the Maghrebi component, as well as European, Middle Eastern, and Sub-Saharan African components in the current North African populations. This result showed that North African populations exhibit their own ancestral component and cannot be considered as the result of a mere admixture of exogenous ancestries from neighboring regions. Did everybody hear that?
Mm-hmm.
The North, I'm gonna read that part again.
Read it again.
Hin et alia first showed the presence of an autochthonous. That means it's from them. It's not coming from anybody else. It's
indigenous.
Those particular people, North Africans, they're the ones that have this. This is what separates them. This doesn't come from let me finish talking. You said you weren't gonna do it, and you're doing it. This doesn't come from Europeans. This doesn't come from Sub-Saharan Africans. This doesn't come from Middle Easterners. This comes directly from them. This is what distinguishes them from everybody. They have their own distinctive component, and it's called the Maghrebi component. Now,
it came from East Africa.
I know, yo, he's stupid. Come on, yo, let him finish that.
That is not true.
It is true. That's what E3B comes from and the language.
I know, come on, Gullah. You gotta let him go, yo.
Not come from East Africa. You have no evidence.
No. Hey, double X. Don't feed into that. Don't feed. Come on, yo, keep going.
That was the man that was supposed to respond. I'm finishing. Hin et alia first showed the presence of an autochthonous ancestral component, also known as the Maghrebi component, as well as European, Middle Eastern, and Sub-Saharan components in the current North African populations. This result showed that North African populations exhibit their own ancestral component and cannot be considered as the result of a mere admixture of exogenous ancestries from neighboring regions. Do you understand that part, Unc?
Yes, exogenous, yes.
What they are not, are mulattoes of Europeans, Sub-Saharan Africans and Middle Eastern. That's not what they are. They're their own distinct people, as I constantly keep saying to y'all. They back migrated into Africa and populated.
Bro, keep going.
I'm not done. When
he
they
don't
came
need
back
the
into,
Baptist minister speech.
I'm not talking exclusively to you. Could you let me explain something, please? When they
Yeah,
back
why you
migrated
keep bringing
to
my
Africa,
name up? I wouldn't respond if you just keep reading. Go
no
ahead,
problem. You
bro.
can respond when I'm done. I
Yeah,
read already.
keep going.
I
Go
read
ahead, bro.
already.
Are you
When they came
finished?
back into Africa, I'm finishing my point. I don't like if I do this to you, you would like have a heart attack.
You won't let me do
when they back migrated into Africa, there were no sub-Saharan Africans in the region that they were in. There were none. If there was, it would be in their DNA, which it is not. This article explicitly.
Oh man, you just made all that up. You just left the trash.
Who told me
This
to
shit didn't say none of that.
What E3B from, yo? What
Yeah,
E3B
it shit
from?
ain't say none of that. Let him talk though. Go ahead, X. I want you to get it out though,
Who
X,
asked me
because
to
you
keep
messing
reading?
it up.
I'm asking.
You wasn't trying to read no more. You stopped
Time
at
out.
results.
This is okay now.
Admission.
Hold on. This is between me and you now. So it's nobody else. It's just me and you going head up.
No, it's you and Wisdom Comment. And I'm
Okay,
not messing with y'all niggas no more. I'm
then
done.
put your mic on mute because I want you to.
Yes, I'm putting it on mute. Go ahead.
I want to go at you too.
Yeah, you won. You and Chief X have defeated me, yo. You have defeated me. I tap out back.
We didn't defeat you. Academia defeated you. Remember, you
Nah, you ain't no actor. You sure one.
Remember,
Hold on, whoa. So are you saying, hold on. Wait, hey, X. I just want to make sure I get what you're saying, X. You know the conversation is about the Egyptians, though, right? So are you saying that the Egyptians, hold on, are you saying that what makes you an Egyptian is being a North African? So are you saying the only Egyptians are North Africans? You must be saying that.
Absolutely. Just
okay, so show me in academia where they say that at, bro. Show me in academia where they say that. Where Egyptians are that the Egyptians, right?
Yes.
Are only made up of North Africans. Give me that.
Hold on, time out. We just read that they had.
No, this is not about Egyptians. No, this is about the North African population.
Okay.
No, it's not. This is about a North African population, bro.
All right, let me ask you a question real quick.
Extends into the
I feel like you're being
Sahara. I mean, the
immature
Nile
now,
goes down below
other
the
people's
equator.
attention from the point that I'm trying to express. Are
No,
Egyptians
bro, because
North
you're fucking
Africans,
it up
yes or
right
no?
now.
I'm asking you a direct question. Are Egyptians North Africans, yes or no? Are Egyptians
Yes, you
North
have a
Africans?
North African component to the Egyptians.
I'm
Yes,
asking
you
you a specific question.
I said you have a North African component to the Egyptians. You have a North African component. That's the way I'm answering it, bro. All Egyptians aren't North Africans. There is no data that suggests anything of what you're saying. There is no data. Hey, Dollar man, get him. Please get this nigga, man. I'm done talking.
You cannot insert open-ended statements into multiple choice questions. I'm not asking you an open-ended question. I'm asking a multiple choice question. Yes or no? Are Egyptians North Africans?
No.
The conversation is over then. We don't have to talk anymore. That shit is obvious. You just look at the map and see that shit. We don't even have to talk anymore.
You made that shit up, nigga. You made it all up. Nobody said that but you, nigga. Right, you made it up. Not messing with you, that silly ass shit. Silly ass question, nigga. I'm saying you don't even know what makes an Egyptian. Being a North African don't make you an Egyptian, though. X. Double X. Being an Egyptian, listen, being a North African does not make you an Egyptian, bro. North Africa is an area, bro. The Nile River is 4,100 miles long, brother. Wrong question, wrong time,
Y'all
wrong.
cannot communicate at all.
We're not gonna communicate. We're not gonna communicate. I'm not listening to you. And I'm listening to Chief X.
Bro. You're
Y'all
the
a bunch
worst,
of nonsense, man. It's a bunch of nonsense. This article is not about the fucking Egyptian, nigga. This article is about North African population, bro. You tripping. You exerted the Egyptians into the conversation.
Is that a question? Hey, Double X, you answer that question right there. Is that article about the Egyptians? Is that article? Hey, Double X.
No.
Answer that one question.
Nobody heard the article because y'all talked over him the entire
question,
time.
bro. Hey, Chief X, hold up, Chief X. Hey, Double X. Just answer that one question.
What question you asked me? I didn't hear what I'm asking.
I said that article you reading about the fucking Egyptians or North Africa.
Yes,
that's a hell of a question,
because the Egyptians are North
That's a good question.
That's a hell of a question, brother.
Did y'all see how I answered the question straightforward? I said yes. It's
no,
about
you
the
didn't.
Egyptians.
No, it's not.
I'm gonna answer it again.
No, it's not. It's not about the Egyptians.
Can y'all hear me?
It's about the North African population, bro.
Egyptians are North Africans. If your dumb
And
ass read the
I'm
whole
telling
article,
you
you would
that
clearly see that
Egyptians
they
are
from
made up
Egypt
of
all the way
several
to Morocco.
cultural groups
They
coming
would
from
take
different areas. You made that
gotta
up.
stop this crazy shit.
Yo,
You
you
really have
okay,
to stop
okay,
this crazy
okay.
shit.
Watch
One
this.
more
If
question.
I'm gonna
One
end
more
the
question.
conversation. Hey,
Yo,
hey,
time
hold
One
out,
on,
more
time
double
out.
X,
question.
watch
The
this.
problem is
Hey,
this. The
double
problem
X,
is
hold
this.
on. Hey, double X,
Never.
double
I don't
X,
want to talk to you
double
anymore. I don't
X.
want to talk to you
Hey,
anymore. It's no
double
point.
X. Hey, double
But
X. Hey, double
the
X.
problem is this.
Hey, Slick Rick. Hey,
Article
Slick
that
Rick.
he
Hey,
put
Slick
forward.
Rick.
Yeah, I
Hey,
gotta
double
make a
X.
run. Somebody else, man.
Hey,
So I
hey,
gotta get
double X.
somebody. Got keep
Hey,
the
double
order.
X. I know you
Me.
hear
You
me,
never
double
read
X.
the
I know you
article.
hear me
So
loud and
I
clear.
mean, you
Hey,
already
double
answered
X.
now.
I know you hear me loud and
There's no
clear,
point
double
in us
X. Hey,
talking
double X.
about this.
I
There's
know
no
you
point
hear
in
me,
us talking
double X.
anymore.
Double
You
X.
already
I know
said
you hear me,
that
bro.
this
I know
article
you
has
hear me, bro. So I'm
respect.
gonna
You
make
gotta
this
keep the
statement
order.
and I'm gonna get off. I'm gonna make this
You gotta
statement and
keep
I'm
the
gonna get
order.
off.
You gotta keep the order. You the host.
You don't
You
have
the
All right, I
host, bro.
got you.
You
All
don't
right,
have to make
so
a
all
point.
right, Brad,
There's
I'm
no
the
point
host. So
because
I'm gonna make this statement
there's
and I'm
no
gonna get off this
possible of
motherfucker.
actually
Come on with that shit.
explaining
X, can you shut up,
that
bro?
this is that. No,
X,
I
can you
can't.
shut up, X?
No,
All right, let me put your
no.
ass. I got you. I know what to do for you,
Bro, you
yo.
gotta
Don't
go
worry about it.
easy.
Keep talking, my
X.
nigga.
Oh,
Keep talking.
ask somebody to put me on mute because you know your
Keep
dumb ass don't
talking.
even know how to use your own
Oh, I'm
controls.
a dumbass now, right? Nigga, you out
Bro,
of there, nigga.
yo, how old is this
One
guy, man? How
clown
old
up
is
out of there. Don't the clown's out of there. I got him out of there. Where you at, Chief X? Where you at, Chief X?
Oh, you want to talk now?
Yeah, I'll ask you a question, yo. What language do the Egyptians speak? A North African language?
I don't know.
Where did language come from, Chief X?
I don't know. I'm not a language guy. Ask the pseudo-linguistic
Now,
guy.
I'm gonna tell you. Okay, I'm gonna tell you. We ain't talking about the Saw. I'm asking now.
No, I'm asking if you
the
want to know about
Egyptians had
language,
they
talk to
I
a
don't
star.
know.
I'm trying to
Hey,
let
bro.
you first.
So
I
then
don't know
why
if you
you
want me
having
to
a
lie or not.
conversation? No, I'm okay. So you don't know. Thank you.
I don't know shit
Like
about
I
no
said,
motherfucking language. You're right.
okay,
Don't ask me.
right. So
Can I?
so right. So then
Can I read something real quick?
No, don't read. Hold on for a minute. So if Chief X don't know, let me help you out. The
Help
Egyptian
the
language
audience because the audience don't know either. We're trying to learn.
comes
Teach
from
us. Huh?
Ethiopia, the hills of Ethiopia. It migrated into the Nile, the language that they speak.
Okay.
Go ahead, Gullah Geechee. Now you go look that up and play with that.
I'm not
I'm gonna
looking
show
up
this.
shit. I
This is
don't give
from
a fuck what they spoke.
Christopher Eric.
All I know is they weren't black.
2018.
They wasn't black.
Let me just go up here first, right here. Read
What
this
does that
real quick.
mean? They wasn't black.
Right,
Can y'all hear me?
Man. Yeah, I heard you loud and clear.
Okay, look, Northeast Africa, 22,000 to 12,000 BC.
Thank you.
Immediately north of.
Hold on. You said Northeast Africa. See what I'm saying? See, we know where Egypt is really located at. But keep going though, bro.
Immediately north of East Africa lay another region of key significance for African history in the last glacial maximum. The early speech territories of three major language families of Africa cluster in those areas. Nilo-Saharan, between the Nile and western edges of Ethiopian highlands, Afrasian, also called Afroasiatic, in the highlands, and Niger-Cadoffian in modern-day southern Sudan. Probably in areas immediately west of the Nile, see map 15, I'll show it later. The southern Ethiopian highlands were even then a land of relatively high rainfall. Then southern Sudan possessed large areas of both permanently and seasonal available sources in water. But I'm gonna go down here, Rick, where they talk about the people more, where they talk about Afrasian speakers.
What book you in? Well, hold on. You're in the African civilization of Africa.
This is Christopher Ayres, Cambridge, Africa, from 48,000 to 9,500 BC.
What point is you making? What point
But
is you
listen,
making?
let me make my point, bro. Let me get into it.
Go
First
ahead.
and foremost,
Because I'm always
Afrasian.
cloudy with you. I always end up not understanding what you
Because
say.
you need to read. You need to pick up
But
your book,
I'm
bro.
gonna listen. I'm listening carefully. You go ahead and be clear. Go ahead.
But
I'm
listen,
listening carefully.
What's
first
the
and
name of the book?
foremost,
What's the
the
name of the book,
Afrasian
yo?
family did not originate in the Middle East. It
Right,
originated in
facts.
Africa and specifically in the Horn of Africa. The linguistic evidence is equivocal. The first and most ancient divergence in the family gave rise to the Amadic branch, and to the second branch, Uritic, Red Sea. That's what I've been talking about. In which all the non-Amadic languages of the family belong. The languages of the first divergent branch, Amadic, are entirely restricted to the southern Ethiopian highlands. And the second period in the history of the family, Uritic branch, diverged into two sub-branches, Cushitic and North Uritic. The languages of Cushitic sub-branch extend through the rest of the Horn of Africa, along with one even more southerly outerly, the southern Cushitic languages of Kenya and Tanzania. The divergence of the Proto-Northern Uritic language, the common ancestor language of the three northern subgroups of the family, Berber, Ancient Egyptian, and Semitic, all well as the Chadic subgroup spoken in West Africa, did not take place until the third and still later period of this history. The historical implications are clear. The homeland of our Frasian family was in the Horn of Africa, most likely in the Ethiopian highlands, and first two periods in the history of the family played out there. Only the emergence of North Uritic sub-branch at the third era of the early Afrasian history did a northern spread of Frasian family peoples out of the region take place. The recent linguistic study estimates that the first two diversions in the family well in the rough time span of 22,000 to 15,000 BCE coincide with the last glaciation maximum, and that the separation and the expansion northward of North Uritic speakers took place in immediately following era. The reconstruction of the ancient substance lexicon in Afrasian family reveals a reliance of Afrasian people from the beginning of wild grain as a key food source. A goodly number of ancient roots, words, or grains and processing of grain go right back to the ancestral language of the family, Proto-Afrasian. This evidence is also real that from an early period, they ground their grains into flour and made flatbreads from it. The ability to exploit grassland environments, which expanded greatly in the Ethiopian highlands during the glaciation maximum, may have had a lot to do with the growth and spread of the early Afrasian speakers community. Second misconception is the Proto-Afrasians were farmers or herders. This idea is which made I'm talking about the Proto-Afrasians. This idea which was made in ways into some recent archaeology literature is flatly indicated by the linguistic evidence. There is no linguistic evidence of either a cultivation of crops or a rising of domestic animals by Afrasian peoples until the onset of the Heliocene era. Lexicons of cultivation and herding did eventually develop among later Afrasian societies, but only separately and independently in each of the sub-branches of the family. Long after the divergence of expansion that the first spread Afrasian people from the Horn to North Africa and the Levant. The earliest Afrasian people, despite differing from the Nilo-Saharans and Niger-Caddopians or the ancestors of Niger-Congo people, contemporaries in being collectors of wild grain, differed also in their social organization and belief system. I'm done.
So what does that language? So is that I didn't hear them say nothing about the Egyptian. The Egyptian language is this.
You didn't hear me say that. You didn't hear me say that North
Afro-Asiatic.
North Uritic is the common ancestor of Egyptian, Berber, and Semitic. Do I have to go back to it again?
So okay, Afro-Asiatic is the ancestor to these. This is the ancestor to this. All right.
Yes,
fine.
partial ancestor.
So I mean, what do that mean? What do that mean about the people?
Component that they talking about.
This is where I be talking about. This is what I be talking about.
They're not black people, bro.
Hold on.
He just asking you to simplify.
Allow me to talk. So when I start talking, then it seems like it's out of control, and then it's like, oh, every time he talks, it's out of control. Let me finish my statement. You know what I mean? I'll just let you read a whole goddamn thing, a red herring. This is what the hell I'm talking about. Every time we're talking about who the fuck these people is, right? We talking about who the people is. That's the discussion. Who are these people? Where did it, listen, bro? I'm still talking. Bro, I didn't interrupt you. I didn't interrupt you, bro.
Oh my God!
I did not interrupt you. We're talking about if these ain't the real people, where the fuck did the real people go? The article, bro, listen. Can I get out more than 3 words? I'll let you read a whole paragraph of red herring. So allow me to make my statement, bro. We asking questions about the people and where the fuck these people at. We want to know who the people was as a group, as a population of the people, not whether thousands of years ago they might have had some type of language family, because that clouds. Now we back into the clouds because somebody gonna disagree with that. And then now here we go down a fucking linguistic rabbit hole as if it brings some validity to the goddamn question at hand. This is what I'm always be shitty about. This is what I always be asking. Like, we have to stop with the Gish Gallop. We have to stop throwing 30 and 40.
You actually read Christopher Aries' African Civilization,
I'm not.
you
Give me 10
understand
more
where I'm coming
seconds.
from.
Give me 10 more seconds, Geechee.
Damn, Geechee, slow down.
We have to stop throwing 35 bags of shit on the ground and then walking all past like them bags of shit ain't on the ground. And then if somebody miss a bag of shit, now it's still some validity to the shit. No, we're not talking about language. This is not a linguistic conversation. That's going to confuse the conversation, and we not even thinking about what we really talking about. Now,
you got a factor.
I don't care about whether how language affects.
It's a distant cousin language and all this crazy stuff.
Right.
But isn't that a factor?
I came on because of Unc's statement. What was your last statement, Unc? Before Geechee read this, before Geechee started reading, you made a statement, Unc.
Oh, he said that Egypt, Egypt isn't North Africa. Egyptians aren't North Africans.
Right. He said Egyptians aren't North Africans, and this is the type of shit This is also the type of shit I be talking about. Now we are in a position to where we don't even understand geography anymore.
Yeah, exactly.
Nobody knows what geography is now. We so fucked up. This is why I talked about Reggie early. You know what I'm saying? Because he'll take you down to South Africa and this and that and confusing the people and not allowing the people to understand what the fuck geography is here. We don't know where the Mediterranean Sea is at. We don't even know what the hell an Egyptian is no more. My guy James said I asked him what a modern Egyptian is. It took him 5 minutes to answer what the fuck a modern Egyptian was. He had to dance and gish gallop and all around. Everybody doing all this dancing and flipping. They try to put their goddamn foot behind their head. They trying to put their foot up their ass backwards over the top of their head so that we can be some type of inkling, just a smidgen. That's all we need is just one little inkling to hold on to Egypt.
You just brought up my name. Let me ask you a question.
I got 2 more seconds.
Two more seconds.
Yeah, keep it to the information.
Nobody, I'm ended. This is my last thing right here, Social. No, none of them niggas gives a fuck and would not even imagine doing that shit for you niggas. You niggas look pathetic with that shit. Stop it. I'm done.
Corey, did you
It's like
hear what Brother Gucci said?
Well,
Did
if
what
I don't know about
Brother
I'm
Gucci say
talking
answer your
in
question?
the history, like it was different. It was the equatorial people that was different than Niger Congo people and Nilo-Saharan people that became the motherfuckers, bro. I don't give
There's
a
no
fuck
evidence.
about this shit. I know
There's
I'm
no
not no
evidence
East
of what
African.
you're talking about.
And them niggas and them motherfuckers or the ancestors of North Africans, bro. They already was a differentiated people 22,000 years ago.
Does
That's
that
what
Gullah
all I'm
Geechee?
saying. They already was a differentiated people.
Yep.
Yeah,
Okay.
because I'm about to do something. I can't moderate, but y'all can't go crazy, guys.
Gullah Geechee
It's
just
like
made
they
it.
see a hole up the middle, and just like a linebacker, I smack their ass like that.
Gullah Geechee trying to say more lies.
And nobody even heard Double X reading because everybody was talking over it.
You know, Chief, I've been saying the same thing I've been saying. I ain't changed my stance yet.
Yeah, I mean, these people are just all over the place.
The science.
Yeah, I just don't
I
understand.
do wish we can get an Egyptologist on the show so we can actually hash
No,
out
it's
some more
not even that
conversation.
serious though. This is a
No,
surface
it
conversation.
is that. No,
It's such a surface conversation.
I want to get past. I want to
It's
get past
like
the surface, though.
you
so
know
we
what
can
this
ask some of these
conversation
questions.
is like, Sosa. You know what this conversation is like? It's like it's a research question. Like, well, how far is the moon away from the planet Earth? Right? It's not that we need Neil deGrasse Tyson to come on here and break it all down.
Yeah,
it's not so. It's not way out. You know, if somebody say, man, it's roughly about 200,000 miles. Like y'all acting like, I mean, like we have to get down to the 99th decimal point on this shit. And it's not even close to that, bro. We don't know where the North African is. We don't know where North Africa at.
I do.
You niggas
we
is
do.
crazy.
Yeah, we do. Some people just answer the wrong way. I mean, you can't.
The
one
wrong
person,
way.
what one person's answer is.
I know
exactly.
I know exactly.
It's a wrong way to
It is.
say North
Motherfuckers just
Africa.
slow.
But hold on, let me ask you this, Corey. You said that why we keep trying to deal with Egypt in particular. Now, I want
y'all trying to hold on.
Hold on. No, I'm saying, so you saying hold on to it, however you want to phrase it. Now, why are we looking to Egypt in the first place? Like, why would we try to connect ourselves to that?
Because it's the only
why?
high civilization that Africa ever had.
It was what? Excuse me. Somebody said what?
It's the only classical civilization that Africa ever had that people around the world look to. So it invented writing and a bunch of other things, and you don't find that in sub-Saharan Africa.
We don't need Egypt.
People are ashamed of sub-Saharan African history. That's why they want to cling on to Egyptian history. That's why they can't let it go. Because if you take out the legs from Egypt, nobody in the conscious community has an argument on that.
Okay, who said hold up?
I don't give a fuck about no conscious community, none of that shit. I'm just explaining the real shit. Like,
right. Okay,
I don't give a fuck about no Egyptian.
Right, but that's what I'm saying though. When we
must care because you're on here every day.
Hold on, when we're having a specific conversation, and then you bring in language in it to feed into what Unc is saying.
I didn't just say language, bro. If you was listening, it was talking about archaeology, all that shit, bro. It ain't just language.
It was a bunch of mumbo jumbo. You saved it. You shouldn't even mention it.
They want to simplify, Geechee. They want to simplify, bro.
It's not that. It's not that. It's not
L3.
We're asking a specific question, right? If we're talking about Egypt, and then here we are way in the Horn of Africa, you know, some thousands of years later, the shit's convoluted now.
Yeah, and first of all, why would you even read an article on language? Why would you read an article on language when the audience don't understand language?
In North Africa, bro.
No, it did. He learned.
Yeah, no, but the audience don't care about language, so don't waste their time.
Y'all are African traders.
No, you an African trader. You a sub-Saharan African trader. You a West sub-Saharan African trader trying to hold on to some niggas who ain't never in time gave a fuck about you. They let them Arabs bring you niggas up and through there for
difference between me
and
you, Corey, is that I'm going to bring the information.
Them Egyptian niggas. I'm the host now. So I might start.
It's a lot of information
argument, man.
or chef the host.
Archaeology and
I'm
language
gonna
is
have to
bringing
leave, but
Hey,
I've heard
Reggie,
enough
you're gonna have to
from
leave, yeah, because this ain't
traders.
that here. Now,
Reggie,
I done heard
And I'm
enough.
putting
I
your
done
asses
let
on
y'all
the
go
big
on and on.
screen.
I done heard
But
y'all.
see,
I
the
let
reason
y'all
why
go
I asked
on
the
and
question,
on
because I want
for
to get the
30 years,
position of
right?
Corey or whoever else that's in opposition of it being an African civilization.
That's
Nobody
correct,
said
Pan-African
that.
Designs.
So this is why, I mean, you try to...
You're misleading the
Keep
people
doing what
on
you're
my
doing,
argument.
Pan-African Designs.
No, I'm not trying to mislead. I'm trying to
Hold the
simplify so
fort.
we
I
can
never
get
said they was not an African civilization.
Hold
I
the
have
fort.
never said.
It should
I
not
have
take
never said
a
they
week
was
for
not an
us to
African
get an
civilization.
understanding on something, unless we're going to
I
say that
don't think
we're
anybody
illiterate and
understands
don't
the
understand
Africa period on this panel, like for real.
Look, the thing
I
is,
don't think y'all
is
understand populations at all.
you can't understand it in this community because Egypt has something to do with it. We can understand if we talk about
I ain't in
Ghana,
there. I ain't
if
in
we
no
talk
African
about
community. I'm just a nigga
Zambia,
from St.
if
Louis.
we
I
talk
ain't with that
about
shit.
any other African country, right? There's not going to be any confusion. When
Man,
we get
show
to
some
Egypt,
data.
Okay, well, let me ask you this, Corey.
Man, show some
data.
information.
Reggie,
We done
you
heard
show
enough
some
of this.
data. You ain't done nothing but talk for the last 20 years. Show me anything
No,
you said
talk for the
tonight.
last 20 years.
Show me anything you said tonight. I caught you in a lie tonight. I
You
caught
ain't
you trying
catch
to
me.
lie to me tonight. Really.
No, Corey. You ain't
did.
catch me in a lie.
I caught you lying to me. I
No,
caught you trying
Corey.
to throw a bag of shit on the ground and walk past the motherfucker as if you
No,
didn't throw
no,
that bag of shit
Corey.
on the ground. Me
I
and
got
Chief
what
X
I
both
needed.
caught you.
I got what I needed from you traders.
Sosa almost saved you, but my man Chief X backed me up on that. I appreciate that.
Yo, man,
He
Chief
tried to
X.
throw that bag of shit on the ground and walk past it. You did. You did that.
I'm trying
At
to
the end of the day, I am going to prove that you are African traders, because and your ignorance will not save you.
I don't want to be kin. I don't want to be kin to West Asians. I don't want to be kin to West Asians. That's why.
Corey,
don't worry. You're going to wear this badge that you are a trader of African people because you do
That's
not
why.
know.
That's what you got to say. You throwing your gun now because you couldn't show me the cave paintings from South Africa. Ended up being the goddamn niggas who built the goddamn pyramids. That's what you tried to pull on me earlier. You know what I'm saying?
Hold on.
All the mind games is not going to work.
It ain't.
Let me ask
I'm
Corey
nipping
a
it all
question.
in the bud.
Do you not know that they say that the people...
I'm not even being nice to y'all.
Hold on, let me ask Corey a question real quick.
I'm gonna treat you like a flat earther from now on.
Let me ask you a question, Corey. Do you not know?
I'm gonna treat you Rodney Kimmett niggas like flat earth.
Let me ask you. I'm just saying. I'm just want to ask you a question.
Go ahead. Ask me a question.
Do you not know that they say that those rock paintings that's in the Sahara that's dried up now, everyone that's a consistency said that they went to where the water was along rivers east or west. It does not.
They don't believe that Pan-African Designs.
No, okay, let me ask Chief. Do you not know that?
The Green Sahara?
Nope, it says they went
They
north,
never
not
studied
east or
in
west.
Pan-African Designs. These are some ignorant ass niggas.
Listen, I don't give a fuck about the Green Sahara. We ain't even talking about that. We're not talking about the Green Sahara. We're talking about Egypt.
Because you have to use chronology to have an understanding of history.
Hey, Corey.
When they made a nigga, when a white man made a nigga, he made a nigga.
You look most
because I don't want to be an Egyptian. Because I'm proud to be a West
brother. I'm not an Egyptian.
Because I'm proud to be a West African.
I'm not an
Egyptian.
Corey,
what happens is Reggie's world is crumbling.
I know who I
Reggie's
am.
world is crumbling.
I'm not an Egyptian.
I know exactly who I am.
But the chronology of my history starts there.
Hey,
Reggie.
James' world is crumbling. Nobody want no Egyptian clothing no more. Reggie's getting scared. Reggie's paranoid. Everybody's in an erratic state. Everybody's going crazy because what they thought for decades are wrong as fuck.
Let me say this to Brother Reggie. Brother Reggie, can you see my? Hold on, you after me, brother Dream. Can you see my avatar, Brother Reggie?
Corey, this me. X.
Yeah, I'm asking Brother Reggie. My bad. You after me then, X. Go ahead, Brother Reggie. Can you see my avatar?
I see you and your wife. Yes.
Right. No, what you see, yes, that is me and my wife, but what you actually see is a proud African family, a proud African man and woman together, right? Don't ever call me a goddamn, because you can't show me no goddamn picture like that, right? So don't ever call me a motherfucking hater, a hater of Africa.
What? Like I wasn't married? Like I don't have a 25-year-old son.
I'm not saying that. I'm saying
what are you saying?
I'm saying I'm continental, motherfucker. I got dual citizenship. You a visitor when you go over there. I'm at the goddamn crib, nigga. So you a traitor. You trying to sell me Egypt.
No, just see, you could be born. You could be born there, and you could travel there, and your parents could be there. But in scholarship, you is an African traitor, Corey.
No, I'm not. You are. You a traitor. You a North African wannabe. That's what you is. A North African wannabe. And you've been selling that bullshit, that Rodney Kimmick bullshit for 30 years.
You my brother, Corey. You make me smile, boy. I don't get upset with this shit because you're gonna wear this badge that once in your life you have found out that you were ignorant to the history of your people. And that you are part of the problem.
So where do you start your history at, Corey? Where do you start your history at since Egypt?
My history. Listen, I don't give a fuck about 100. I don't give a fuck about 275,000 years ago, back in the Great Rift Valley.
I'm asking you where do you start at? We ain't got to go that far back.
No, as far as I can look back, as far as I know.
Okay. So how far back?
That's all. I know who I am. I know exactly who I am. I'm not confused.
Chief Corey, you one of those Africans that sold us into slavery.
James, you're not.
No,
you're not Egyptian,
you know what them North Africans did to you as far as slavery?
I never said I was Egyptian.
Listen, Reggie.
Your ancestors are not Egyptian either.
Okay, well, if I pull up my DNA right now, and it shows me
you could be.
You never paid for DNA, bro. You broke.
Really? Okay, well then just let
show me your DNA test.
Everybody else
prove them wrong
already
and show me your DNA test.
Don't matter.
Prove them wrong.
I'm just making stuff up. You're right. See
Hey,
what I'm saying?
Reggie,
Y'all are definitely not trying to get to.
Hey, Corey, I love you. You my. Hey, Corey, I love you like a brother. I'm just gonna teach you something.
You is my brother. I love you. But hey, listen, Reggie.
Corey, you said I was next. Corey, you said I was next.
Let me. You is when after I promise it's gonna take 2 seconds. I promise.
I just want you to put my article back up and get Reggie to respond to it.
Oh, okay. Is it in the back chat?
Reggie's gonna play a mind.
Yeah, I want Reggie to respond to that.
Okay. All right.
You have to email me. If you want to talk to me, it's hey, good brother. It's rapmarketing@hotmail.com.
Hey, Reggie, listen. You know what them Egyptians did? You know what them Egyptians did, Reggie? Them Egyptians allowed them motherfuckers, the motherfuckers in the sub-Saharan slave trade. They allowed them to march your black ass across that motherfucker. They ain't had no problem with it. They didn't say, yo, they're my brothers. They're my brothers, right? Don't be going to get them niggas. They're my brothers. Why is y'all enslaving them niggas? No, they
your brother, your brother Mansa Musa marched our asses from West Africa to Cairo.
I'm not denying it. I'm just saying, like it was some atrocities out there. I'm just saying, like them niggas let that go on for thousands of years. They didn't give no fucks about your black ass.
Yeah,
and still today, the ancient Egyptians are the modern Egyptians. And what I'm telling you, Reggie, listen very, very closely to this. You got to hear this one, Reggie. Listen real closely. The ancient Egyptians are the modern Egyptians.
That's an academic.
And the ancient Egyptians didn't give a fuck about you. And the modern Egyptians think you a piece of shit that's trying to steal their culture.
Mm-hmm.
Did you hear me,
Corey?
Just confirm that you heard me. That's all I want to do.
On Sunday or whenever I do this presentation,
confirm that you heard me, Reggie, and then you can go on.
No. See, the thing is, you just talking.
All you have to say is
I got data. I'm brother Reggie. You ain't see me time and time over again. I'm a living goddamn legend.
Reggie, Chief X, I already beat the brakes off of you, Jabari, and everybody else in the community. You're dead.
Chief X, nobody, my brother. Hey, Chief X, I don't treat you like everybody else treats you, Chief X. I don't disrespect you, Chief X.
And I put the nails in the coffin. How can
Chief
people
X,
hear you?
only in your own mind. But I don't mistreat you. I don't curse you the hell out and all of that.
Now we good.
I never curse you out. I
love you, Reggie.
I just chit chat with you, Chief X. You just bring in some talking points, right? I don't be cursing you out.
But this is what I do want to have a conversation with you about is Dr. Flip Gates. I want to know what was the disrespectful or coon thing that he ever said, and nobody can even.
But hold on, this was
Dr. Skip Gates wrote about me in Black Demagogue.
No, forget you. Don't bring yourself into this. I want to know what he said that was coonish or wrong.
You never read New York Times op-ed Black Demagogues.
They never said nothing wrong or coonish. I'm still waiting for you guys to provide the coon.
Hey, we got a
difference between me and you is that I didn't spoke to the dude directly.
I don't want to hear the personal. I talked to him. I don't care about all that. I just want to know
it's
what
always that
he said.
They said at the feet, bro. Hey, listen. His X has a source on the screen. Go ahead, X. I said your name.
Okay. No, I wanted Reggie to read that one section and then tell me what he gets from that. That's what
section is it? Is it the abstract or the introduction?
No, North African genetic component.
Reggie gonna cloud it. Don't even ask him. Just read.
North African genetic component.
We want to know. We want to know what Reggie thinks about that. That's all I want. Reggie,
on Sunday or whenever I get my shot on Sarnetta, I'll respond to this. Don't worry.
Who are you talking to? Double X or Chief X? Be clear.
No, I'm sorry. I'm talking to Double X on his data, and Chief X. You know you my dude, man. We just. All right,
I got it highlighted on the screen, brother Reggie. This is on the screen for you to pay attention to, brother. So
Reggie,
pay attention to it.
Reggie, I just want you to read that and tell me what you think of that. I'm not asking you nothing else. That's all I'm asking you, bro. There's no beat. There's no beat, Reggie. I just want you to read that and tell me what do you gather from that? Hello? Is Reggie still up here?
I don't know.
It keeps saying current day populations. I can't get past that the third damn word.
Yeah, that's why you can't understand what they're trying to communicate to you, because you have a short attention span.
I do understand what current day population means. That means the people that are there today. That's what it means.
Right, but you can't get past that. That's what he's saying. That's why you can't comprehend the full aspect of what they're saying. So read past that. Don't stop right there. Keep reading, and then you'll get the full grasp of what they're talking about.
Exactly. But where's Reggie? I want Reggie to read it.
Don't bring Reggie. He's gonna cloud it and make it.
I don't know if Reggie on the panel anymore.
He ran. He jumped off.
Oh, he jumped off. Okay, go ahead.
Oh, yeah, and he right there.
So,
brother James, why don't you tell me what you get out of it? Go ahead and read it.
Just to let you know, Double X, Reggie's gonna play.
I'm reading it right now. I'm not gonna read it out loud. I'm checking it out.
Okay, well we gonna read it out loud because I want everybody to get the same thing. We want to follow along, and we want to make sure we grasping everything, right? We want to make sure everything. It said y'all want to who go ahead, X. You want to read it or what?
No, you can read it. You can read it. I don't
All right. Genetic data from the current day population suggests a complex pattern of admixtures with a minimum of 4 main sources of genetic ancestry from North African people. First showed presence of in presence of in
No, hold on, Corey. You gotta read the part where it says it tells you who did the study. It says
you want me to read it, bro?
No, I'll read it.
Where is it at?
Let me read it. This Chief X, I'll read it. Hold up.
Go ahead.
Okay, here it goes. Genetic data from current day populations suggest a complex pattern of admixture with a minimum of 4 main sources of genetic ancestry for North African people. First,
he said that was the wrong thing though.
No. I told you. Yeah, you read that. You didn't read the part where it said him.
Where it's from? Okay,
that's a group of scientists that did this.
Right. Okay, let me finish. Hin et al. 8 first showed the presence of an autochthonous ancestral component. Autochthonous ancestral component, also known as the Maghrebi component, as well as European, Middle Eastern, and Sub-Saharan components. In the current North African populations, in the current North African population, This result showed that North African populations exhibit their own ancestral component and cannot be considered as a result of a mere admixture of exogenous ancestries from neighboring regions.
Exogenous ancestries from neighboring regions. There's everybody that heard that understand what they're saying.
No.
Who said no?
I said no. James.
Who's that, Courtney? James?
James, I said no, so simplify that.
Okay, what part didn't you understand so I can simplify it?
With the part you just said.
Just calm down, James. He's just trying to.
Yeah, like read me the line you didn't understand so I could explain it to you.
Where is that last part he just said about something? I forget what
it says. The results show that the North African population
the indigenous ancestry from neighboring regions, right around up in that little area. Read that part right there and then break that down.
Okay, it says the results showed that North African populations exhibit their own ancestral component and cannot be considered as the result of a mere admixture of exogenous ancestries from neighboring regions.
Exogenous.
Yeah, so what does exogenous mean? That's what I want to know.
Hold on.
It came from somewhere else.
Hold on.
It's an outside thing. That's what.
So they have their own shit.
Hold on. Let me talk.
So these people are unique from anybody else on the planet.
No, they North Africans. North Africans are unique. You a sub-Saharan African. That don't mean you just like the Indians over here in America. Like nobody does that but you. You know what I'm saying? Nobody does that but Americans does that. Everybody on the continent is the same. All Africans is the same. But when you go home, when I go home, nobody in Ghana gives a motherfuck about nobody in Egypt, bro. Nobody does that. But y'all over here. Go ahead though. Continue. I'm sorry.
It says they have a sub-Saharan component.
Hold on, Air America. Let's finish this article. Hold on.
Let me go ahead.
About the article. It says they have a sub-Saharan componment.
No,
we already understand that. Don't do it, American Dream. Continue on.
Hold on, American Dream. Let us finish this, and then after we finish the article,
we already know that, American Dream.
This is ex-architect. Hold on.
Oh, okay, my bad. Go ahead.
Okay, I want to explain this to make it clear to the panel because you and Chief seem to get it, but everybody else doesn't. So I want to address the people that don't understand it and then explain it to them. So whether it's American Dream or James, I want to communicate that to them, what they don't understand. I want to break that down for them. So American Dream or James, could y'all please ask our questions?
No, I'm just confused.
No, you supposed to have been breaking down and
James, stop.
James. No,
James.
Okay, come on.
Double X.
American Dream.
Don't ask nobody nothing because they're gonna cloud this. You're gonna ask a question. It's gonna turn into something else. Just teach the whole article until everybody is quiet.
Okay,
come on, man. Ain't nobody clouding nothing, man. You be clouding shit too. Stop.
He asked we're trying to get this article read and teach it.
I'm talking about the article.
We're not going to argue. We're not going to argue about this. American Dream. Ask your question. The X.
Right. X. Now, because X, it sounds as if to me, like when I listen to you, it sounds as if you're saying, like generally what you're saying is the North Africans are distinct from sub-Saharan Africa. They have nothing to do with them. They're their own.
Shit.
That's correct.
But right there, what you just read said the North African has the four main components: the Maghrebi, the European, the Middle Eastern, and the Sub-Saharan.
He's going to clarify it when we finish it because it goes on to clarify that. But you're speaking too soon.
Chief X, let me go head up with him. I'm trying to teach him something.
Because my understanding, when it says they have their own ancestral component, that own ancestral component that it's talking about are those four pieces: the Maghrebi, European, Middle Eastern, and Sub-Saharan. That's their own ancestral stuff that the North Africans have. That's how I'm understanding.
No, it's going to tell you how the Sub-Saharan component entered later on. Just let them finish.
Chief X, just let me and him talk. I'm gonna explain it to him. I got this. American Dream. When they say they have their own ancestral component, they're talking about the Maghrebi component. They're not talking about the other four components that of admixture or the four components of their main ancestry today. They're talking about their specific component that distinguishes them from everyone else. That's why they told you they're not a mere admixture. So the Maghreb component is what distinguishes North Africans from every single person on planet Earth.
So where did this Maghreb DNA come from?
Is that what the word autochthonous means?
No, autochthonous. Yeah, that's what the word autochthonous means. That it's distinct to them. It's specific to them. No one else. It's indigenous within those people. So when you hear that there's
the Maghreb component, the Maghreb component.
What about it?
Like the Maghreb component is distinct
North
just to
African.
them.
Right, it's North African. That's what let you know somebody's North African, yes.
Does that answer your question? American Dream, or do you have
and we talked about and then no, because he wanted to know about the sub-Saharan. And go ahead and explain the sub-Saharan component to it.
Okay, the sub-Saharan component is the genes that come from, south of the Sahara or whatever, south of Maghreb. So you're talking about sub-Saharan Africans. That's basically what you think of when you think of an African, a sub-Saharan African. That's an African. North Africans are people that came back into Africa. They're not true Africans.
Okay, so this. Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, I guess I'm understanding a little better now. You're saying this is talking about modern day people, and you're saying that the ancient North Africans didn't have that sub-Saharan part.
They had less of it. Yes, it's been increased in modern day. Go ahead.
Corby, you arguing my arguments, bro. I gotta. If I don't talk to this nigga, then it's gonna be some sort of confusion.
Okay, all right, my bad. Go ahead.
Comprehensively.
So you're saying the sub-Saharan component is only present in current day North Africans, that if we go back to ancient North Africans, it was only the Maghreb component.
True.
No, I didn't even address that. I didn't even address that right there. This article speaks to North African populations as a whole, both ancient and modern. The modern North African population is the exact same as the ancient North African population. That's an academically established fact. So there's no argument there. Anybody that tells you that the current day population that lives in North Africa, that lives in Egypt, isn't the original Egyptians, they're lying to you by academic standards. That literally is pseudo scholarship at this point.
The ones with the sub-Saharan component?
Say it again.
The ones with the sub-Saharan component.
What about
he's excluding all of that. He's saying that they're their own distinct people. In some kind of way, this Mugabe component just popped up out of nowhere.
Fuck
this
shit.
This is crazy.
These motherfuckers do this shit on purpose.
They the only people on the planet that got this right here. And they sitting right there.
Can you read, James? Can you read?
I can comprehend well what he's saying. He's saying
that's not what he's saying though. He didn't say that though, bro. Hey, that's not you. The only one that said he said that.
Okay. Well, let him explain.
So obviously, when he explained it, you came back and tried to explain.
No,
what
I'm simplifying what he said.
But that was not what he said though. But go ahead, X. Go ahead.
Concrete query. Let me and James go head up because I'm gonna explain it to James. I know how to fucking teach you. Let me explain this to James. James, what was your question?
So what I'm saying is, you're saying that the reason that you guys know that the only people that's truly ancient Egyptians is because of the Mugabe component, or however you pronounce it, right? That's what you're saying. You're saying just because of this particular component in their DNA, that's how y'all know that they're the only ones that's Egyptians, right?
No, North Africans, bro.
No, okay. Is he saying North Africans?
Is that please nobody interrupt. Please nobody interrupt.
I'm sorry, man. I'm sorry. It'd be hard for me to interrupt this guy.
Bro. Please.
Yeah.
I'm asking nobody to interrupt. I just want me and James. When y'all start talking, I can't understand what he's saying. It's already difficult enough the way he's composing the question. James, go ahead and tell me what you interpreted again.
Okay, when you read the or whoever read
run off the road on my.
When you read the article, you indicated that the reason why y'all know that the Egyptians, now is that what you said, the Egyptians?
Did you hear us when we read the article?
Yes, but what I'm asking the question about is, you said the reason why we know that the Egyptians are distinct from sub-Saharan Africans and everybody else is because of the Mugambi component. That's what I'm asking.
Okay, I said that.
That's what he's saying.
Okay, I said what I said was that the way we know that North Africans, so not just Egyptians, they're just one group of North Africans. The entire groups, all of the groups in North Africa that are North Africans, the way we distinguish them from everybody else is because of the Maghreb component.
Right. So,
okay,
so
now
just to be
what
clear,
I want to know, what do these people look like that's distinct from everybody else?
The modern Egyptians, bro. We just had this discussion earlier when you didn't know what a modern Egyptian looked like.
Yeah, I know it's difficult to
you took 5 minutes to tell me that you whether or not you knew what a modern Egyptian looked like.
No, I'm talking to the brother X right now. I'm not talking to Corey.
I know, because I come too quick and hard. Go ahead.
Corey, let me talk to him, please.
Yeah, I gotta let that screen share go.
It's a shame we gotta walk with we gotta play kindergarten with these motherfuckers. But go ahead and play kindergarten with him.
This is gonna take a whole hour, I guarantee you. Because you just teach the article. Once you get to asking them a bunch of questions, they're gonna add on more questions.
Because I think people that's slow like me want to learn. I want to actually
hold on,
learn
whoa. Hey, I'm gonna put the source up there for the Maghreb. Let me do this real quick, and I gotta go. Somebody enact my screen sharing, please.
But you already said you agreed. I don't want to hear you, because you already said today.
No, I want to put the
Maghreb
up there.
That the Egyptians there is the ancient Egyptians.
That's right. That's man. Come on, yo. Let me undo.
But go ahead. I just want to make that clear. I just want every time you talk, I always want to bring that up that you already agreed to that.
Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, I agree with that. Hey, man, take that down. Come on, yo, take that down. X.
That's me. My bad. I'll take it down. That's me.
All right, stop screen sharing. Let me do this real quick.
How you taking it down? How you taking something down? I'm explaining something to James. Like, I just
no.
We can do that later. Just let him go ahead and do it.
I told you, Double X, you should just read it and taught it. It'll never get read through me.
Damn, bro.
All right, man. All right, here we go.
Reggie and James.
All right, here we go. Right
read
here.
It and taught.
Okay, all right, here we go. Everybody, be quiet for one moment. Appreciate that, man. We got it right here.
What's the source on that?
We can come back to it though.
Just Wikipedia. Maghreb. All right.
Yeah.
Let's do the history. Let's do the origin genetics. Here you go. The North African Maghrebian population has been described as a mosaic of Middle Eastern, European, and Sub-Saharan African related ancestry. Genetic studies found that the Berber peoples are genetically diverse and harbor indigenous African, Sub-Saharan African ancestry components, Middle Eastern linked ancestry components, and European linked ancestry components in varying degrees. The modern North African ancestry Maghrebi component formed from the prehistoric population related to the Sub-Saharan Africans, West Eurasians during the pre-Holocene. You always hearing Gozi and them talking about the West Eurasians. All right, that's that basal population that you find in West Africa. Let me keep going. Pre-Holocene epic, the historical Arab expansion into North. Man, all right, I'm done, man. But anyway, y'all see what it is. So there's your North African population with the Maghrebians that he was hollering, screaming. That's the Sub-Saharan African thing, and I rest my case and I'm out of here, man. Man, somebody get these niggas out of here, man. I'm gone, man.
Yeah, great. Bye. All right, good. Now that Unc is gone, we can finally get back to having actual educational conversation.
Thank God.
Thank you. Where's James at? And Chief, the reason.
Yeah, especially when he'd already told James the answer to his question. And James disagrees with Unc already. So I don't know why you even want to hear what Unc got to say. Because Unc says that the ancient Egyptians are the same as the modern Egyptians, right? That's what he say, James. You get having a problem with that, James. So Unc has already agreed to that. So you don't agree with Unc. So don't even try to even act like that. So
no, I don't know what Unc's position is. So
I told you. I just informed you. I just gave you that information.
All right, okay, go continue on, X. I'm going to mute my mic and listen.
Actually, nobody agrees with James.
Corey, can you put my article back up? That section again?
Oh, okay, my bad. Yeah, okay.
You can't move on from something until people get it. Otherwise, there was no point in you putting it up.
Yeah, but what I'm saying, though, you can't keep asking them questions because they're going to cloud it and they're going to ask question after question. Just read the article and teach.
Now, Chief X, let me explain something. You can't understand what a person
North African.
If one person has that bad of listening comprehension, we can't hold a whole show up for one person with bad
right.
comprehension. But Chief X, you realize that it's almost everybody on this panel besides you, Corey, and perhaps Chef. Everybody else has a listening comprehension issue and a reading comprehension issue. I don't know if y'all noticed that. I'm not trying to be disrespectful when I say, yo, most people on the panel probably are high school dropouts. I'm not being disrespectful. I'm being honest based off the listening comprehension skill and the reading comprehension. It's not me trying to be disrespectful. But I want to get back to James because James didn't understand what this article was saying. So he obviously
it's gonna take an hour.
So do you would you like for it to be explained if it takes an hour or not to be explained if it takes an hour?
Well,
I don't think it'd take an hour if you just shut up, Chief X, and let the brother do what he's doing.
That's what I've been telling you to do.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm the one that's been talking.
Yeah.
Okay, let me and James go up. James, what is
I think this article actually disproves what Chief X has been saying.
Okay, and what is that? What is that? Chief, let me and American Dream go. What is that, American Dream?
Correct me if I'm wrong, but Chief X has been saying that the North Africans have nothing to do with sub-Saharan Africa. And this article is saying they do, that there's a sub-Saharan component.
Okay.
Yeah, not in that context, though.
Hold on.
What do you mean not in that context? What does that mean?
Please, yo, I beg y'all, please mute out. Please, bro.
It's hard with y'all. I swear it is. I don't know how much. I'm gonna give y'all a few more. I'm gonna let you go, X.
Hey, all I need is 5 minutes.
Go ahead.
All I need is 5 minutes.
Go ahead.
5 minutes with this guy. 5 minutes. Okay, American Dream. You just said that Chief Exposition was that North Africans don't have shit to do with no sub-Saharan Africans or vice versa, right?
That's the first one. North Africa has nothing to do with sub-Saharan Africans. They are totally distinct from sub-Saharan Africans.
Correct. So where does this article disagree with that?
Because it says right there, it says the North African people had 4 components. They had the Maghreb. What separated the North Africans? Like it said, North Africans and Sub-Saharan Africans had something in common, and they had one thing that made them different. Let me just finish. Right? It said what they had in common. Let me just finish, please. Like if you test their DNA, right? Bro, can I just think? Let me just? Oh my word!
Because I need to know where you're at. Where are you getting what you're saying from? That's what I need to know.
It says right there they had 4. The North African had 4. Bro,
it says it in the article is what he's saying.
The North African had 4 components: Maghrebi, Middle Eastern. Bro, hold on. Just stop cutting me off. Let me finish. Jesus Christ.
Finish, American Dream. We cannot let you finish because if you're going to give a lecture,
you can't let me finish. Yes, you can let me finish. Just let me finish.
Why we couldn't let you finish, American Dream? Yeah,
this is ridiculous, bro.
Double X.
I haven't even asked the question yet.
This is my claim. American Dream.
Just let him go ahead and get the question out. Let him go ahead.
But my claim has always been the modern day ones. The modern day ones have sub-Saharan in them because of the slave trade later on. This is my claim. So, yeah.
But Chief, when you said that they were distinct and that they don't have nothing to do with each other, it was good. Like there was no clarity needed for that. Like we already get that. What I'm trying to get him to do is show the section that is corresponding with what he's interpreting, because what he's interpreting is incorrect.
And I'm trying to. And the minute I try to, you cut in and tell me to do it.
Yeah, just read it. It's right there in the second paragraph, right there. Just go ahead and read it, American Dream. Read it real quick.
Read it. Read the section and stop and tell us. Read the section and then stop and tell us what you interpreted.
Genetic data from current day populations suggest a complex pattern of admixture with a minimum of 4 main sources of genetic ancestry for North African people. So North African people have 4 main genetic ancestries, 4 of them,
yes.
right?
Now read the next line.
It's the Maghrebi, European,
Hold on.
Middle
Read the next
Eastern,
line. Read the next line.
No, you skipped over where it says first show the presence of a. Read that part.
This result, this result showed that North African populations exhibit their own ancestral component. Now they're talking about the Maghrebi. He's talking about the Maghrebi component.
Hold on. Read that second line again. The second
sentence. You skipped over a whole paragraph.
Oh my gosh, we can't do this with everybody talking, bro. Fuck.
Which sentence do you want me to read again?
Hey, James, can you just let them?
North. I want you to read the second sentence because you read the first one.
This result showed that the North African.
Do y'all not see that? Do y'all not see that word hin et alia? Like y'all just skipping over that shit?
What? What were
you? It's a source. The number 8 source. Hin and alia, whatever.
Hin et alia, right after the period behind the word people. It says hin et alia. Those are the people that did this study. Hin et alia. First show.
I don't see. I just see the number 8. I don't see that.
I'll highlight it for you, bro.
We don't care about the source. Just read the paragraph.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. He has to read that word.
Okay, sure.
You want them to read the source. Come on, man.
Fine. Let me read it. Let me read the source. Let me read it straight through. Genetic data from current day populations suggest a complex pattern of admixture with a minimum of 4 main sources of genetic ancestry for African people. Hen et al. 8. Now it's going.
African people. Yo, you gotta stop. Don't miss one word. You miss any word, it throws everything off. Don't miss one fucking word.
I didn't miss a word. I said North African people.
No, you said African.
I said North African for North African people.
I got perfect ears. You said African.
Go ahead, man.
Jesus Christ, man. Yo, you're starting to annoy me, bro.
I'm annoying you. You're reading
at all.
Hey, can we please get through the article though? Like we ain't gonna never make it through it.
This dude.
Go ahead,
start at the word first.
Who actually made? Then it goes into who actually made this statement about the 4 main sources, which is Hen and his peoples, Hen et al. And then it gives you the source, number 8. Then it says, and it's giving you the 4 things. First, show the presence of it.
Read from Hen et alia.
Oh my God.
I don't know what you're telling me.
What do you want him to read? Hen and alia. You want him to? You want me to pull up?
Corby. Just stop.
Hold on. Yo, please. I don't want to read. I don't want to read anymore. I just want to say what I've read it, and I'll tell you what it says.
See, double X. This is what I'm keep telling you. You're forcing him to do something he shouldn't be doing. He's clouding everything.
Okay, Chief.
I don't know why you're tripping
I'm
on
trying to read and he's cutting me off.
Because he didn't say hen at all. You stopped the whole flow because he didn't say hen at all.
He just did though. He said it though. He said it twice already.
Jesus Christ.
American Dream. Can you start reading from Hen et alia, please?
It doesn't say Hen et alia on my page. It says Hen et al. Hen et al.
Alia is just the word. Alia. It's a word.
First showed the presence of an autochthonous ancestral component, whatever. Ancestral component.
Okay, American Dream. I'm done. American Dream. We're done. You're never gonna grasp this. I get that now. You can't because you don't know.
You're never gonna be able to explain. Okay. So you're done. Let me just explain. Let me explain what it means to me if I can.
There's no
point. What this is saying.
There's no point. You realize?
Stop cutting me off.
Corey, I'll get with y'all tomorrow. I'm out of here. I just want to say my pieces and I'm out.
All right, peace. We ain't gonna be much longer, man. Y'all gotta.
Y'all be cool.
I think this double X guy realizes what he's saying is nonsense, and he's preventing me from showing it. So I'm just gonna kick back, bro. You're talking out the left side of your face. That article doesn't say what you're saying. As much as you're accusing people and saying people don't know how to read, it looks like you're the one that doesn't know how to read.
Did you get your GED?
X, you know what? Double X, do me a favor. Why don't you read the source to him?
This dude is a retard,
and American Dream, you listen carefully, right?
That's what I was saying.
Go ahead and read it, and then American Dream, you listen carefully, and then we'll discuss it.
Also, I want the audience to listen and hear how clearly I read. I actually pronounce the words correctly because I know the words. This isn't new to me. Okay? Now, here we go. The North African genetic component. See how clear that was? Clear and concise. Genetic data from current day populations suggests a complex pattern of admixture with a minimum of 4 main sources of genetic ancestry for North African people. This is talking about the North African genetics. Now, then it says, Hin et alia first showed the presence of an autochthonous ancestral component, also known as the Maghreb component, as well as European, Middle Eastern, and Sub-Saharan African and Sub-Saharan components in the current North African populations. Corey, you want me to keep reading, or do you want me to stop and ask what's the name? Does he understand?
No, because I want him to stop you when he got a question.
Okay,
so keep reading, and then because I want to get as far through the article or through the paragraph as possible. That way we all clear on what it's saying, and then we can ask the questions about what it's saying.
Okay.
So did you have any questions so far? American Dream.
No, man, I'm pretty clear on what it says. It says
me too. I'm with American Dream on it too.
Okay, all right. Pause right there, and we're going to continue to read some more.
Okay, so picking back up at this result. This result showed that North African populations exhibit their own ancestral component and cannot be considered as the result of a mere admixture of exogenous ancestry from neighboring regions. Did you understand that part of American Dream?
Yes.
Okay, so where's the discrepancy?
The discrepancy from what I get from what American Dream is saying is that you're trying to exclude where it says sub-Saharan components right after it says European and Middle Eastern. That's what he's saying.
Okay, I'm not
excluding. Here's what I'm saying. Here's what I'm saying, right? What that article just said to me was the North Africans, they're not just a submixture of the people right there in that little area. They're not just a mixture of the people right in the North African area. Right? It's not just that. It's some of the people it's some of it's some of the sub-Saharan Africans, and then there's some Europeans in there, and then there's some Middle Easterns in there, and there's this thing called Maghrebi in there, right? So it's not just the people right in that North African area. It's not just an admixture of those people that live of that neighboring region. It's a mixture of stuff from like Europe, and it's a mixture, and it does have some of the stuff in their neighboring area, and some have sub-Saharan stuff in it. It does have some, but it's not just that. That's what that says to me.
Bro, I find it so
different. What different does that say to you?
It's very explicit to me. It literally tells you.
I didn't ask you. I said, what different does it say?
He's going on to tell you that. Don't interrupt him. He's going on to tell you. Go ahead, X.
Okay, this explicitly communicates that the population known as North Africans are distinct from every other group of people in the entire world. What separates them is called the Maghrebi component. While that separates them from everybody, they also have admixture of components from Sub-Saharan Africa, Europe, and the Middle East. But they are not a mere admixture of those components. They're North Africans that happen to have admixture of those components, the same way African Americans and Sub-Saharan Africans were admixture of Europeans and Native Americans. But
and then Unc came in and told us where the Maghrebi component came from. So we'll have to go back and see what that was.
Yeah, you can't just go with what Unc say. That's the problem with this community. Just because Unc said it, and which Unc don't even agree with what the fuck you saying, right?
But Unc don't agree with what he read either?
No, Unc don't agree with what the fuck you saying, right?
No, I'm talking about what he read.
No, listen to me. Listen to me carefully, bro. Listen to me carefully. Unc does not agree with what the fuck you saying.
I know that.
But soon as Unc come in
what
the
did
chat,
he read?
hold on, bro. Listen. Soon as Unc come on and throw something out there, you grab on it as if it was Jesus, as if it was scripture.
Me and Unc disagree on many things, so no, that's not true.
So what make you think that's true? Because Unc said it's true.
No,
what
I'm just saying that
Unc didn't mislead you?
He came in and interjected.
What makes you think that Unc didn't mislead you on what he was trying to get across there?
That's what
you
be
don't
happening.
know. You
Unc
don't
is an enabler. He's a pseudo enabler.
But you don't know.
So hold on. So he went in and just read
I think
that.
that's unfair. I don't think that's what Unc was
What did he
doing.
say? What did Unc say about the McGrebby? Can you remember even what he said?
No, what I was saying is
No,
we
you
need to go
can't.
back and
So
we will need to go back and
Yes, I
read that
can,
because
right. And until you do, we shouldn't even be bringing that up because I wouldn't bring it up because I don't have any clue about it. Though Unc is my man, and I trust I trust him a lot, but on this Egyptian shit, I don't trust him.
No, you
Well,
can't
I thought it was pretty appropriate for him to bring up the McGrebby stuff because it says that the McGrebby is what separates North Africans from everybody else, is that McGrebby component. And I think that's why Ankh brought it up to highlight that and to say, what is that? And he showed that it was, he said it still was
But
from North Africa and he just
Sub-Saharan,
was
right?
trying to figure out what that was that separated them.
Yeah, it's thousands and thousands of years ago. Is where
why do you always do that when somebody's trying to find
Unc
out?
is always gonna take you back to the Great Rift Valley and shit like that.
This shit goes back that far. Like, what is he supposed to do?
Chevron, is Chevron on here? Where you at, Chevron?
Yeah,
Am I lying? He's known to take you to the Great Rift Valley, bro. And let me tell you when the Great Rift Valley was popping off, bro. Thousands and thousands. That's where humanity, that's what we are as humans. We're a rift ape. We're a rift primate. You see what I'm saying? And he's trying to take you back 200,000-300,000 years when he go back to the Great Rift Valley, bro. So at that point, everybody is kin to each other. All the Homo sapien at 200 or 196,000 where he trying to go or wherever he trying to go, it's only those humans on the planet, bro. So we gotta stop it with the convoluting. That's what I be telling you. We convolute. We go from Reggie tried to tell you that the cave paintings in South Africa had something to do with the niggas that built the pyramids. You know what I'm saying? Like,
hey, they want X to read the article and the conclusion. The chat is asking for that.
You know what? I don't think the chat can comprehend that. I'm sorry. I don't even want to waste the time to do that. I don't. But you can go. You know what? I'm not gonna be. I'm not gonna be like that.
Now, hold on.
If you want to read it, go ahead,
Shut.
man.
If they remember the last time I tried to tell that North Africans and Sub-Saharan Africans were distinct, I read the abstract of the article that I put up initially, right? And then brought us to this article and jumped to the conclusion. And it had said that the data wasn't complete, or they didn't have like a great deal of data, right? When you read this article in its entirety, you gain context to what the conclusion is addressing. The people in the chat, I tell you, I never look at the chat. People in the chat that are asking those questions have never read this article in its entirety. And so they don't understand what the conclusion is actually expressing. So there's no point in us reading the conclusion unless we're going to read the entire article.
Right, and I told you that earlier, X, that this is what they waddle in.
Yeah,
they love to waddle where they say, oh, well, the data it's not fully conclusive. See, they religious in this community. Only religious people deal in absolutes. Did you hear me, X?
Absolutely.
Only religious people deal in absolutes.
That's
and
correct.
These niggas want nothing but absolutes. And if it's not absolute, that means it's some mysteriousness in there that I can hold on to. Well, go ahead.
Corey, remember I told you, when we dealing with people of conscious community persuasion, even people at the chat who I classify as conscious community people, you got to remember, we dealing with people who have at best completed high school. This material is above high school education, so you're not going to be able to grasp it. Just like my man, American Dream. We read the same thing. We living in the same building, but got different views. He can't see what I can see because his education isn't at that level.
I've been quiet for like 3 hours. Can I say something real quick?
For what, American?
Go ahead. Who was that? That's my man, Rossi. Go ahead,
I've been listening. First of all, I think X is right, but I think he's a bit too arrogant with it. That's part of the problem, right? I've read the article before. Just don't cut me off. Just let me finish. I don't have a lot.
Let Google go because he always fair. Let him go.
Yeah. I'm agreeing with X about the article and what it's saying, but I think I understand where American Dream's confusion is. Basically, what the article is trying to say is that the modern North African populations are North African Maghrebi people with some admixture added in, and it gives the four components that make it up. But where American Dream, I think, is being confused when it says the sub-Saharan component, is that's the most recent component. That is after the period of ancient Egypt. That is that is through the sub-Saharan slave trade. That's where the sub-Saharan component is in there, and so it is a part of it now. But basically, what he's saying, it wouldn't be part of the ancient Egyptians, and that's where I think some clarity needs to be understood. But when you try to say people are not intelligent, it takes away from them listening to you. You have to be a little less arrogant.
Right, and I appreciate that, Google.
This wasn't me saying that they're not intelligent. This is me saying that the educational level that they possess isn't on par with the material that we're reading. And so there's going to be a block in the reading comprehension as a result. Thus, you're not going to get a proper interpretation.
Man, shut your mouth. This is Wikipedia. Who can't read Wikipedia and understand it?
This is not Wikipedia, bro. Shut the hell up, bro.
Okay, whatever it is, it reads like Wikipedia.
This ain't Wikipedia, bro. And Google Scholar laid it out just plain for you right there, right?
Okay.
But then you now you finna come back and add and see. This is what Ivan is talking. This is what X is talking about. Where you're gonna come back and add, and this is gonna let us understand that you still after Google Scholar explained that. Now you're still going to come back with the same conjecture. But go ahead and do it. Go ahead.
No, I'm not.
So just read the conclusion.
Scholar, so when people make the statement, Google Scholar, when they say the modern North Africans are the same as the ancient North Africans, you're saying that's not true.
That's an academic fact.
No, we didn't say they ain't the same or the same. We're saying those people
Google
are
Scholar.
those people. Nobody said they was 100% the same. Like
no, they're not 100% the same.
Right. This is what I'm talking about. The religious shit, bro. And I just got through saying that. I just got through literally saying. Go ahead.
They're basically the same, but they're not 100% the same.
Jesus Christ, man.
So they're everything except for the sub-Saharan component.
They had
that's the latest component.
It's more.
Yeah. Hey, can I say something, Corey?
Who's this?
Man, Haskell.
This Haskell.
I don't know, Haskell. Go ahead, Haskell. I'm scared. I'm scared, Haskell, for you to say something at this point.
No, why? I tend to bring a lot of balance, but
all right, okay. Let's see.
Yeah, with American Dream, all X had to say from conventional academia, insofar as in regards to the sub-Saharan component, conventional academia says it's very recent and it's as a result of the trans-Saharan trade. So in other words, the Maghrebi component, which is what they're saying is the ancient component and has, in air quotes, always been there, right? Of course, it's hard to kind of quantify what always means, but in the relevant period, right? In regards to this discussion, the Maghrebi component has always been there, and the sub-Saharan component basically only got there as a result of slavery. That's all X had to say.
Not 100%.
Not only.
Yes.
Corey.
Okay, I just want to be clear that we ain't religious.
Right.
Okay.
But in other words, whatever sub-Saharan component was there prior to the trans-Saharan trade, it's negligible.
Right. It was not as significant
as
the population today. Yes.
Right. Does that make sense now, American Dream?
Nope. I'm sorry, bro. I had some family issues today.
I know it. That's how it always happens.
Let me say it again, Corey. Let me say it again. because I think this is where I excel at, is just making things plain and easy, right? I happen to not agree with this assertion, by the way, but I just want to listen out.
And I
so
realize
it's clear.
that, and I appreciate you doing that, walking through it and clarifying.
Right.
Go ahead.
So American Dream, in regards to the sub-Saharan component, this is how conventional academia sees it, right? The Maghrebi component represents the most ancient and indigenous, or the word they use is autochthonous, right? The sub-Saharan component is very recent, and as a result of the trans-Saharan slave trade, right? Of course, there was some sub-Saharan admixture before that, but it is negligible. It's almost
correct, almost zero.
Right, so that explains the sub-Saharan component.
Hold up, Peter. Before you go, I want to know, why do you disagree with it?
Well, I disagree because the method that they use, the method is faulty, right? They start with the conclude. Right, I'm just saying why. You know, I really wanted to come on here and ask X.
But before you ask X though,
I'm not going to ask him now. What my intention was to ask him if he understood, or if he could explain to me how they arrived at identifying a particular component and saying this particular component was here 6,000 years ago and it's here today. I wanted to see if he understood the methodology behind how they arrived there. But separate and apart from that, to go back to what you asked me just now, James,
you can click on that.
I
You can click on the number 8 on the paper on that article, and it'll give you some details on that.
Right.
And I do understand what you're saying, Haskell. It did make it clearer. My confusion was when people said the current population is the same as the
nothing to do with sub-Saharan. That's all X had to say. They were slaves. They got there because of slavery. And the 30 minutes could have been saved.
No. He's saying he that's not what the confusion was. Let's tell him what the confusion was, American Dream.
Right, because my confusion was that people were saying that if you want to know what the ancient Egyptians look like, look at the Egyptian population today. Right. Or in other words, if you want to know what the North African population the ancient North Africans look like, look at the North Africans today. Like that's what people were saying, and I thought that's what people were saying, that the consensus of science was saying as well. But now when they look at North Africans today, they have a sub-Saharan component, but we're saying that ancient ones didn't have that. But you know what I'm saying? Like it's like a contradiction.
No, it was not. It was not a significant though. See, that's what I'm saying. It's not 100. Everything ain't 100%. So they don't have to be 100% identical in order to be the same people. You ain't even 100% identical to your daddy. So that wouldn't even make sense. I get
that. I understand that. But let's say
I didn't sound like 80%? You understood it, though. But go ahead. I'll digress, man. I digress.
No, I mean,
the understanding goes out the window with Egypt. We don't even. Everything got to be 100%. We like it's crazy with Egypt, man. It's nuts with Egypt, man. I don't get it.
Nah, but Corey, I don't think that's a fair indictment on American Dream, because he don't even claim Africa like that. So I don't think he got a dog in the fight, Corey.
No, it's just that he's seeing where they could actually. It's because American Dream is one of them type of people, and I don't mind it that likes to keep bring in questions to the conversation. Like,
he's a rabble rouser.
Go with the crowd. He don't want to go with the crowd.
He's a rabble rouser, is what you're saying.
Yeah, a rabble rouser, right?
Okay.
And so I don't mind it, but the thing is, I just don't want it to get cloudy. You know what I'm saying? To where people get to being confused and shit on shit. You know what I mean? That it's always confusing. Like Brother Reggie, he go from the cave paintings in South Africa all the way back to the Green Sahara to the goddamn pyramids get built. You know what I'm saying? Like that's the cloudiness that I just tries to keep avoiding, and they love that. When we get to talking about Egypt, That's why everybody be like, well, that could possibly be. Well, they could still, after we read all of these, how many sources? And then y'all keep saying, well, that's just one source. That's just one source. That's just one. But we go through multiples over and over and over again. And not a one of them says that West Africans was building the pyramids in Egypt. Like, all of them say that the Egyptians was Egyptians. The niggas that's there today, they didn't invade and kick the real niggas out. All of the sources say that. None of the sources says, you know what,
Corey,
these niggas here is fake.
Corey, this
What's up?
let me add one more thing. There's no anthropological evidence that shows Exodus.
Right, that's what I'm saying. No Exodus, no kicking out. Nobody kicked out a big group of people. There was not some type of refugee camp. So I don't like. And then Reggie keeps saying, "Well, I'm gonna kick you off the cliff. I'm gonna show you where the Egyptians, where the real Egyptians was at."
Hey,
like,
Corey, I'm not to disrespect Brother Reggie, but just listen. I don't know the guy, so I'm just gonna be candid. You know, from my vantage point, when I listen to him speak. Honestly, I think sometimes I'm not sure if he even knows what day of the week it is. I'm just saying.
You know what? So, I'm not even mad at you for making that assessment. You know what? When it comes to anybody in Egypt, you know what I'm saying? Like the days of the week, everything.
No, I'm saying in general.
Yeah, I know.
You can't hold much against Brother. That's how I look at Brother Reggie. Like you just got to let him rock out. You know,
well, everybody's saying he a scholar though. You know what I'm saying? Like I just,
yeah.
You know, I don't want to be duped. I don't want. I'm
Thunder asked him a very simple question, and my God, man,
he would have been able to answer it if it wasn't about Egypt, though. See, that's the thing, though, Haskell. Reggie's sharp. He's sharp. He can read and everything, right? But the thing is, it's only that you only notice that when he talk about Egypt. If you talk about anything else, he's very clear and concise. You ask him the question and he'll answer it, and then that's that. When it comes to Egypt, it's a bunch of hemming and hawing going on. You know what I'm saying? And it could be, but it's other research that says it's not. But you know what I'm saying? Like it's
wavy line pottery.
Yeah, and even with anybody, it's not just Reggie though. I don't want to. When I talk like that, I'm not just talking about Reggie. It's everybody. Like. Even with Asar and Wuja, even how slow they like to slow it down. Let's slow it down though. Let's slow it all the way down. Now I agree with you when you say that the modern Egyptians are the ancient.
Hey, that's a hell of a disarming technique where the nigga say, yo, I agree with you.
Yeah. But tell me how I'm wrong though, and what I don't understand about the shit. Like the shit is batshit crazy, and I swear to God, Haskell, even though you don't agree, this is why I like you, Haskell, because even when you disagree with me, Haskell, you at least keeps it 100, and I ain't never wondering like, what the fuck do Haskell mean? I never have to. Do you notice that, Haskell? Like, I never.
Yeah,
have to
I know. It could be infuriating.
Like, I don't understand what the fuck you saying, bro. Like, you know what I'm saying?
Haskell's clear.
And I totally disagree with you though, but I actually understand the words that's coming out of your mouth. Like with the Egyptian niggas, like I don't understand the shit though. The shit's wild to me, man. It's
but
crazy.
I will say this though, Corey. And so far as the Egyptians, their ethnicity, I'd say that it's probably. I'd say it's the most complex on the earth. So you know, and yeah, because all right, hold on. Hear me out, guys.
Go ahead.
We all agree, and it's historically well documented. The Persians being in there invading, the Syrians, the Turks. I'm probably forgetting some other Levantine groups. The Arabs, of course. So that's a matter of clear historical record.
You know what they
and-
said about that? Oh, I couldn't even see people in the background. I'm sorry, man. Everybody, in Varian. I don't know how long y'all been back there, but I had that screen share. I apologize.
Yeah. So in terms of a admixed population, you know, if we're talking about if we're excluding the original component that academia is saying was always there, they have the most mix on the planet from what I could see. I don't know another group that has that many different groups invading over a period of time and mixing, and you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, but that it doesn't change the fact that they're one ethnicity. African Americans got genetics from different groups as well, but we're still one ethnic group, African Americans.
Hey Corey,
Yeah,
let me
misusing that term. Hold on for a minute. Hold on. So y'all gonna overrun the
want to
stop
say
sign?
something, then Varian, because they fresh.
Y'all overran the stop sign, man. Double X brought out the point of the McGrivy population, and he beat his chest on it. And then I put up the information on the McGrivy population, and y'all kept going.
Yeah, we gotta go over that. Your man's James, he took it, he swallowed the pill whole already. So we got one that accepted it already.
But the McGrivy, no.
You gotta explain that.
I'm talking about. No, I'm saying I put up the McGrivy population that was in that dude's article.
Put it back up.
Right. Okay. Let's go. Let's pull that back up.
Okay, and so let's pull that back up here real quick, because I'm tired of everybody acting like they can do what they really can't do. It shouldn't be this easy.
No, yeah, but the article I put up agrees with us.
What,
I'm
right
sure
here,
it
McGrivy
does.
population?
If it's the experts, Chief X, I know for sure they agree with me.
Yeah, it agrees with us. He just didn't complete it.
Oh, here
Go
go
ahead.
again.
Let
This is
us have the
McGrivy
floor. Let them have the floor.
This is the McGrivy population again, right? That's that thing that Double X keep talking about, the McGrivy population. Are we on the same page?
Yeah, it says the same thing as what we read.
No, it says the North African McGrivy population has been described as a mosaic of Middle Eastern and Sub-Saharan African related ancestral genetic studies.
Right.
No, I'll read that again.
That's the current population.
Said that in that article.
Yeah, that's the current population.
No. In that article, it talks about the McGrivy population, but we never talked about what the McGrivy population was. This is explaining what the McGrivy population is. It's explaining there's Sub-Saharan African component in the McGrivy population. So that's no disputing that. Am I correct? Are we on the same page?
What'd you say, X? I couldn't hear you. What'd you say?
Corey, I want you to read that article. I want you to read that article.
So look, y'all see the screen, though, right?
I want you to read that.
I said earlier.
I'm gonna read it. I'm gonna read it. Let get this thing out.
Go back to that McGrivy population again. It's the McGrivy population, remember? So I asked Chief X earlier. I say, so what? Why the fuck is you talking when I'm talking, yo? God damn.
I'm talking to Corey.
No, you can't talk to Corey while I'm talking. It's fucking ignorant, bro.
Oh, that's a new
You
rule?
can't ask him shit in the middle of me talking, X. It's stupid,
Corey,
dog.
Can you read his article?
You still fucking, man, fuck, man. Let me get
I'm gonna read it. I'm gonna read it.
Hold on. Child's play, nigga. This child's play for me. Y'all can't do this shit. It's that nigga.
I want to hear what you gotta say, bro.
But he ignorant as fuck, though, dog.
I'm gonna read the thing in a minute, X. Go ahead. Continue on with what you were saying, man. I want to hear, because
man, niggas put up a good source, talk shit, and then I explain what the McGrivy population
is good too. I like
and then everybody fucking ignore this shit. Then I come right here to this. I say, Chief X, what language does Egyptians speak? I don't know, action saw, being smart ass. It's right here.
I don't know.
Afro-Asiatic homeland. Right here. Do y'all see what the Afro-Asiatic homeland is? Do y'all see what that is? Corey, I'm talking to you.
Yeah, I see it. I see it.
Where the fuck is that at, Corey? Where's that at, Corey?
It's
Where's
near
the
Horn
Afro-Asiatic whole line?
It's
where
near
at, though, bro? What's the fake line y'all keep using, my nigga? Okay, then where does those arrows point you to get there? Okay, where's these people coming from? Look at the map of Africa. Look at the arrows. Where are these people coming from to form this language family?
Mesopotamia.
Okay, we gotta give some chronology to this too, though.
No, we don't. It's listen, these niggas speak Afro-Asiatic, Corey.
You see where it says South Semitic?
Man, I don't need you to talk. Yo, shut the fuck up, Chief X. With that stupid ass shit you on. Everybody shut the fuck up right now and let a nigga teach. Cause y'all on some bullshit right now. Cause I got y'all niggas and y'all know it. So I'm gonna do this one more time. The language that the fucking Egyptians speak come from here in red. Okay? And they migrate to the Nile.
Facts.
Right here. No,
but it's two different separate ones.
That's how it get there. It get there from the hills of Ethiopia in the Red Sea. And they bring grains with them to the Middle Nile. So the Egyptians speak an Afro-Asiatic language. There's no getting around that. Like I said before, niggas speak a motherfucking Negro fucking language that y'all claiming. So now what?
Asar don't agree with that, but yeah, I already knew that.
Why y'all bringing in Asar right now, though? Is that like y'all trying to like push this shit off into the side? I mean, that's the game y'all playing now. I don't give a fuck about what Asar say. This me saying this though.
How does the argument get switched to language?
Hey, can I say something?
Wait, whoa.
Because you don't want to hear the truth.
Oh, man, fuck y'all niggas, man.
No, he was on your side.
When have anybody been making a language argument?
Yeah, let me say this. I'll tell you all the argument that was being made, though. The argument that was being made is that sub-Saharan component was brought in through slavery. What Ankh is pointing out, and you can correct me, and what Ankh is pointing out, you can correct me if I'm wrong, Ankh, but what Ankh is saying is that can't be true because there was sub-Saharan component in the Maghrebi.
Thank you.
Indigenous, and that's what he's
saying. No, we read that. We read that.
No, we didn't read that, Corey. You running the stop sign, my nigga. It's right here. Read this again. Read it again. It's right on the screen.
To be fair, Corey did concede to the fact that the sub-Saharan component was back there even then. Then the consensus we came to is that it was negligible. Like it was so small that it didn't.
No, listen.
It wasn't substantial.
How negligible is it in the Maghrebi? And how do y'all?
Why is y'all doing that right now?
How about y'all just read this article and then
why is y'all allowing them to do that shit all over again?
Read the article and then we'll see it agrees.
It says the North African Maghrebi population has been described as a mosaic of Middle Eastern, European, Sub-Saharan African related to ancestry, genetic studies found. What?
That the Berber people.
Yeah. So
what's the name of this article?
Man, it's the Maghrebi, nigga.
It's a Wikipedia article.
So you mean to tell me you was talking about the Maghrebi and didn't know who they was?
And it says it's indigenous African sub-Saharan ancestry components. That's what it says right there.
Yeah, just like the first article we read. This is talking about modern day Maghrebi people.
No. Listen, bro. The first article
clearly saying the modern North
I
African.
gave double X that clearly came from Gullah Geechee and them niggas. Talked about a Maghrebi component to the North Africans. We read that. The nigga stuck his chest out on the shit. And then when I identified the Maghrebi population, then everybody went mute and ran through some silly shit.
Yeah, because I asked them where do they come from?
Prehistoric.
Right, they ignored you, bro, like a mom.
Related.
And then I said
they were somehow prehistorically
hold on, bro.
related to that.
Bro, y'all been talking for hours. Now I say, so what language do the Egyptians speak? The Egyptians don't speak a language in fucking Mesopotamian language. Their language comes from fucking East Ethiopian hills is where their language come from. Then I show you a map of Afro-Asiatic homeland, the origin where it comes from. And then I give you some education, say, yo, these speakers brought grains with them. Then the running joke was Asar Hotep. That's how Chief X threw all off the trail by cracking joke by Asar Hotep.
I did that, my bad.
No, you didn't. Chief did it first.
No, I said I don't know language, which I don't. I'm being honest. I said if you want to know language, go talk to Asar. There's nothing wrong with that.
You right now. Listen, we're all on this show supposed to know something, which most niggas don't. I'm gonna let y'all figure out who knows something. I'm simply saying we sit up here for goddamn 6 hours a day talking that Mesopotamia shit, talking that outside of Africa shit, and X proves that these niggas is homegrown. Then I give you the Maghrebi population, which is homegrown. Then I give you a fucking language that's homegrown on the continent. And then the nigga had out ethnicity. No, I'm saying the fucking word wrong. How you say that fucking word, yo?
Ethnicity. But you misrepresent our argument. We never said it.
No. Listen, bro. Listen. The question was, the article you read, you double X, is that about the Egyptians or the North African population? This
Excellent
nigga say the
question.
Egyptians. It
It's about
wasn't.
the
It was about the
Egyptians
North
and the North
African
Africans.
population, right? But guess what?
Excellent point.
The Egyptians are located in northeast fucking Africa.
You're wrong
So
again,
I'm saying at a certain point,
No, he's
man,
not.
I'm not, nigga, I'm not even talking to you. At this point, look, I've said what I had to say. Deal with the, hold on, everybody on this thing, deal with the McGrady population, then deal with the goddamn languages the Egyptians are speaking. They're not speaking to Asia. Hold on, bro. They're not
Hey,
speaking
hold it down.
Semitic
Hold it
branch.
down, though. Hold it down for me, though. All right.
Yeah. How much of the sub-Saharan component is
Wait
in?
a minute. They're not speaking a Semitic language. The Egyptians do not speak a Semitic language. The Hebrews speak a Semitic language. The Afro-Asiatic has 6 branches. 5 branches is homegrown in Africa, and 1 is in Asia. We gotta stop this shit, man. It's right in front of our fucking faces. Nigga, hold on, man. Wait, check this out, man. Y'all niggas in here hours to prove y'all point. I should not be able to come through here and wipe y'all niggas out like this quick. Why y'all jumping? Let me finish what I'm saying. Let me finish what I'm saying, yo.
You told me that the Egyptians didn't speak Afro-Asiatic. Now you're changing your stance.
I never told you that shit. See, y'all playing a Saul Tep joke. Let me get out of here, man.
It's a mind game right now. Let me clarify the mind game.
Check this out, yo. Everybody, a Haskell, an American Dream, and whatchamacallit, hold on, and whatchamacallit, Pearl, hold on, let me get this straight. Hold on. Y'all got
James,
these niggas.
my name is James.
Hey, my fault, James. I apologize, James, man. I just been fucking upset. My fault. I just gave y'all enough information to beat these niggas back to the case. Now, use it to your advantage. I'm gone.
Okay, so let's clarify that because he was showing us a map instead of the scholarship. Let me read what Afro-Asiatic languages stem from. Afro-Asiatic languages, also called Afrasian languages, formerly Hamito-Semitic, Semito-Hamitic languages, or languages of common origin found in the northern part of Africa, the Arabian Peninsula, and some islands adjacent to Western Asia. That's the reality. You can't throw up a map and tell us that scholarship. You have to go to the scholarship and they tell you where Afro-Asiatic languages come from. Okay,
pull that up, Chief. Let's go and pull that up so we can see that too.
Yeah, Chief, because we don't believe you.
Okay, all you got to do is put in Afro-Asiatic languages on Wikipedia, and you can read. Hold on, you cut people off. You just cuss people out for cutting you off, and here you are cutting people off. Let's have some reality in it, okay? I'm just saying. Go to Afro-Asiatic languages. Don't look at no map and then listen to Ankh. And hold on, Ankh. Don't look at no map and listen to Ankh talk over a map. Okay? Go to the Afro-Asiatic language scholarship on Wikipedia and let's read that. Ankh is bullshit you and just play the mind game on all of us.
Got this nigga. Loud as a motherfucker. Everybody
so stop talking over people. Where did you get that from,
Shut up, nigga.
You just cussed a bunch of people out for talking over you. And here you go talking over people. Okay. Such a hypocrite.
All right, this is what we're gonna do. We're gonna do this nigga like this.
Now read this. Read it. I'll read it.
Niggas like this.
It says Afro-Asiatic language, also known as Afrasian, sometimes called as Hamito, Semitic, Semito-Hamitic, whatever, is a large language family about.
All right, we got that. I can't stand a nigga voice. Fuck that nigga. Now, here we go. All right, where you at, James? James, where you at?
Yo, how y'all let cut people up?
I'm over here laughing.
Because it's my motherfucking show, nigga. How about that? It's my show, nigga. Now I didn't. You lucky you in here, Double X. You my man. I fuck you. But you about 2 seconds to get put out this motherfucker. Now you about to get put out this motherfucker. I fuck with you, Double X. I fuck with you, nigga. Right, nigga. Oh, and what that mean?
It's not personal.
Corey could do the same thing. Chef can do the same thing. What that mean? Thought it was no killers. Yeah, nigga. This ain't no motherfucking democracy, nigga. Where we at? Where we want the distribution of branches, ladies and gentlemen?
If it's not a democracy,
where we want to read at? Hold on, let's do this first. Let's do this for the peoples. Here we go. Proto. Here you go.
I got a good article on that McGrady, huh?
Yeah, I love all that. That's good. Here you go. Proto-Afro. Look, you got Berber, Chadic, Kushite, Egyptian, Semitic, Omatic, right? Those Asiatics were Semitic speakers. They was Western Semitic speakers.
Yeah, this isn't fair.
Let's get that straight. But Egyptian, look, so I'm going to say it again. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 branches. I told y'all it's 6 branches right off the top of my head. And I say 5 is homegrown in Africa. What's the homegrown branches? The Berber, the Chadic, the Cushite, the Egyptians, and the Omatic. And I showed y'all that map. But this loudmouth ass, fake ass nigga talking shit, right? I know what the hell I was saying. Now, let's do this. Let's find the home. Let's find, hold on.
Why do you let Chief X finish reading?
You want to read? Because I don't want to hear that nigga voice.
I want Chief X to read because he was making a great point.
Hey, okay, since you the smart aleck in the room, so where the Afro-Asiatic homeland at? Because that's the only map I showed. Where's the Afro-Asiatic homeland at? Where's it start out at, Double X?
Like, I'm not trying to look at maps. I want to read the scholarship.
No, I'm asking you, do you know? I'm asking you a question. Do you know?
Do I know what?
The origin of Afro-Asiatic, do you know?
From what I remember, they didn't know the exact origin. I got to go get that information back up. That's why I wanted Chief X to read.
They didn't know the origin.
The
Was
origin,
it in Africa or not, bro?
If I just tell you that they didn't know, why would it be in Africa?
So they don't know now, huh? Hold on, we're going to find it. Let's see.
What I could remember.
Okay.
What I can remember. But hold on. Remember, you told me that Egypt wasn't an Afro-Asiatic language. That's why we got into the debate.
I didn't tell you shit. I said that was Asar's work. And you bringing up Asar right now, which is ridiculous because now we're dealing with the Afro-Asiatic. So you need to knock that off. You faking niggas out right now.
Why did you debate
you in the middle of the motherfucking ring right now. Stop faking everybody out. Let's deal with what the scholars say right now. We come on here with the Asar shit. So stop bringing the nigga name. He not here to protect himself.
No, but you're here. Why did you debate me on Joseph Greenberg?
Because that was a conversation with what, man?
Okay, where did it stem from? You said that it wasn't an Afro-Asiatic language, and he's the one that created it. And so you said he just created that. That's not real. So stop lying. Bro, you are horrible at lying. You're never gonna get me. I know you lying. You know damn well that's what you said. Now you sit up here faking the phone.
So now we not dealing with Afro-Asiatic right now, my nigga. I gotta put you off the panel. How we doing this? We gonna deal with the Asar shit, right? Or we gonna deal with the Afro-Asiatic. What we doing though, El? What we doing, bro?
Chief X back
what we doing? No, I put that bitch ass nigga out. He's out there. You about to be next.
You can put me out, Omar.
All right, let me good. Great. See you later, bro. Let me get you up out of here.
Let me get you out of
here. Let me get you out of here. Appreciate you, bro. Yo, I appreciate you.
I appreciate you too.
Put him in the waiting room. Good thing. Shut the nigga out of there. All loud mouths. Here we go. All right, distribution. All right, Berber, Chadic. Okay, although there is general agreement on the 6 family linguistic studies who study Afro-Asiatic, raises some points of disagreement in particular. All right, so they got some different points. I want to figure out where is the suggested homeland of this. Demographics. All right, the Arabic, Semitic, Hausa, Chadic. Hold on. We'll get right to this. Position amongst the world languages. Date of Afro-Asiatic. The earliest evidence of an Afro-Asiatic language in ancient Egyptian inscription dates to 3,400. That means I had to get there before that. Proto-Afro-Asiatic, sort of time 7,000. Hold on. Let's get the homeland on here. Christopher Eric said 10,000 BCE. Proto-Afro-Asiatic spoken 11,000. All right, hold on. Where at though? Where is the homeland of this? Oh man. Yeah, it's that map again.
How did we get to Afro-Asiatic though?
Because we're trying to figure out the language these motherfuckers do. You wouldn't think that's important, yo?
No.
If niggas can start hollering about Mesopotamian pots and outside influence, and I say, okay, well, the language comes from Africa. Is that not important to the conversation?
I'd say the people was from Africa. The whole population is African. I wouldn't disagree with that they speak Afro-Asiatic. You know what I mean? The name of what's funny is the thing is like everything comes out of Africa, especially when you go back far enough. If you pull the map up, it'll give some clarification. I think the map is actually giving clarification on that map.
Right.
So look,
but y'all told me I just ran over the damn map.
No, it's actually the map is actually boomerang daggering, right? Because it's showing how these Afro-Asiatic languages is going in and out, back and forth through Saudi Arabia.
Bro, it shows the homeland. Come on, Corey, why you doing that, yo?
It shows
like
it shows the homeland, right? It shows everything.
Right. So what do the
you in the Great
Those
Rift
arrows
Valley.
are pointing
That's the
only
Great
outward.
Rift.
They're not pointing inward.
No, yes, exactly. And I'm glad you said that, James. I'm so happy you said that, James. You always
right there by the red
and show the level of your education. I'm so happy you said that, James.
No,
because
hold on.
If you go back further enough, all the shit is coming out of Africa, bro. This is my whole point.
No, that's not the point we making, Corey. You know it. You absolutely know that's not the point.
That's my point.
Okay, well, my point is that the Afro-Asiatic come from Ethiopia, highlands, and he's speaking for
that's
brain
fine.
at
It
about
all comes from
13,000.
That's the Great Rift Valley,
No. Y'all just argued for 6 months that no sub-Saharan this and that, and I'm giving you a language that's in the area of the niggas. And
but
now y'all act like that's not what I'm saying. So now you gotta deal with it. Yo,
I'm dealing with it by telling you chronology.
Hold on. Let me hear you say it. The
I'm
Egyptians
dealing with it
bigger
by
language. Let me hear you say that. I want to hear you say that. And I'm gonna concede to your point. You concede to my point.
It's not a nigga
We're gonna
language.
go back
No,
and forth.
I'm not saying that. Nope. I'm not saying
let's
that.
go concede. Afro-Asiatic, Ethiopians are considered niggers. Am I wrong?
Not the same kind of nigga I'm considered. I don't consider Somali.
So now,
they're in the African family, bro. You can't So you say you don't consider Ethiopians in the African family?
I won't get this straight.
I consider the Egyptians and all of them. Everybody on the continent of Africa is African.
No. We talking about Ethiopia. Can African Americans
They not the same kind of
Ethiopia?
nigga I am. When I see an Ethiopian nigga at 7-Eleven, I understand that he's an Ethiopian. When I see an Ethiopian
nigga, take this motherfucking map off.
Okay, I would agree with that too, Corey. But what I'm saying is, would you consider him an African family? Of
course, all of them. Everybody is in the African family.
Okay, that's all.
Oh man.
But you can clearly know me between an Ethiopian nigga, though, right, James?
Of course.
All right, that's all.
I mean, but we all have different. You know, you can see West Africans. If you look at West Africans,
why is that? I wonder why.
Sometimes you can tell the difference.
Man,
I wonder why is that though, James? Do you think we come from a specific population?
Because of the admixture right there in the Levant. That's what makes
so
them, makes them a change. Just like if you look at the admixture going on here in America, right? You start seeing now. I don't know how old you.
I don't like using America. I don't like talking about America.
See, that's what I'm
talking
saying.
about. This kind of history
because you got to use. You got to be able to use.
No, because it's not the same thing. It's not the same thing as over here in America. Things is different. So let's keep it.
Admixture is the same everywhere, bro. You can't.
Let's keep it on the continent, though. Let's keep it on the continent. Why do you think those people are distinct from us?
I don't like it, yo.
From the Ethiopian people. Why is it that you can tell me, right? Because I'm a West African, right? Why is it that you can tell me, right? And chances are I probably look a lot like you, right? But why is it that you can tell me from the Ethiopians? Have you ever asked that?
Hey, Corey, here you go a map, Corey.
And you see how far Ghana is from Ethiopia?
Corey, don't do me, Corey. You my man.
Clear across the goddamn planet, bro.
Corey,
go ahead.
You see Ethiopia? Is it below that mythical line niggas keep talking about? That's all I want to know.
It's sub-Saharan. They consider sub-Saharan. I would never say that.
Okay, so hold on. Look. This is all
That's
I'm trying to tell niggas.
All sub-Saharan Africans ain't related, though. All sub-Saharan Africans are not related.
Corey, I agree with you. See how I'm agreeing with you? So now,
okay,
do
all
the
right.
Egyptians speak a nigger language coming from sub-Saharan Africa? Yes or no, Corey?
I consider West and Central Africans niggas.
Corey.
I don't consider Ethiopians niggas like
are
me.
they sub-Saharan African then?
They are. That's the only thing they have in common with.
Okay.
That's the only thing they have in common with.
So do the Egyptians speak a sub-Saharan African language?
Listen, they speak Afro-Asiatic.
Wow. You can't even say it. But
they
hold on,
Afro-Asiatic.
Hold on. I just showed you that the homeland of Afro-Asiatic is in Ethiopia. Let me do it again.
You gotta pull that map up again. Pull that map up one more time.
Here you go. There you
That's
go.
deep. No. The one with the language.
Here we go. I'm gonna do you better. I'm gonna do you one better than that.
No, I want to pull that same one up.
Hold on, he wants you to pull up the one where you had the language families coming.
Yeah,
I'm doing better, nigga. Hey, check this out, yo. See, I
because
just
trying
like
to pull a fast one with that one, y'all. Believe me.
Okay. I'm trying.
But it was in the same region. Just go ahead and pull it up. You was right on course. Go ahead.
I got him. I'm gonna knock the ass.
He don't want to
right
pull
now.
that up because he seen me about to tear it apart, so he took it down. Really.
No, I'm gonna do something better, yo. I'm gonna go a little more scholarly on him. I normally don't even have to break out. Since you my man, yo, and I fucks with you, yo. I fucks with you for real, right? So I'm gonna give you the scholarly shit. Right? The Wikipedia ain't the scholarly shit.
But I want it to be the same kind of map, though.
For Cornier.
Same thing. I want it to be the same kind of map.
And I'm talking about Chief X. I ain't talking about Double X. Double X, my man, yo. He too slick. He run his mouth too much. Hold on. This what I want put up here on the screen. Let me put a scholarly map on here for y'all. Everybody want to play. I don't play with this. I just want to hear you say it. They speak an Afro-Asiatic language, yo. Like
they do. I already admitted that.
Coming from Ethiopia. So the thing is, I need to prove that it's coming from Ethiopia. That's what I got to do. Once I do that, then you in a trap.
I think you need to pull that because it was two spots. It was two spots on that map.
But see that the second spot was not the origin.
Hold on, ladies and gentlemen, can y'all see
that
my
was the
map?
home. They said
Hold
home on it.
Hey, excuse me. Do y'all see my map?
Can you make it bigger or not?
Yeah, I see Niger Congo.
Okay, bam. There you go.
Bam.
That's what we speak, Niger Congo.
Afro-Asians. Look, 15,000 BCE. Look where it starts out at, and it ends into the Nile, brothers and sisters. The Middle Nile, as a matter of fact. The Middle Nile. Look, and it's spread over the whole Nile. This is where the homeland of Afro-Asiatic.
Yeah, but it started out 21,000 years. You talking about 21,000 years ago? Huh?
Hey, look, relax, brother, relax. I just want you to know that Egyptian culture didn't start at 3,200 BCE. You should just know that. Okay, we're talking about the language we're speaking, brother. So what you got to figure out is y'all got to figure out where the people went at. See, y'all always asking us, oh, them people left. No, so I'm asking you then, where the nigga speakers go at? Somebody's tricking somebody here, brother.
They still speak Afro-Asiatic today.
So admit it, it's a nigga language though. Let me hear you say it. It's a sub-Saharan African language.
Fine. Okay. It's a nigga language. But the only way you connecting that,
I'm fine. I'm fine.
The thing like
take the map down. I'm done. I'm fine.
22,000 years ago.
Now hit me with that. Now hit me with the 15,000. Go ahead. Say you right. If 15,000 people in the Nile was speaking the nigga language, say it. You set it out. We good.
I'm saying at 20,000.
Right. And all the people left, and some new people came in and started speaking. But don't they got to interact with the people to give them the language, though?
That's not what I'm saying.
But wait. I got your point. It's clear. That's the 15,000. But don't people have to interact with each other to get their language, though?
Yeah, I ain't mad.
Or did they do it by spirituality and say, and the shit went to their heads?
Hey, James. Well, I told you, James. Anytime you fucking with you talking about thousands of years, bro.
No, I'm not, James. Hey,
but
James,
you got to go back
James,
that far.
James, can I talk to you, James? Hey, James, can I talk to you for a minute, James?
Yeah, I'm listening.
So, for the last 7 hours, they've been beating up on Egypt, right? With some bullshit. I come in the last 20 minutes and killed all that shit with two sources. It don't make no sense for it to be that easy. What I did prove right now that, hold on, that the Afro-Asiatic speakers come from the hill lands of Ethiopia, and I said they was bringing grains, okay? All right, they bring those grains through the Nile, right? I said that. Now, watch this. I said, so how did the language get from these the Afro-Asiatic speakers to the Egyptians? Did they just stir each other and the shit popped in each other
they
head?
didn't give it to the Egyptians. No, that's not what happened.
Okay, so
that's
how
where
did you I'm listening.
that's where
No,
that's
go
where
ahead,
the
explain
convolution comes in.
No, okay, well, go ahead, explain it. Go ahead. We listening. Go ahead.
We're
You got
talking
the mic. I'm
about
be quiet.
20,000 years ago, where people may have migrated and took their language with them. You know what I'm saying? Like, we already talked about the exiting and the back migrations in and out of Africa.
How to get the
already,
language
right?
though? How to get the language?
The language spread through
thousands of years of communication. Go on, say it, Corey.
Say it, man. Say it, Corey.
You see how easy it was for me
I'm
to
not
say
denying the communication. What I'm saying is,
you don't think they was having sex, Corey? You don't think they was mixing?
Listen,
hey, Corey, Hey, Corey, do not make me pull up the Nubian DNA right now. They got it now. Don't make me do it to y'all. I'm holding it for loudmouth niggas. You my man. I don't want to do it.
Show me that.
No, you don't.
I
don't want to do it.
Nope.
I don't want to do it. Nope. I don't want to do it right now. I'm saving it. Hold on. That's why I refuse to debate. Chief, I refuse.
Egypt
I
was
don't
a black
debate those
man.
who aren't my equals.
You just told me you agreed. The crazy part, though, you already agreed to what I need you to agree to. Like, that's the crazy.
Yeah,
part.
but I know, but you
After
won't
that,
listen. But you like no, but you like
quarrel. I don't got no
listen.
quarrel with you.
But guess what you do to me though, Corey?
What I do?
I would like to agree with you and say, yo, that they're varying colors. The only color that we ever see is the light-skinned, super light-skinned niggas, though. But you gotta deal with it.
I don't want to talk about the color.
But you gotta deal with that though.
Why?
Because that's part of the ethnicity. We need to look that word up too. Ethnic.
Yeah, you gotta look at
that shit wrong.
But see, okay, let me ask Corey. Like, do you
Hold on, I'm gonna say this. Corey. Are the Egyptians an ethnic group? Are the ancient Egyptians an ethnic group?
No.
Huh? Oh, nigga, you crazy. Let me get out you, because you know I got you if you say yeah. You know I got you.
They're not an ethnic group, though.
They are, but they are. No expert would say
you know what? African Americans is an ethnic group.
They are, right. And the Egyptians are an ethnic group. That's why they call Egyptians. And they speak a specific language and dress a certain way and do cultural, all that. That's why it's an ethnic group. Ethnicity. Ethnicity. That should have turned
fine.
up.
Okay, they're
so you do, okay. So if it's an ethnic group, then why are you fucking with African Americans? Then yo, it's silly. You do know human beings can change their ethnicity. Each individual. You do know this, right? So watch this. I want to let you know right now that people, that black people living in America can be ethnically associated with white people. We have those type of black people all the time. They don't speak the way we speak, they don't act the way we act, and they don't dress the way African Americans dress. So ethnically speaking, they're European. I know what the fuck I'm talking about. I just be sitting back and letting niggas run their mouth.
That water
run
right
your
there
mouth.
so funny.
So watch this.
I'm tell you right now.
So watch
that's why
this.
I don't even want to disagree with you because that water is so muddy. It ain't funny. We would never find the bottom in that muddy water.
That's not. Yo, let's look. Hey, why don't you pull the word? Let's pull up ethnicity up then. Since you don't realize that a dark-skinned person that you consider sub-Saharan African can absolutely be a goddamn what they call an Egyptian. I'm trying to tell you that white people went in there and said, no way, buddy. No way that these darker people could be Egyptians. And they separated them, yo. And they put the name on them.
Yeah, and that's what the fight is. This fight.
No, it's not. That's where he wants to take the fight.
Okay.
No, this fight starts
I don't
before us,
care
Corey.
what the color they were. I don't care.
This fight starts before we was even born.
Hey, Corey, pull it up though. Pull it up. Let's see what the ethnic
Hold on,
is,
give me 1 second. Give me 1 second. I'll pull it up.
Yeah, I wanted to go into. I wanted to see if you could go into what the effects of the Aswan Dam is, because I was doing some research and I was looking at you know how they flooded out the Aswan Dam from Aswan. Aswan is the first known, and that's what Nubia used to be at, the line right there. Then when you start going into the oldest writings that you find, it just may be about 50 miles from where that was. So imagine, I got a map showing what all they flooded out. You know what I'm saying? I think I wanted to share that.
Check this out, man. For real, yo. That one statement right there proved the whole point, yo. They washed out they ain't even found, man, come on, yo. Like, for real, yo. Like, they acting like that ain't the first known.
Right.
So how can you be living in that gnome and not being Egyptian? Like, it becomes stupid.
You see this right here? Can y'all see this?
Yeah, you got it. You got it. I wasn't even trying to bring that type shit out.
But I'm just saying they don't understand
this.
This is the origins of the whole civilization, right?
They
here.
don't want to, man. Listen, man. They gonna argue down with some dumb shit. Trust me, dumb shit is dumb. It's dumb. It's dumb, yo. You know it, and I know it. You know it, and I know it.
See, I got this from Magi with the archers. I was looking at how Europeans have taken that same ring and they're using it today.
Let me tell y'all something, man. Can we look at the word ethnicity, man?
Yeah, go ahead.
Somebody gotta pull it up.
Hey, clarify that point again for me. Hey, clarify that point again. Hold on, real quick. Was he saying that the Nubia line was a little bit more north than where it is now?
Yeah, yes, man, it's the first known. He's first of all, yo, the borders that y'all see is the bullshit racist shit that they just made up, nigga. That's not the ancient thing. They made it up.
Right.
I'm telling you, and I'm not just saying it because I'm rooting for black people. They made this shit up literally.
Mm-hmm.
So the ancient.
The study
hold
tells
on.
you this.
I just want some clarity. So the ancient line of Tasseti, we call Nubia today, it was more north than where Sudan line is now.
Yes.
Yeah. I can pull them out. I got
that's heavy. That's heavy.
You ain't know that? Yo, that's
I didn't know that. I didn't know that.
What was heavy? Hold on, Haskell. I'm not gonna let him.
Hold on.
What is he trying to convince you
Let me share this. Where is this at? Hold on. Let me share this real quick.
It says.
Now look. Okay, now Aswan. See where it says New Nubia at? See that Komombo at the top right there? Can y'all see that? That's what Nubia used to be at. See, but now down here where that line is, down there where it says Sudan at now, that's where the line is now.
Where do you get this at? Where is this at?
It's the internet age. But check this out.
No, right, I'm saying what site is this? Where can we get this back? The new Nubia? Yeah, I don't think nobody.
I have to go and look at. I got everything saved. So give me a minute since you want source.
The old Nubia.
Yeah, but this is what I was trying to say before I put this map down. Right there where it says Aswan at, they flooded. This is 400 miles of land right here. I just want y'all to know that. From the top of where they put the Aswan Dam at, all the way down to Abu Simbel, that's 400 miles of land. This is Nubia. All of this was Nubia. This is where the line used to be at, and they flooded all of the original the origins of this civilization was flooded out along the Nile. And then when you look right here where it says Edfu at, that's where they found the oldest writings, like 35 to 4,000 years ago. So I don't understand why we trying to discard our history like this, but let me go ahead and quit sharing it. Down.
Who history? Who history? We're okay. Just left.
Let me go get the source real quick, and then y'all continue on. Let me find the source real quick.
Yeah, but bro, whose history are you talking about? Like, we can't. This is what I'm trying to explain to you, Brother James. Brother James, when you go to Africa, nobody on the continent thinks, "Oh, we're all African. We all the same because we here on the continent." Nobody thinks that. Nobody in Egypt thinks, "Oh, if we talk bad about Ghanaians, we're throwing away our history. We're throwing the history, our ancestry away."
Okay,
Nobody
now, I
on
don't
the
talk bad about
continent
anybody
thinks
from
like
Africa.
that.
So let me
Nobody
be
on the
clear. I don't
whole
talk about
continent
negatively about anybody from Africa.
Necesito poner más adentro.
But that's what I'm trying to say. I don't talk negative.
But
see,
James,
what we're
brother
looking
James,
for,
did you hear what I
why
said?
we defend
Hey,
Africa.
hold on, brother James.
Corey. Let me just say one thing, Corey. If you guys read the Afro-Asiatic language on Wikipedia, it'll tell you about black migration from Saudi Arabia and the Levant. It did not start in the continent of Africa. Ankh tricked y'all, and I was trying to show he tricked y'all, and he knew I had him.
I was actually finna get to that. That's why he didn't want to pull that back up, because I was examining that, and I was trying to tell brother James that was a trick, and I wanted him to pull that map up because I saw, and then he pulled another map up that went back 20-some thousand. So that's what I knew. I'm like, hold on, it's something funny about that other one. You know what I'm saying?
It's a trick. It came in from the Sinai Peninsula and Saudi Arabia into Africa, because it was talking about Proto-Asiatic, which means not just Asiatic, Afro-Asiatic, but Proto-Afro-Asiatic, an ancient, distant more language. Okay, I tricked everybody, and this stupid dude, Craig Scuggs, in the chat talking about Ankh was wrong, and he tricked your dumb ass.
Hey, but James, I want to ask brother James, did you hear what the statement that I made to Reggie earlier? When I told Reggie to listen very, very carefully. Did you hear that?
Not sure. You know, we've been on here a minute. What are you speaking about?
I told Reggie, and I will say it again. The modern Egyptians, they're the same. They're the same as the ancient Egyptians, right? And the ancient Egyptians allow motherfuckers to run slaves up through there, right? And they didn't give a fuck about you. And the modern Egyptians think you're a culture-stealing nigger, and they don't give a fuck about you. So for you to sit here, you and Reggie, and people of the likes, calling us, saying that we throwing away history. Reggie said I hated Africa and this, that, and the other. Like, bro, African Americans have to be one of the most batshit crazy groups of people on the planet, and understandably so. I'm not saying that I don't understand why that we're the most batshit crazy group of people on the planet. But what we got to do is we have to accept who the fuck we are and not look for greatness in the past, but start trying to build greatness so that your kids can look in the past and have some goddamn greatness. Stop trying to be a fucking a goddamn Mediterranean nigga.
No problema, Rafa. No quiero tú poner enojado conmigo, no, es solo un trabajo, pero ellos quieren...
Hey, you gotta mute out. You talking Spanish, bro. But James, so I just want to express to you that when people hear us, and this is on the internet, and even Chief X can tell you this, that those Egyptians that live in Egypt today, they hear this shit.
So what?
And they hear you batshit crazy niggas trying to steal their fucking culture and their name.
Yeah, it's just embarrassing black folks. On the world stage, y'all are just embarrassing.
And it's embarrassing.
You know what? Hold on, I'm gonna let.
No, hold on. One more second. It's not only embarrassing, James, but I have to wear that jersey because I'm a black man. And when people they only get to see what they see on TV. They never get to really meet black people, right? And so when we display this shit to them, right, this makes us look ignorant, and this makes the whole black population look ignorant. All African Americans is dumb like that. This is what they thinking. You know what I'm saying? So I have to wear the jersey that you gotta wear. right? And if our jersey already got all kind of fucking stains on them, bro, the shit's crazy, man. Let's keep the stains off our jersey because we all gotta wear the same jersey, man. We all gotta wear the black jersey. So let's be proud to be black. Let's be proud to be West and Central Africans. No South African is trying to hold on to your black ass. No North African is trying to hold on to your black ass. And the East Africans ain't either. So we need to recognize that we're a specific genetic pool of people. We're a specific group of people from a specific region on the planet who have been a part of a specific set of circumstances. And so has everybody else on the world. That's why we can differentiate from each other. If everybody was everybody, it'd be no way to differentiate anything from anything. So all Africans ain't the same. And even if you're sub-Saharan African, that don't make you all sub-Saharan Africans the same. So we need to cut that bullshit out with, we throwing away some history and the white man fights over the history and we just don't want to, we want to throw it away and let the white man have it. Let the motherfucker have it. He just as stupid as we is, trying to fight over these North African niggas shit. Like cut the shit out. Be proud to be a West and Central African, brother. Fight is hard to be that. Fight hard to be that first. And then after you fight hard to understand and appreciate that, then you have the mental capacity and stability and respond and understand and be able to take on the responsibility of exploring other cultures. But you niggas is irresponsible. Y'all not ready to have that kind of responsibility on y'all's shoulder to appreciate other indigenous African culture or classical African culture. You're not responsible enough to do that because then you try to steal the shit as if it's yours. No, you have your own shit. Be proud of it. How come we can't be proud to be West and Central Africans? How come
but Corey, not to cut off your sermon here, but I will say it's only human to see a comedy or a kinship in a larger group outside of your tribe or ethnic group. So, for instance, there are plenty of people in Thailand, in the Philippines, in Indonesia, etc., Japan, right, that sees some sort of commonality
and have genetic continuity amongst each other.
Hold on.
Go ahead, continue.
They see a commonality between them and the people descended from those of the Ming Dynasty, even if they're not as proximate to it as, say, a Chinese person is, right? Same thing with the Europeans in relation to Greece and Rome. So, and in large part why Africa fell is because Africa has this extreme amount of tribalism and specificity, right? So you can be proud to be West and Central African, and at the same time look at Zimbabwe and see a kinship. Look at South Africa.
No, you got to be responsible enough to do that.
Let me address that. Haskell,
you got to show
do you have
proof
and
mature
hold on.
in order
do you
to
have
do that
proof
first.
that the Philippines? Do you have proof that the Philippines? Do you have proof that the Filipinos see some commonality with Chinese people, or are you just speaking for them? You guys are just running off speaking for other groups, and no one said that. They didn't say that.
No, I was speaking to Filipino and Thai nationals who
I've been to the Philippines.
That's great, but I'm just telling you my
I'm just saying, I think you're making up stuff.
I'm not.
I have a stepsister. I have a stepsister who's half Filipino, and I talked to her grandfather. He always talks shit about them goddamn Jacks.
That's fine. And just like, look,
Yeah, so
Jamaicans
I'm telling Haskell, you're making up stuff, man. You kind of can't do that, bro.
Let me answer what you asked, Chief, because you said I'm making it up. Jamaicans talk shit about Haitians. Americans talk shit about.
That's not what I'm saying, Haskell. That's not what I'm saying.
Right.
You're speaking for Filipino people and Thailand people, telling them how they feel about Chinese people. You're making that up.
No. I'm telling you what I've heard in my experience.
No, you're making that up. You didn't hear that.
Well,
you have no proof of that, so that shouldn't even be a part of the argument.
Well, you can't prove that I'm making it up.
Okay, so here's what I'm saying. Y'all bit on that Ankh thing. Afro-Asiatic comes from the continent of West Asia. That's where it stems from.
That's separate and
That's
apart
what I
from
was
the
saying.
point that
Pull up the Afro-Asiatic Wikipedia so we can shut Ankh down in the chat and shut their mouth.
Well, Ankh and you could sort that out. But
there's no need to sort it out. I don't have to argue with him. I'm just listening to the experts.
Okay, fine. I'll accept that. That wasn't something that I'm.
So basically,
I'm particularly concerned with right now. I was speaking to my.
Hey, believe me. Though I don't agree with Haskell, he don't necessarily agree with Unc all the way.
Yeah, I don't. Yeah, let me finish up saying what
Haskell, basically, Haskell, let me ask you a question. Haskell, basically, you agree with 90% of my argument over the last year.
Nah, I don't agree with.
He don't
I don't agree with anything you say.
He don't agree with me, Chief X. He though he understands. See, Haskell is one that can keep it 100.
But Corey,
if
he's keeping it 100, Corey, if he's keeping it 100, he just said he don't agree with anything you think.
No, he don't. He mean as far as this conversation though.
Don't take it so literally. Of course, there's going to be things we agree on.
Okay, but the audience does take when you say I don't agree with anything you say. Come on, man. What kind of statement is that? You're trying to say everything I say is wrong.
Okay,
go ahead and revise
the majority.
Right? Feel free to revise.
He means the majority of this specific conversation.
The fundamental points I happen to disagree with. Right? And it was brought up insofar as how people are identified, and I think this is what is at the heart of the matter, because when they say the Egyptians are this particular group, or the Maghrebi component represents the original component in this area, they're starting with the conclusion, right? It isn't evidence that led them to it. They presuppose it, and then anything that falls outside of that is an Egyptian. So that's why when I brought up that thing about Zahi Hawass, when they talk about I think it's about 17 mummies or so that they have in Aswan that they did they sequenced DNA from, and they refused to release the results of the DNA. Hold on.
It's a conspiracy.
It goes,
hold the information.
Hold on. Let me finish. It goes to the point that I'm making that Zahi Hawass said, I'm not releasing this because it would bring into doubt the Egyptianness of these 17 mummies, right?
But let's not assume what he means.
No. I sourced up on that. I put the Associated Press article in there from yesterday and everything. It's a quote from Zahi Hawass verbatim. Right. He said, I'm not releasing these results because it's a matter of national security.
I understand. What I'm saying is you can't assume what he means if it's some kind of nefarious thing. You can't just assume that.
No, I'm not assuming anything, Chief X. I said what he said verbatim. It's a quote.
Right.
He said it out his own mouth.
Okay, so why are we talking about that? What's the big deal?
Right. And
we're talking about common sense science. That's what we're talking about.
Listen, I was going to tie it in, Chief X. Just let me finish up. My overarching point is that when you talk about the identity of the Egyptians, most of these experts that you're relying on, particularly the source that X brought up, they begin with a conclusion. The conclusion is this particular group over here are the Egyptians. So when they take those DNA samples, they take it from a particular set or a particular group that they have already presupposed or pre-identified as being the ancient Egyptians, right? Now, once they have that profile, anything that falls outside of that is not the ancient Egyptians. And what I'm telling you is that is horrible methodology.
Okay, but I hear you, but I don't agree with your assessment.
Hold on. I was giving you a real life example of the cognitive dissonance in that faulty methodology with Zahi Hawass, because he has 17 mummies. They're clearly Egyptian, found in the Valley of the Kings, right? He says, if I release these DNA results, it's going to bring into doubt these mummies' Egyptianness. Get it?
I don't think that's it. I don't think that's his point. That's your interpretation of him. I don't believe that. But it's kind of.
So now we trust
what we have to do is
Haskell,
this is what we do. This is what people do. This is what mature people do who are trying to be honest and don't have an agenda. You can only go on the information we currently have. The information that we do currently have and know is not in sub-Saharan Africans' favors.
I don't think we're gonna get no information that overturns Egyptology and genetics here.
Right, and that's what I wanted to ask X insofar as if he understands anything.
Who's X?
Architect, ex-architect.
Okay, you gotta say double X and you gotta say Chief
double X.
Okay, you have
so
to
double X, or even you, Chief X, you could answer also if you know. I had wanted to ask him how much he knows about the methodology that they use to arrive to the conclusion that this particular Maghrebi component represents the original component.
Okay, let me answer that. Let me answer that. We're not geneticists. We don't know their methodology like that. We have to trust the experts, and the experts are not just the Egyptian people. They have geneticists who are Chinese, Samoan, Mexican, Russian, Indian, the whole entire world. All these kids going to school at this UCLA college I live by. Every race, all them Asians, everybody who's an expert agree 100% with the article.
Yeah,
so you're trying to say every scientist on the earth is wrong. That's what you're trying to say, and that we can depict them and take them down.
Well, he's saying this mummy when they find these 17, when they get the genetics or reveal the genetics of these 17 mummies, there's a chance that they could overturn all of that. And I'm not even going that far. That happens.
I'm not even going that far. I was just pointing out the cognitive dissonance of these people.
We can't as non-geneticists call geneticists telling them they have cognitive dissonance.
Yeah,
I think it's us that has the cognitive
dissonance. I'm speaking specifically about Zahi Hawass, not necessarily the geneticists, right?
So no, because you assuming that he got some nefarious. He keeping it away.
I didn't intimate that he had any nefarious plot. I only spoke to what the gentleman said, Corey.
But how are you telling him he has cognitive dissonance? You're saying like he's wrong about something. You can't assume what's going on. Just say, hey, they can't do it for some reason.
If I get 13, the remains of 13 people from Detroit, Michigan.
It may not be complete.
Hold on. Let me finish why. Let me elucidate for you why I say that his premise shows that he has a cognitive dissonance, right?
You're hanging on the hope that it might be some sub-Saharans and that you might be Egyptian.
Yeah, I am holding on. I am holding on to that.
This is that string, y'all. Hang on to string.
And one thing about me, Chief X, the shaming language doesn't work on me. So I'll wear it.
It wasn't no shaming language. It's just the reality. I'm not trying to shame nobody.
Hey, I'll wear it. I'll wear it proud.
Right, it's just being honest. I'm just saying.
I want them 17 mummies to be the broadest nose, KRS-One looking, Bubba Gump lipped, nappy-headed, peasy-headed, KD Durant hair type, black as motherfucking midnight. I want the mummies to be that. All right?
Because for 40 years, because for 40 years,
I want them to be niggas.
Hey, all right? Come on, man. You talk long enough. To be that way because Dr. Ben and everybody taught this for 40 whole years, and y'all got brainwashed, and people are mad they got brainwashed. They don't want to accept it. They don't want to accept that their master teachers were wrong, so you're holding on to hope because you've been in a cult and can't get out of it.
All right, that's fine. I'll wear that too.
And listen to this.
Hold on, let me, because I never got to finish, Corey. He's pontificating, right? Let me finish what I'm saying.
I just want to say something real quick, though. It ain't
right.
When that happens, when what you said happens, right? I'm gonna throw a bash, right? I'm gonna throw an Amon Ra Squad bash, right? And I'm telling you, I'm having the incense. You come out, you get VIP, Haskell. You get VIP, definitely.
Hey, I'm gonna come through with the Ankh.
Biggest bash ever.
I'm gonna have my Ankh jewelry, the headdress.
Me too. Me too. I'm changing my name to Uncle Josh Seneb. My new name is gonna be Uncle Josh Seneb, and I'm gonna name my next baby Rodney Kemet. So it's all good.
But let me finish up my point here, right? Why I say it shows a cognitive dissonance, right? If you begin with a premise and say the ancient Egyptians, right, are the modern Egyptians, or this particular group that we have identified, and say, these are the Egyptians, this is the particular genetic profile that represents the modern Egyptians, right? And you find 17 mummies from the most prestigious place where Egyptian royalty is buried, right? And those genetic results are in stark contrast. These are by his words now. He said the genetic results that we ascertained would throw into question or into doubt the Egyptianness or the native Egyptianness of these mummies, right?
I'm going to have to read that article myself because I don't believe nobody's.
I'll pull it up right, and I see how it could throw into question too.
I'm gonna,
you know,
hold on. Let me finish. Let me finish. This is all right. So hypothetically, accept what it is that I'm saying, and if you agree with the hypothesis or the scenario that I'm painting, right? Tell me if you agree that represents cognitive dissonance. Then you can go back and sort out the actual veracity of it. Like
okay, because I really want to see where you get.
Hold on. Let me finish.
Go ahead, Haskell, because I want to see where this cognitive.
I just want to ask one
Haskell, see, when I speak, I go for about 20 seconds, and that's it. You keep going for 5
don't
minutes.
ask a question yet, brother James. Let me just finish up. I'm almost there. I'm almost there.
What happened if there's some
No. Let me finish. I'm literally at the finish line, bro.
Google. I hear you, Google.
But I'm not going to continue on about these things. It's an inconclusive argument.
I'm at the finish line, guys. Just let me finish it up.
He almost
if I say,
don't turn the light on.
If I say if I say genetic grouping CATG represents the ancient Egyptians, then I find 17 mummies in the most prestigious place where kings are buried, and their genetic SNPs say TGAC, something almost the inverse of what I say represents the ancient Egyptians, right? And then I say, well, obviously these mummies aren't the ancient Egyptians. Would that represent cognitive dissonance?
You know what? I'm done with that discussion. I'm not going to even go back and forth about some speculation thing. But you can talk about it if you like. I'm done.
Well, Corey, it's just a thought exercise, Chief X. I'm saying if what I'm saying is true, would it represent, by definition, cognitive dissonance?
I really didn't even pay attention. I was making coffee.
I got my girls was in the background. You had to do that one more time.
Right. So let me go again.
It was like
if I pre-identify genetic marker CATG as being the ancient Egyptians, right? Then I discover 17 mummies in the most prestigious place where Egyptian royalty is buried. I fully sequence the genome of all 17 mummies. And when I do so, the genetic signature says TGAC, or in other words, something completely inverse to what I'd already identified as being the ancient Egyptians, right? And because of this, I then say, well, obviously these 17 mummies are not ancient Egyptians. Would that represent cognitive dissonance?
That scenario would represent cognitive dissonance, Haskell, but
this
I have
why
a
I mess with
suspicion
Corey.
that is not what's going on in this case.
All right, now we could go to whether or not if he
Haskell,
said
you gotta
that. But
chill
thank
now.
you, Corey.
Hey,
Thank
Corey,
you.
Yeah, go ahead, Chief X.
Chief X, you threatening somebody? Chief X, you
I don't
threatening to
have
hit somebody, yo? Yo, you threatening to hit Sean, yo? You threatening him?
Haskell.
Check this out, nigga. You don't threaten to
What are
hit
you
none of my
talking about?
children, yo.
What are you coming here talking about?
I'm saying, I'm asking you, did you threaten to put your hands
No, I
on
didn't threaten
somebody?
nobody. No.
All right, just checking. All right.
Okay, good. Okay. Now, Haskell, you came back to me, but I'm good. I heard you. I'm done with that argument. I'm not even gonna waste my time.
No,
Corey
but what
can
I was
talk about it,
saying
but
though,
I'm done.
Haskell, though, like I don't think I'm thinking that I don't think that that's a I don't think that's
Right.
what's going on in this case.
You question the scenario, except, but you question if that's actually that's fine.
Right.
I'll bring the source up again. Y'all go ahead, do what y'all do. I'll get the source together, and then y'all can tell me what y'all think.
Hey, Haskell, did you get the Afro-Asiatic? The shit really come from Kenya, yo. Like, what's the joke here, yo?
Oh, they could get around that,
How?
We tried to read Afro-Asiatic in the origins and the
Well,
Wikipedia, but
they're
we were
saying
cut
that
off and nobody wanted to read it because it proves what I said.
According to Chief X, it originates in West State. Hold on. Let me say what he said. Hold on, according to Chief X, it doesn't originate in Africa. It originates in Western Asia.
Hold on. How many branches do a guy, yo? Think about it. How many branches do a guy have? I'm talking to you.
We don't have to explain all.
I'm talking to Haskell. Haskell, how many branches do a guy?
I don't know, but the issue at hand
Six.
here is
Listen. Six.
Right.
Okay. So
Okay.
you trying to tell me, listen, 6 branches. One is a Semitic language. Just one out of the 6 branches. 5 of them, right, are all spoken exclusively in Africa. Now, knock it off. We're going to stop playing that game.
Hey, Chief X, Chief X, he just body
sir.
slammed you off the top rope into a table.
No, see, you just took sides. You just took
You're
sides
done.
instead
You're
of just
done,
being honest and just saying, read the Afro-Asiatic article. Don't listen to
I got the book, bro.
Listen to the
hold on.
experts. Don't listen to me or
Haskell.
We're not language experts, so don't even listen to us.
Haskell,
I was going to read. Stop cutting people off. I was going to read. I was going to read. Okay, but I'm talking now.
Do you see this?
I was going to read the Afro-Asiatic article. Not listen to Ankh and talking over maps.
You too slick.
Well, you sharing your screen?
Hey, Corey,
I don't see you to share it.
No, I want you to know what I was doing. I was showing you this book with Christopher Eric. I showed you a map of Christopher Eric, the linguist dude. This dude said that it starts in Ethiopia and Kenya. That's what it is. I'm not listening to this nigga right here.
No, I'm not. I didn't say where it started. I'm trying to read from the expert. Don't listen to Ankh.
Yo, the experts don't say
you
on
got a
Wikipedia.
source up, Ankh. You want to see it. You want to see it in the source, not from your mouth.
I showed him the Christopher Eric map.
No, you lied and tricked us.
I didn't. I showed y'all, man.
No, you tricked us. You tricked us.
Hey, Haskell, you seen what I did, right?
You intentionally lied to the people. You intentionally miseducated the people.
I got you, man.
Yeah, you intentionally miseducated black people just now. That's evil.
I got you again. Now I'm evil, yo. I'm about to cut your chump ass out in a minute, yo. You gonna knock it off, yo.
It's evil, and you cut
me,
and you cut me and the X off because
Haskell,
we were right.
Do you see it? Haskell, do you see it? Haskell?
Yeah, I see it.
No, fuck that map.
See how this is Christopher Eric's map of where Afro-Asiatic started. Do you see it? And it migrates to the Nile River. Do you see it, brother?
That's okay. I'm gonna do a video on it.
Right.
I'm out of here.
Right. Yeah, get your bitch ass out of here, nigga. Now. Bye. Wild ass.
You know he's not really leaving, right? You know he ain't gonna leave.
I'm gonna kick him out. Hey, Corey, give me the thing, Corey. Corey, what Corey?
If I can, please, Unc.
Am I wrong? Hold on. American Dream. Am I wrong? Yo, did they ignore the whole Maghreb population and the whole Afro-Asiatic? Yo, is it me? Come on, yo.
No, you're not wrong. They did kind of ignored it, and what was a little disappointing to me was that, like, whenever we have this conversation, like their most passionate refutation is always that African Americans are not Egyptians, as if that has anything to do with the conversation, right? Like Corey just went through like a whole thing where he says we're embarrassing ourselves, as if anybody here said that as if they're saying that when we say, or when anybody says sub-Saharan Africans had a great influence in Egypt, is as if when we say that, they think we're also saying that means that African Americans are Egyptians. Like they can't separate the two. So whenever they're having an argument against one thing, they start rallying against something else, which has nothing really to do with the argument. And for me, that's kind of disappointing because I think it's their way of kind of running away from the main discussion.
American Dream, you know, I tricked them out because the Afro-Asiatic languages do. That's why they name it Afro-Asiatic, because it starts in Africa first. You know, I got them, right, yo?
Yeah, and I was expecting.
Did you really just make that argument? Come on.
No, that's true. No, that's true. Hey, Corey, listen to me, bro. Take some time away from the conversation. Listen, take some time and read up on Afro-Asiatic, bro. Just take your time. Don't argue something you don't know.
You're right. Bro. You're right. I'm not gonna.
Yeah, don't do that to yourself, yo. Don't do that. Because that's exactly why they named it that. Because it's 6 branches. 5 of them is homegrown in Africa. Only one is Semitic. Are we suggesting that the Egyptians speak that Semitic language? They don't. They don't.
Hey, and that was a bombshell, though. I ain't gonna lie. You got Chief X out the paint.
Yeah, we need to get off this motherfucker. All right, look, we out of here.
You the host, so
I'm out of here too. I'm done. I want to see. Look, this is the fun part when I make Chief go make a video about Afro-Asiatic language.
hey, but you know what? I'm gonna stir it up a little bit. I'm gonna stir it up before we go, because Chief X ain't on the panel, so you can't shoot at it.
All right, go ahead.
That video was I really appreciated that video that Chief X made about Kofi and Sean. That was pretty goddamn honest. I'm not even gonna lie, dog. Like I thought the very same thing he thought. But that's just me. That's just my opinion. Everybody got their opinion.
I ain't see the video. I didn't see the video. And he was talking about putting his hands on it.
He said he was gonna hit Sean. He said something about knocking his tooth out, not hitting him in the mouth.
Okay, so why? Hold on. So then why?
Who tooth he gonna knock out?
Hold on for a minute. Why when I asked him as a man just now, right?
Because he didn't want to go down the road with you. He knew.
So he a coward. So he a coward then. See?
No, he just
ain't nobody
on the show. He didn't want to mess up.
No, listen to me, yo. But ain't nobody putting their hands on nobody.
He's gonna knock out?
I don't think he would. Sean. He talking about Sean.
Hey, Corey.
But I don't think
he would do
that for real.
Corey, me and Sean, the beef over information. But yo, I stand with that man, yo.
Yeah,
like, if we somewhere, yo, and somebody swing on him, yo, I'm gonna be the first to get at him, yo. Ain't no way, bro.
I don't think Chief X.
Do you hear me, yo? But he talking that talk now. So now if he see Sean, he got to see me. You gotta see me now. You talking too much.
But he ain't gonna. He wouldn't do that though. I don't believe he would do that. I think he got into one of my rants. You know.
No, but you never talked about hitting nobody. Nobody talked about it.
No, but it get good to you though. When you get into them rants, bro,
I don't respect that. All right, I'm out of here, yo. You got the controls. I'm out of here, yo.
I ain't got the control. You got the control. I'm out of here.
Yo, Bobby.
All right, yeah.
Yo, Bobby West.
Got one more thing he want to say to you.
What's good?
Yo, Bobby West. I gotta tell you, man.
I'm done.
I mean, American Dream. I'm sorry. He got one more thing.
What's up? One more thing. What's up?
You did a beautiful job tonight, brother. It was nice to experience that. Like, love what you did tonight. That was great.
I appreciate that, bro. I got a whole lot of that. I got a lot of that, though. Hey, I got a whole lot.
I ain't do a good job today.
I mean, everybody did a good job. I thought today was like an exceptional day, but I saw Ankh, in a way that I haven't seen Ankh before tonight. Like I thought Ankh really taught tonight, and man, I was just kicking back listening. It was just really great. I thought.
I did some shit today. I feel good today. American dream. We ain't fighting. It's a good day.
Word up. Peace, y'all.
All right, man. I'm out,
Peace,
man.
peace,
All
y'all.
right. Peace, everybody for signing in. We out. See the killers on deck.